Section 0 of Barbarous, Mexico. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Mario Pineda. Barbarous, Mexico, by John Kenneth Turner. Preface to the third edition. Since the publication of the first edition of this book less than 4 months ago, both the prophecies which it embodies have been fulfilled. On page 10, I say that Mexico is on the verge of a revolution in favor of democracy, and on page 267 that the United States will intervene with an army if necessary to maintain Diaz or a successor who would continue the special partnership with American capital. As this is written, nearly 30,000 American soldiers are patrolling the Mexican border, and American warships are cruising in the neighborhood of Mexican ports. Though not a soldier might cross the line, though not a vessel might fire a shot, this is effective intervention all the same. The confessed purpose is to crush the revolution by cutting off its source of supplies and by preventing patriotic Mexicans residing in the United States from going home to fight for the freedom of their country. The action of President Taft in mobilizing the troops was taken without regard for the wishes of the American people and without due explanation to them. The action of the troops in seizing revolutionist supplies and arresting revolutionist recruits is not only against every traditional political liberty upon which this nation is supposed to be based, but it is unlawful and criminal and punishable under the laws of the states by fine and imprisonment. It is not a crime against any federal or state law to ship food or even arms and ammunition into Mexico with the open intention of selling them to the revolutionists. It is not a crime against any federal or state law to go from the United States into Mexico with the open intention of joining the revolution there. Without a formal proclamation of martial law, the military authorities have no right to exceed the civil laws, and when they do so, they are liable to fine and imprisonment for unlawful detention. Martial law has not been proclaimed on the border. Every day, the military authorities there are violating the laws. But the civil authorities are cowed, the people are cowed, and the victims, Mexican or American, seem to have no redress. By fiat of the executive law and civil authority have been subverted, and as far as the Mexican situation is concerned, the United States has been turned into a military dictatorship as sinister and irresponsible as that of Diaz himself. And why has this thing been done? To maintain a chattel slavery more cruel than ever existed in our southern states, to uphold a political tyranny 100 times more unjust than the one against which our men of '76 revolted. If the policy of the Taft administration be permitted to continue, these purposes will be attained. Already the revolution has received such a setback that, though it win in the end, many good and brave men must die who otherwise might have lived. The purpose of this book was to inform the American people as to the facts about Mexico in order that they might be prepared to prevent American intervention against a revolution, the justice of which there can be no question. So far, Barbarous Mexico has failed in its purpose. Will it fail in the end? Are the American people as enslaved in spirit as the Mexicans are in body? In Mexico, the only protest possible is a protest of arms. In the United States, there is still a degree of freedom of press and speech. Though by tricks and deceits innumerable the rulers of America succeed in evading the will of the majority yet may protest, and if the protest be long enough and loud enough, it is still capable of making those rulers tremble. Protest against the crimes of intervention, and should it become necessary, in order to make the rulers heed, to raise that protest to a threat of revolution here, so be it. The cause will be worthwhile. John Kenneth Turner, Los Angeles, California, April 8, 1911. End of Section 0.
Section 1 of Barbarous, Mexico. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Barbarous, Mexico, by John Kenneth Turner. Chapter 1, The Slaves of Yucatan, Part 1. What is Mexico? Americans commonly characterize Mexico as our sister republic. Most of us picture her vaguely as a republic in reality, much like our own, inhabited by people a little different in temperament, a little poorer, and a little less advanced, but still enjoying the protection of republican laws, a free people in the sense that we are free. Others of us who have seen the country through a car window or speculated a little in Mexican mines or Mexican plantations paint that country beyond the Rio Grande as a benevolent paternalism in which a great and good man orders all things well for his foolish but adoring people. I found Mexico to be neither of these things. The real Mexico I found to be a country with a written constitution and written laws in general, almost as fair and democratic as our own, but with neither constitution nor laws in operation. Mexico is a country without political freedom, without freedom of speech, without a free press, without a free ballot, without a jury system, without political parties, without any of our cherished guarantees of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. It is a land where there has been no contest for the office of president for more than a generation, where the executive rules all things by means of a standing army, where political offices are sold for a fixed price. I found Mexico to be a land where the people are poor because they have no rights, where peonage is the rule for the great mass, and where actual chattel slavery obtains for hundreds of thousands. Finally, I found that the people do not idolize their president, that the tide of opposition, dammed and held back as it has been by army and secret police, is rising to a height where it must shortly overflow that dam. Mexicans of all classes and affiliations agree that their country is on the verge of a revolution in favor of democracy, if not a revolution in the time of Diaz, for Diaz is old and is expected soon to pass, then a revolution after Diaz. My special interest in political Mexico was first awakened early in 1908, when I came in contact with 4 Mexican revolutionists who were at that time incarcerated in the county jail at Los Angeles, California. Here were 4 educated, intelligent Mexicans, college men, all of them, who were being held by the United States authorities on a charge of planning to invade a friendly nation, Mexico, with an armed force from American soil. Why should intelligent men take up arms against a republic? Why should they come to the United States to prepare for their military maneuvers? I talked with those Mexican prisoners. They assured me that at one time they had peacefully agitated in their own country for a peaceful and constitutional overthrow of the persons in control of their government. But for that very thing, they declared, they had been imprisoned and their property had been destroyed. Secret police had dogged their steps. Their lives had been threatened, and countless methods had been used to prevent them from carrying on their work. Finally, hunted as outlaws beyond the national boundaries, denied the rights of free speech, press, and assembly, denied the right peaceably to organize to bring about political changes. They had resorted to the only alternative, arms. Why had they wished to overturn their government? Because it had set aside the Constitution, because it had abolished those civic rights which all enlightened men agree are necessary for the unfolding of a nation, because it had dispossessed the common people of their lands, because it had converted free laborers into serfs, peons, and some of them even into slaves. Slavery? Do you mean to tell me that there is any real slavery left in the Western Hemisphere? I scoffed. Bah! You were talking like an American socialist. You mean wage slavery, or slavery to miserable conditions of livelihood. You don't mean chattel slavery. But those poor Mexican exiles refused to give ground. Yes, slavery, they said, chattel slavery. Men, women, and children brought and sold like mules, just like mules. And like mules, they belong to their masters. They are slaves. Human beings bought and sold like mules in America and in the 20th century. Well, I told myself, if it's true, I'm going to see it. So it was that early in September 1908, I crossed the Rio Grande, bound for my first trip through the backyards of Old Mexico. Upon this first trip, I was accompanied by El Gutierrez de Lara, a Mexican of distinguished family, whose acquaintance I had made also in Los Angeles. De Lara was opposed to the existing government in Mexico, which fact my critics have pointed out as evidence of bias in my investigations. On the contrary, I did not depend on De Lara or any other biased source for my information, but took every precaution to arrive at the exact truth, and by as many different avenues as practicable. Every essential fact which I put down here in regard to the slavery of Mexico, I saw with my own eyes or heard with my own ears, and heard usually from those individuals who would be most likely to minimize their cruelties, the slave drivers themselves. Nevertheless, to the credit of De Lara, I must say that he gave me most important aid in gathering my material. By his knowledge of the country and the people, by his genius as a mixer, and above all, through his personal acquaintance with valuable sources of information all over the country, men on the inside, I was enabled to see and hear things which are practically inaccessible to the ordinary investigator. Slavery in Mexico. Yes, I found it. I found it first in Yucatan. The peninsula of Yucatan is an elbow of Central America, which shoots off in a northeasterly direction almost halfway to Florida. It belongs to Mexico, and its area of some 80,000 square miles is almost equally divided among the states of Yucatan and Campeche and the territory of Quintana Roo. The coast of Yucatan, which comprises the north-central part of the peninsula, is about 1,000 miles directly south of New Orleans. The surface of the state is almost solid rock, so nearly solid that it is usually impossible to plant a tree without first blasting a hole to receive the shoot and make a place for the roots. Yet this naturally barren land is more densely populated than is our own United States. More than that, within 1/4 of the territory, 3/4 of the people live, and the density of the population runs to nearly 75 per square mile. The secret of these peculiar conditions is that the soil and the climate of northern Yucatan happen to be perfectly adapted to the production of that hardy species of century plant, which produces henequen, or sisal hemp. Hence we find the city of Merida, a beautiful modern city claiming a population of 60,000 people, and surrounding it, supporting it, vast henequen plantations on which the rows of gigantic green plants extend for miles and miles. The farms are so large that each has a little city of its own, inhabited by from 500 to 2,500 people, according to the size of the farm. The owners of these great farms are the chief slaveholders of Yucatan. The inhabitants of the little cities are the slaves. The annual export of henequen from Yucatan approximates 250 million pounds. The population of Yucatan is about 300,000. The Slaveholders Club numbers 250 members, but the vast majority of the lands and the slaves are concentrated in the hands of 50 henequen kings. The slaves number more than 100,000. In order to secure the truth in its greatest purity from the lips of the masters of the slaves, I went among them, playing a part. Long before I put my feet upon the white sands of Progreso, the port of Yucatan, I had heard how visiting investigators are bought or blinded, how, if they cannot be bought, they are wined and dined and filled with falsehood, then taken over a route previously prepared, fooled, in short, so completely that they go away half believing that the slaves are not slaves, that the 100,000 half-starving, overworked, degraded bondsmen are perfectly happy and so contented with their lot that it would be a shame indeed to yield to them the freedom and security which, in all humanity, is the rightful share of every human being born upon the earth. The part which I played in Yucatan was that of an investor with much money to sink in Hennequin properties, and as such I was warmly welcomed by the Hennequin kings. I was rather fortunate in going to Yucatan when I did. Until the panic of 1907, it was a well-understood and unanimously approved policy of the Cámara de Agricola, the planters' organization, that foreigners should not be allowed to invade the Hennequin business. This was partly because the profits of the business were huge, and the rich Yucatecos wanted to hog it all for themselves, but more especially because they feared that through foreigners, the story of their misdeeds might become known to the world. But the panic of 1907 wiped out the world's Hennequin market for a time. The planters were a company of little Rockefellers, but they needed ready cash, and they were willing to take it from anyone who came. Hence, my imaginary money was the open sesame to their club and to their farms. I not only discussed every phase of Hennequin production with the kings themselves, and while they were off their guard, but I observed thousands of slaves under their normal conditions. Chief among the Hennequin kings of Yucatan is Olegario Molina, former governor of the state and secretary of Fomento, public promotion of Mexico. Molina's holdings of lands in Yucatan and Quintana Roo aggregate 15 million acres, or 23,000 square miles, a small kingdom in itself. The 50 kings live in costly palaces in Merida, and many of them have homes abroad. They travel a great deal. Usually they speak several different languages, and they and their families are a most cultivated class of people. All Merida and all Yucatan, even all the peninsula of Yucatan, are dependent on the 50 Hennequin kings. Naturally, these men are in control of the political machinery of their state, and naturally, they operate that machinery for their own benefit. The slaves are 8,000 Yaqui Indians imported from Sonora, 3,000 Chinese, Koreans, and between 100,000 and 125,000 native Mayas, who formerly owned the lands that the Hennequin kings now own. The Maya people, indeed, form about 95% of the population of Yucatan. Even the majority of the 50 Hennequin kings are Mayas, crossed with the blood of Spain. The Mayas are Indians, and yet they are not Indians. They are not like the Indians of the United States, and they are called Indians only because their homes were in the Western Hemisphere when the Europeans came. The Mayas had a civilization of their own when the Europeans discovered them, and it was a civilization admittedly as high as that of the most advanced Aztecs or the Incas of Peru. The Mayas are a peculiar people. They look like no other people on the face of the earth. They are not like other Mexicans. They are not like Americans. They are not like Chinamen. They are not like East Indians. They are not like Turks. Yet one might very easily imagine that fusion of all these 5 widely different peoples might produce a people much like the Mayas. They are not large in stature, but their features are remarkably finely chiseled, and their bodies give a strong impression of elegance and grace. Their skins are olive, their foreheads high, their faces slightly aquiline. The women of all classes in Merida wear long, flowing white gowns, unbound at the waist and embroidered about the hem, and perhaps also about the bust in some bright color, green, blue, or purple. In the warm evenings, a military band plays, and hundreds of comely women and girls thus alluringly attired, mingle among the fragrant flowers, the art statues and the tropical greenery of the city plaza. The planters do not call their chattel slaves. They call them people or laborers, especially when speaking to strangers. But when speaking confidentially, they have said to me, yes, they are slaves. But I did not accept the word slavery from the people of Yucatan, though they were the holders of the slaves themselves. The proof of the fact is to be found not in the name, but in the conditions thereof. Slavery is the ownership of the body of a man, an ownership so absolute that the body can be transferred to another, an ownership that gives to the owner a right to take the products of that body, to starve it, to chastise it at will, to kill it with impunity. Such is slavery in the extreme sense. Such is slavery as I found it in Yucatan. The masters of Yucatan do not call their system slavery. They call it enforced service with debt. We do not consider that we own our laborers. We consider that they are in debt to us. And we do not consider that we buy and sell them. We consider that we transfer the debt, and the man goes with the debt. This is the way Don Enrique Camarasa Valle, president of the Cámara de Agricola de Yucatan, explained the attitude of the Henequin kings in the matter. Slavery is against the law. We do not call it slavery. Various planters assured me again and again. But the fact that it is not service with debt is proven by the habit of transferring the slaves from one master to another, not on any basis of debt, but on the basis of the market price of a man. In figuring on the purchase of a plantation, I always had to figure on paying cash for the slaves, exactly the same as for the land, the machinery, and the cattle. 400 Mexican dollars apiece was the prevailing price, and that is what the planters usually asked me. If you buy now, you buy at a very good time, I was told again and again. The panic has put the price down. 1 year ago, the price of each man was $1,000. The Yaquis are transferred on exactly the same basis as the Mayas, the market price of a slave, and yet all people of Yucatan know that the planters pay only $65 apiece to the government for each Yaqui. I was offered for $400 each Yaquis, who had not been in the country a month, and consequently had had no opportunity of rolling up a debt that would account for the difference in price. Moreover, one of the planters told me, we don't allow the Yaquis to get in debt to us. It would be absurd to suppose that the reason the price was uniform was because all the slaves were equally in debt. I probed this matter a little by inquiring into the details of the selling transaction. You get the photograph and identification papers with the man, said one, and that's all. You get the identification papers and the account of the debt, said another. We don't keep much account of the debt, said a third, because it doesn't matter after you've got possession of the man. The man and the identification papers are enough, said another. If your man runs away, the papers are all the authorities require for you to get him back again. Whatever the debt, it takes the market price to get him free again, a fifth told me. Conflicting as some of these answers are, they all tend to show one thing, that the debt counts for nothing after the debtor passes into the hands of the planter. Whatever the debt, it takes the marketplace to get the debtor free again. Even then, I thought, it would not be so bad if the servant had an opportunity of working out the price and buying back his freedom. Even some of our Negro slaves before the Civil War were permitted, by exceptionally lenient masters, to do that. But I found that such was not the custom. You need have no fear in purchasing this plantation, said one planter to me, of the laborers being able to buy their freedom and leave you. They can never do that. The only man in the country whom I heard of as having ever permitted a slave to buy his freedom was a professional man of Merida, an architect. I bought a laborer for $1,000, he explained to me. He was a good man, and helped me a lot about my office. After I got to liking him, I credited him with so much wages per week. After 8 years, I owed him the full $1,000, so I let him go. But they never do that on the plantations. Never. Thus I learned that the debt feature of the enforced service does not alleviate the hardships of the slave by making it easier for him to free himself. Neither does it affect the conditions of his sale or his complete subjection to his master. On the other hand, I found that the one particular which this debt element does play an actual part in the destiny of the unfortunate of Yucatan militates against him instead of operating in his favor. For it is by means of debt that the Yucatan slave driver gets possession of the free laborers of his realm to replenish the overworked and underfed, the overbeaten, the dying slaves of his plantation. How were the slaves recruited? Don Joaquin Peon informed me that the Maya slaves die off faster than they are born, and Don Enrique Camara Zavala told me that 2/3 of the Yaquis died during the first year of their residence in the country. Hence the problem of recruiting the slaves seemed to me a very serious one. Of course, the Yaquis were coming in at the rate of 500 per month, yet I hardly thought that influx would be sufficient to equal the tide of life that was going out by death. I was right in that surmise, so I was informed, but I was also informed that the problem of recruits was not so difficult after all. It is very easy, one planter told me. All that is necessary is that you get some free labor in debt to you, and then you have him. Yes, we are always getting new laborers in that way. The amount of the debt does not matter, so long as it is a debt, and the little transaction is arranged by men who combine the functions of money lender and slave broker. Some of them have offices in Merida, and they get the free laborers, clerks, and the poorer class of people generally into debt, just as professional loan sharks of America get clerks, mechanics, and office men into debt, by playing on their needs and tempting them. Were those American clerks, mechanics, and officemen residents of Yucatan, instead of being merely hounded by a loan shark, they would be sold into slavery for all time. They and their children, and their children's children, on to the third and fourth generation, and even farther, on to such a time as some political change puts a stop to the conditions of slavery altogether in Mexico. These money-lending slave brokers of Merida do not hang out signs and announce to the world that they have slaves to sell. They do their business quietly, as people who are comparatively safe in their occupation, but as people who do not wish to endanger their business by too great publicity, like police-protected gambling houses in an American city, for example. These slave sharks were mentioned to me by the Hennequin kings themselves, cautiously by them as a rule. Other old residents of Yucatan explained their methods in detail. I was curious to visit one of these brokers and talk with him about purchasing a lot of slaves, but I was advised against it and was told that they would not talk to a foreigner until the latter had established himself in the community and otherwise proved his good faith. These men buy and sell slaves, and the planters buy and sell slaves. I was offered slaves in lots of one up by the planters. I was told that I could buy a man or a woman, a boy or a girl, or 1,000 of any of them, to do with them exactly as I wished, that the police would protect me in my possession of those, my fellow beings. Slaves are not only used on the Hennequin plantations, but in the city as personal servants, as laborers, as household drudges, as prostitutes. How many of these persons there are in the city of Merida, I do not know, though I heard many stories of the absolute power exercised over them. Certainly the number is several thousand. So we see that the debt element in Yucatan not only does not palliate the condition of the slave, but rather makes it harder. It increases his extremity, for while it does not help him to climb out of his pit, it reaches out its tentacles and drags down his brother too. The portion of the people of Yucatan who are born free possess no inalienable right to their freedom. They are free only by virtue of their being prosperous. Let a family, however virtuous, however worthy, however cultivated, fall into misfortune. Let the parents fall into debt and be unable to pay the debt, and the whole family is liable to pass into the hands of a Henequen planter. Through debt, the dying slaves of the farms are replaced by the unsuccessful wage workers of the cities. Why do the Henequen kings call their system enforced service for debt instead of by its right name? Probably for two reasons. Because the system is the outgrowth of a milder system of actual service for debt, and because of the prejudice against the word slavery, both among Mexicans and foreigners. Service for debt is a milder form that is found in Yucatan, exists all over Mexico, and is called peonage. Under this system, police authorities everywhere recognize the right of an employer to take the body of a laborer who is in debt to him and to compel the laborer to work out the debt. Of course, once the employer can compel the laborer to work, he can compel him to work at his own terms, and that means that he can work him on such terms as it will never permit the laborer to extricate himself from his debt. Such is the peonage as it exists throughout all Mexico. In the last analysis, it is slavery, but the employers control the police, and the fictional distinction is kept up all the same. Slavery is peonage carried to its greatest possible extreme, and the reason we find the extreme in Yucatan is that, while in some other sections of Mexico, a fraction of the ruling interests are opposed to peonage, and consequently exert a modifying influence upon it. In Yucatan, all the ruling interests are in Henequen. The cheaper the worker, the higher the profits for all. The peon becomes a chattel slave. End of section 1. Section 2 of Barbarous Mexico. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Barbarous Mexico by John Kenneth Turner. Chapter 1, The Slaves of Yucatan, Part 2. The Henequen kings of Yucatan seek to excuse their system of slavery by denominating it enforced service for debt. Slavery is against the law, they say. It is against the Constitution. When a thing is abolished by your Constitution, it works more smoothly if called by another name. But the fact is, service to debt is just as unconstitutional in Mexico as chattel slavery. The plea of the Henequen king of keeping within the law is entirely without foundation. A comparison of the following two clauses from the Mexican Constitution will show that the two systems are in the same class. Article 1, Section 1. In the Republic, all are born free. Slaves who set foot upon the national territory recover, by that act alone, their liberty and have a right to the protection of the laws. Article 5, Section 1, Amendment. No one shall be compelled to do personal work without just compensation and without his full consent. The state shall not permit any contract, covenant, or agreement to be carried out having for its object the abridgment, loss, or irrevocable sacrifice of the liberty of a man, whether by reason of labor, education, or religious vows. Nor shall any compact be tolerated in which a man agrees to his proscription or exile. So the slave business in Yucatan, whatever name may be applied to it, is still unconstitutional. On the other hand, if the policy of the present government is to be taken as the law of the land, the slave business of Mexico is legal. In that sense, the Henequen kings obey the law. Whether they are righteous in doing so, I will leave to hair splitters in morality. Whatever the decision may be, right or wrong, It does not change for better or for worse the pitiful misery in which I found the hemp laborers of Yucatan. The slaves of Yucatan get no money. They are half starved. They are worked almost to death. They are beaten. A large percentage of them are locked up every night in a house resembling a jail. If they are sick, they must still work, and if they are so sick that it is impossible for them to work, they are seldom permitted the services of a physician. The women are compelled to marry men of their own plantation only, and sometimes are compelled to marry certain men not of their choice. There are no schools for the children. Indeed, the entire lives of these people are ordered at the whim of a master, and if the master wishes to kill them, he may do so with impunity. I heard numerous stories of slaves being beaten to death, but I never heard of an instance in which the murderer was punished or even arrested. The police, the public prosecutors, and the judges know exactly what is expected of them, for the men who appoint them are the planters themselves, the jefe politicos, the rulers of the political districts corresponding to our counties, who are as truly czars of the districts as Diaz is the czar of all Mexico, are invariably either henequen planters or employees of henequen planters. The first mention of corporal punishment for the slaves was made to me by one of the members of the Camara, a large, portly fellow with the bearing of an opera singer and a white diamond, shining at me like a sun from his slab-like shirt front. He told a story, and as he told it, he laughed. I laughed too, but in a little different way. I could not help feeling that the story was made to order to fit strangers. Oh yes, we have to punish them, said the fat king of Henequen. We even are compelled to whip the house servants of the city. It is their nature. They demand it. A friend of mine, a very mild man, had a woman servant who was always wishing to serve somebody else. My friend finally sold the woman, and some months later he met her on the street and asked her how she liked her new master. Finally, she answered. Finally. You see, my master is a very rough man, and he beats me nearly every day. The philosophy of beating was made very clear to me by Don Felipe G. Canton, secretary of the Camara. It is necessary to whip them. Oh yes, very necessary, he told me, with a smile. But there is no other way to make them do what you wish. What other means is there of enforcing the discipline of the farm? If we did not whip them, they would do nothing. I could make no reply. I could think of no ground upon which to assail Don Felipe's logic. For what, pray, can be done to a chattel slave to make him work but to beat him? With the wage worker you have the fear of discharge, or the reduction of wages to hold over his head, and make him toe the mark. But the chattel slave would welcome discharge, and as to reducing his food supply, you don't dare to do that, or you kill him outright. At least, that is the case in Yucatan. One of the first sights we saw on a Henequen plantation was the beating of a slave, a formal beating before the assembled toilers of the ranch early in the morning just after the daily roll call. The slave was taken on the back of a huge Chinaman and given 15 lashes across the bare back with a heavy wet rope, lashes so lustily delivered that the blood ran down the victim's body. This method of beating is an ancient one in Yucatan, and is the customary one on all the plantations for boys, and all except the heaviest men. Women are required to kneel to be beaten, as sometimes are men of great weight. Men and women are beaten in the fields as well as in the morning roll call. Each foreman, or capataz, carries a heavy cane with which he punches and prods and whacks the slaves at will. I do not remember visiting a single field in which I did not see some of this punching and prodding and whacking going on. I saw no punishments worse than beating in Yucatan, but I heard of them. I was told of men being strung up by their fingers or toes to be beaten. of their being thrust into black dungeon-like holes, of water being dropped on the hand until the victim screamed, of the extremity of female punishment being found in some outrage, to the sense of the modesty in the woman. I saw black holes, and everywhere I saw the jail dormitories, armed guards and night guards who patrolled the outskirts of the farm settlements while the slaves slept. I heard also of planters who took special delight in personally superintending the beating of their chattels. For example, speaking of one of the richest planters in Yucatan, a professional man of Merida said to me, a favorite pastime of blank was to sit on his horse and watch the cleaning up, the punishment of his slaves. He would strike a match to light his cigar. At the first puff of smoke, the first stroke of the wet rope would fall on the bare back of the victim. He would smoke on, leisurely, contentedly, as the blows fell, one after another. When the entertainment finally palled on him, he would throw away his cigar, and the man with the rope would stop, for the end of the cigar was the signal for the end of the beating. The great plantations of Yucatan are reached by private mule car lines, built and operated specially for the business of the Henequen kings. The first plantation that we visited was typical. Situated 15 miles west of Merida, it contains 36 square miles of land, 1/4 of it in Henequen, part of the rest in pasture and a part unreclaimed. In the center of the plantation is the farm settlement, consisting of a grass-grown patio, or yard, surrounding which are the main farm buildings, the store, the factory, the house of the administrator, or general manager, the house of the mayordomo primero, or superintendent, the houses of the mayordomos secondos, or overseers, and the little chapel. Behind these are the corrals, the drying yard, the stable, the jail dormitory. Finally, surrounding all are the rows of one-room huts, set in little patches of ground, in which reside the married slaves and their families. Here we found 1,500 slaves and about 30 bosses of various degrees. 30 of the slaves were Koreans, and about 200 were Yaquis, and the rest were Mayas. The Maya slaves, to my eyes, differed from the free Mayas I had seen in the city, principally in their clothing and their general unkempt and overworked appearance. Certainly they were of the same clay. Their clothing was poor and ragged, yet generally clean. The women wore calico, the men the thin, unbleached cotton shirt and trousers of the tropics, the trousers being often rolled to the knees. Their hats were of coarse straw or grass, their feet always bare. 700 of the slaves are able-bodied men, the rest women and children. 380 of the men are married and live with their families in the one-room huts. These huts are set in little patches of ground 144 feet square, which, rocky and barren as they are cultivated to some small purpose by the women and children. In addition to the product of their barren garden patch, each family receives daily credit at the plantation store for 25 centavos, or 12.5 cents worth of merchandise. No money is paid. It is all in credit, and the same system prevails on about 1/2 the plantations. The other half merely deal out rations. It amounts to the same thing, but some of the planters stick to the money credit system merely in order to keep up the pretense of paying wages. I priced some of the goods at the store. Corn, beans, salt, peppers, clothing, and blankets was about all there was, and found that the prices were high. I could not understand how a family could live on 12.5 cents worth of it each day, a hard-working family especially. The slaves rise from their beds when the big bell in the patio rings at 3:45 o'clock in the morning, and their work begins as soon thereafter as they can get to it. Their work in the fields ends when it is too dark to see, and about the yards it sometimes extends until long into the night. The principal labor of the plantation is harvesting the henequen leaves and cleaning the weeds from between the plants. Each slave is given a certain number of leaves to cut or plants to clean, and it is the policy of the planter to make the stint so hard that the slave is compelled to call out his wife and children to help him. Thus nearly all the women and children of the plantation spend a part of the day in the field. The unmarried women spend all the day in the field, and when a boy reaches the age of 12, he is considered to be a man and is given a stint of his own to do. Sundays, the slaves do not work for the master. They spend their time in their patches, rest or visit. Sunday is the day on which the youths and maidens meet and plan to marry. Sometimes they are even permitted to go off the farm and meet the slaves of their neighbor, but never are they permitted to marry the people of other plantations, for this would necessitate the purchase of either the wife or the husband by one or the other of the two owners, and that would involve too much trouble. Such are the conditions in general that prevail on all the plantations of Yucatan. We spent 2 days and 2 nights on the plantation called San Antonio Yaquis, and became thoroughly acquainted with its system and its people. Not only do not the owners of the great henequen farms of Yucatan live on their farms, but neither do the managers. Like the owners, the managers have their homes and offices in Merida, and visit the plantations only from 2 to half a dozen times a month. The mayordomo primera is ordinarily the supreme ruler of the plantation, but when the manager, or administrator, heaves in sight, the mayordomo primero becomes a very insignificant personage indeed. At least that was the case on San Antonio Yaquis. The big mayordomo was compelled to bow and scrape before the boss, just as were the lesser foremen, and at mealtime Manuel Rios, the administrator, I and my companion, the latter much to the disgust of Rios, who looked upon him as an underling, dined alone in state while the mayordomo hovered in the background, ready to fly away instantly to do our bidding. At the first meal, and it was the best I had in all Mexico, I felt strongly impelled to invite Mr. Mayordomo to sit down and have something. I did not do it, and afterwards I was glad that I did not, for before I left the ranch, I realized what an awful breach of etiquette I would have been guilty of. In the fields, we found gangs of men and boys, some gangs hoeing the weeds from between the gigantic plants, and some sawing off the big leaves with machetes. The harvest of the leaves goes on unceasing all 12 months of the year, and during the cycle every plant on the farm is gone over 4 times. 12 leaves are usually clipped, the 12 largest, the 30 smallest being left to mature for another 3 months. The workman chops off the leaf at its root, trims the sharp briars off the 2 edges, trims the spear-like tip, counts the leaves left on the plant, counts the leaves he is cutting, piles his leaves into bundles, and finally carries the bundles to the end of his row, where they are carted away on a movable track mule car line. I found the ground uneven and rocky, a punishment for the feet, the henequen leaves thorny and treacherous, and the air thick, hot and choking, though the season was considered a cool one. The ragged, barefooted harvesters worked steadily, carefully, and with the speed of better-paid laborers who work by the piece. They were working by the piece, too, the reward being immunity from the lash. Here and there among them I saw tired-looking women and children, sometimes little girls as young as 8 or 10. 2,000 leaves a day is the usual stint on San Antonio Yaquis. On other plantations, I was told that it is sometimes as high as 3,000. The henequen leaves, once cut, are carted to a large building in the midst of the farm settlement, where they are hoisted in an elevator and sent tumbling down a long chute and into the stripping machine. Here, hungry steel teeth tear the tough, thick leaves to pieces, and the result is 2 products, a green powder, which is refuse, and long strands of greenish hair-like fiber, which is henequen. The fiber is sent on a tramway to the drying yard, where it turns the color of the sun. Then it is trammed back, pressed into bales, and a few days or weeks later the observer will see it at Progreso, the port of Yucatan, 25 miles north of Merida, being loaded into a steamship flying the British flag. The United States buys nearly all the henequen of Yucatan. Our cordage trust, an alleged concern of Standard Oil, absorbing more than half of the entire product. 8 centavos per pound was the 1908 price received for sisal hemp in the bale. One slave dealer told me that the production cost no more than 1. About the machinery, we found many small boys working. In the drying yard, we found boys and men. All of the latter impressed me with their listless movements and their haggard, feverish faces. This was explained by the foreman in charge. When the men are sick, we let them work here, he said, on half pay. Such was the men's hospital. The hospital for the women we discovered in a basement of one of the main buildings. It was simply a row of windowless, earthen floor rooms, half dungeons, in each of which lay one woman on a bare board, without a blanket to soften it. More than 300 of the able-bodied slaves spend the nights in a large structure of stone and mortar, surrounded by a solid wall 12 feet high, which is topped with the sharp edges of thousands of broken glass bottles. To this enclosure there is but one door, and at it stands a guard armed with a club, a sword, and a pistol. These are the quarters of the unmarried men of the plantation, Mayas, Yaquis, and Chinese, also of the half-timers, slaves whom the plantation uses only about half of the year, married men, some of them, whose families live in little settlements bordering on the farm. These half-timers are found on only about 1/3 of the plantations, and they are a class which has been created entirely for the convenience of the masters. They become full-timers at the option of the masters and are then permitted to keep their families on the plantations. They are compelled to work longer than half the year if they are wanted, and during the time when they are not working, they are not permitted to go away on a hunt for other work. Generally, their year's labor is divided into 2 sections, 3 months in the spring and 3 in the fall, and during that period they cannot go to visit their families. They are always kept in jail at night. They are fed by the farm, and their credit of 12 1/2 cents per day is kept back and doled out to their families a little at a time to prevent starvation. A moment's figuring will show that the yearly credit for a half-timer who works 6 months is $22.50, and that is all, absolutely all, that the family of the half-time slave has to live on each year. Inside the large one-room building within the stone wall at San Antonio Yaquis, we found, swinging so close that they touched one another, more than 300 rope hammocks. This was the sleeping place of the half-timers and the unmarried full-timers. We entered the enclosure just at dusk, as the toilers, wiping the sweat from their foreheads, came filing in. Behind the dormitory we found half a dozen women working over some crude open-air stoves. Like half-starved wolves, the ragged workers ringed about the simple kitchen. Grimy hands went out to receive their meed of supper, and standing there the miserable creatures ate. I sampled the supper of the slaves. That is, I sampled a part of it with my tongue, and the rest, which my nostrils warned me not to sample with my tongue, I sampled with my nostrils. The meal consisted of 2 large corn tortillas, the bread of the poor of Mexico, a cup of boiled beans, unflavored, and a bowl of fish, putrid, stinking fish that reeked with an odor that stuck in my system for days. How could they ever eat it? Ah, well, to vary a weary, unending row of meals consisting of only beans and tortillas, a time must come when the most refined palate will water to the touch of something different, though that something is fish, which offends the heavens with its rottenness. Beans, tortillas, fish. I suppose that they can at least keep alive on it, I told myself, provided they do no worse at the other 2 meals. By the way, I turned to the administrator, who was showing us about. What did they get at the other 2 meals? The other 2 meals? The administrator was puzzled. The other 2 meals? Why, there aren't any others. This is the only meal they have. Beans, tortillas, fish once a day, and a dozen hours under the hottest sun that ever shone. But no, the administrator corrected himself. They do get something else, something very fine too, something that they can carry to the field with them and eat when they wish. Here is one now. At this he picked up from one of the tables of the women a something about the size of 2 small fists and handed it to me triumphantly. I took the round, soggy mass in my fingers, pinched, smelled, and tasted it. It proved to be corn dough, half fermented and patted into a ball. This, then, was the other 2 meals. The rest of the substance, besides beans, tortillas, and decayed fish, which sustained the toilets throughout the long day. I turned to a young Maya who was carefully picking a fishbone. Which would you rather be, I asked of him, a half-timer or a full-timer? A full-timer, he replied promptly, and then in a lower tone, they work us until we are ready to fall. Then they throw us away to get strong again. If they work the full-timers like they work us, they would die. We come to work gladly, said another young Maya, because we're starved to it. But before the end of the first week, we want to run away. That is why they lock us up at night. Why don't you run away when you're free to do it, I asked. When they turn you out, I mean. The administrator had stepped away to scold a woman. It's no use, answered the man earnestly. They always get us. Everybody is against us, and there is no place to hide. They keep our faces on photographs, said another. They always get us and give us a cleaning up. Beating, besides. When we're here, we want to run away, but when they turn us out, we know that it's no use. I was afterwards to learn how admirably the Yucatan country is adapted to preventing the escape of runaways. No fruits or eatable herbs grow wild in that rocky land. There are no springs and no place where a person can dig a well without a rock drill and dynamite. So every runaway, in time, finds his way to a plantation or to the city, and at either place he is caught and held for identification. A free laborer who does not carry papers to prove that he is free is always liable to be locked up and put to much trouble to prove that he is not a runaway slave. Yucatan has been compared to Russia's Siberia. Siberia, Mexican political refugees have told me, is hell frozen over. Yucatan is hell aflame. But I did not see many points in common between the 2 countries. True, the Yaquis are exiles in a sense, and political exiles at that, but they are also slaves. The political exiles of Russia are not slaves. According to Kenneth, they are permitted to take their families with them, to choose their own abode, to live their own life, and are often given a small monthly stipend on which to live. I could not imagine Siberia as being as bad as Yucatan. The Yucatan slave gets no hour for lunch, as does the American ranch hand. He goes to the field in the morning twilight, eating his lump of sourdough on the way. He picks up his machete and attacks the first thorny leaf as soon as it is light enough to see the thorns, and he never lays down that machete until the twilight of the evening. 2,000 of the big green leaves a day is his stint, and besides cutting, trimming, and piling them, he must count them, and he must count the number of leaves on each plant and be sure that he does not count too many nor too few. Each plant is supposed to grow just 36 new leaves a year. 12 of these, the 12 largest, are cut every 4 months. But whatever the number cut, just 30 leaves must be left after the clipping. If the slave leaves 31 or 29, he is beaten. If he fails to cut his 2,000, he is beaten. If he trims his leaves raggedly, he is beaten. If he is late at roll call, he is beaten. and he is beaten for any other little shortcoming that any of the bosses may imagine that he detects in his character or in his makeup. Siberia? To my mind, Siberia is a foundling asylum compared to Yucatan. Over and over again, I have compared in my mind the condition of the slaves of Yucatan with what I have read of the slaves of our southern states before the Civil War, and always the result has been in favor of the black man. Our slaves of the South were almost always well fed. As a rule, they were not overworked. On many plantations, they were rarely beaten. It was usual to give them a little spending money now and then, and to allow them to leave the plantation at least once a week. Like the slaves of Yucatan, they were cattle of the ranch, but unlike the former, they were treated as well as cattle. In the South before the war, there were not so many plantations, where the Negroes died faster than they were born. The lives of our black slaves were not so hard, but they could laugh sometimes and sing. But the slaves of Yucatan do not sing. I shall never forget my last day in Merida. Merida is probably the cleanest and most beautiful little city in all Mexico. It might even challenge comparison in its white prettiness with any other in the world. The municipality has extended vast sums on paving, on parks, and on public buildings, and over and above this, the Hennequin kings, not long since, made up a rich purse for improvements extraordinary. My last afternoon and evening in Yucatan, I spent riding and walking about the wealthy residence section of Merida. Americans might expect to find nothing of art and architecture down on this rocky Central American peninsula, but Merida has its million-dollar palaces like New York, and it has miles of them set in miraculous gardens. Wonderful Mexican palaces, wonderful Mexican gardens, a wonderful fairyland conjured out of slavery of Mayas and of Yaquis. Among the Yucatan slaves, there are 10 Mayas to 1 Yaqui, but of the two, the story of the Yaquis appealed to me the more. The Mayas are dying in their own land and with their own people. The Yaquis are exiles. They are dying in a strange land. They are dying faster, and they are dying alone, away from their families, for every Yaqui family sent to Yucatan is broken up on the way. Husbands and wives are torn apart, and babes are taken from their mothers' breasts. End of section 2.
Section 3 of Barbarous Mexico. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by David S. Ingram. Barbarous Mexico by John Kenneth Turner. Chapter 2. The Extermination of the Yaquis. My real purpose in journeying to Yucatan was to find out what became of the Yaqui Indians of Sonora. In common with thousands of other Americans who have lived for years in our southwest and near the borderline of Mexico, I knew something of the sufferings of the Yaquis in their native state, of the means which had been taken to stir them to revolt, of the confiscation of their lands, of the methods of extermination employed by the army, of the indignation voiced by the decent element of Sonora, finally of President Diaz's sweeping order of deportation. I knew that the order of deportation was being carried out, that hundreds of families were being gathered up monthly and sent away into exile, but what fate was awaiting them there at the end of that exile road? The answer was always vague, indefinite, unsatisfactory. Even well-informed Mexicans of their country's metropolis could not tell me. After the Yaqui exiles sailed from the port of Veracruz, the curtain dropped upon them. I went to Yucatan in order to witness, if possible, the final act in the life drama of the Yaqui nation, and I witnessed it. The Yaquis are being exterminated, and exterminated fast. There is no room for controversy as to that. The only controversy relates to whether or not the Yaquis deserve to be exterminated. It is undoubtedly true that a portion of their number have persistently refused to accept the destiny that the government has marked out for them. On the other hand, there are those who assert that the Yaquis are as worthy as other Mexicans and deserve as much consideration at the hands of their rulers. The extermination of the Yaquis began in war. Its finish is being accomplished in deportation and slavery. The Yaquis are called Indians. Like the Mayas of Yucatan, they are Indians and yet they are not Indians. In the United States we would not call them Indians, for they are workers. As far back as their history can be traced, they have never been savages. They have been an agricultural people. They tilled the soil, discovered and developed mines, constructed systems of irrigation, built adobe towns, maintained public schools, had an organized government and their own mint. When the Spanish missionaries came among them, they were in possession of practically the whole of that vast territory south of Arizona which today comprises the state of Sonora. They are the best workers in Sonora. Colonel Francisco B. Cruz, the very man who has charge of their deportation to Yucatan, and of whom I will have more to say later, told me, "One Yaqui laborer is worth 2 ordinary Americans and 3 ordinary Mexicans," E.F. Trout, a Sonora mine foreman, told me. "They are the strongest, soberest, and most reliable people in Mexico," another one told me. "The government is taking our best workmen away from us and destroying the prosperity of the state," said another. "The government says it wants to open up the Yaqui country for settlers," S.R. DeLong, secretary of the Arizona Historical Society and an old resident of Sonora, told me, "but it is my opinion that the Yaquis themselves are the best settlers that can possibly be found." Such expressions are heard very frequently in Sonora, in the border states, and in border publications. The Yaqui certainly has an admirable physical development. During my journeys in Mexico, I learned to pick him out at a glance, by his broad shoulders, his deep chest, his sinewy legs, his rugged face. The typical Yaqui is almost a giant, the race a race of athletes. Perhaps that is just the reason why he has not bent his head in submission to the will of the masters of Mexico. American mine owners and railroad men of Sonora are repeatedly complaining against the deportation of the Yaquis, and it is because they are such good workmen. Another matter which I have heard much remarked about by border Americans is the regard of the so-called renegade or fighting Yaquis for the property of Americans and other foreigners. When the Yaquis first took up arms against the present government some 25 years ago, they did so because of a definite grievance. Usually they fought on the defensive. Driven to the mountains, they have been compelled at times to sally forth and plunder for their stomach's sake. But for many years it was known to all men that they seldom attacked Americans or any people but Mexicans, and for a long time they never committed any depredations on railroads or railroad property, which in Sonora has always been American. The origin of the Yaqui troubles is generally attributed to a plot on the part of a number of politicians, the purpose being to get possession of the rich lands in southern Sonora, which the Yaquis had held for hundreds of years. For 24 years past, the only governors Sonora has had have been Ramon Corral, now Diaz's vice president, Rafael Isabel, and Luis Torres. These 3 have rotated in office, as it were, for more than a generation. As no popular elections were held at all, these 3 friends had absolutely no one to answer to except President Diaz, and their authority in Sonora has been practically absolute. The Yaquis seem to have had a pretty good title to their lands when Corral, Isabel, and Torres came upon the scene. At the time of the Spanish conquest, they were a nation of from 1 to 200,000 people, supposed by some authorities to have been offshoots from the Aztecs. The Spanish were never able to subdue them completely, and after 250 troublous years a peace was entered into whereby the Yaquis gave up a part of their territory, and as acknowledgment of their rightful ownership of the rest of it, the King of Spain gave them a patent signed by his own hand. This was nearly 150 years ago, but the royal patent was honored by every ruler and chief executive of Mexico down to Diaz. During all that time the Yaquis were at peace with the world. Their reputation as a naturally peaceful nation was established. It remained for the government of Diaz to stir them into war. During these years of peace, the Yaquis became part and parcel of the Mexican nation. They lived like other Mexicans. They had their own personal farms, their own homes, and they paid taxes on their property like other Mexicans. During the war against Maximilian, they sent soldiers to help Mexico, and many of them distinguished themselves by brilliant service. But the Yaquis were goaded into war. The men at the head of the government of Sonora wanted the Yaqui lands. Moreover, they saw an opportunity for graft in bringing a large body of soldiers into the state, so they harassed the Yaquis. They sent bogus surveyors through the Yaqui Valley to mark out the land and tell the people that the government had decided to give it to foreigners. They confiscated $80,000 in a bank belonging to Chief Cajeme. Finally, they sent armed men to arrest Cajeme, and when the latter could not find him, they set fire to his house and to those of his neighbors, and assaulted the women of the village, even Kajeme's wife not being respected. Finally, the victims were goaded into war. Since that day 25 years ago, the Mexican government has maintained an army almost perpetually in the field against the Yaquis, an army ranging in numbers from 2,000 to 6,000 men. Thousands of soldiers and tens of thousands of Yaquis have been killed in battle, and many hundreds of the latter have been executed after being taken prisoners. After a few years, Chief Kajeme was captured and publicly executed in the presence of a large body of his people who had been taken prisoner with him. Teta Biate, another Yaque, was promptly elected to Kajime's place, and the fight went on. Finally, in 1894, at one fell swoop, as it were, the ground was literally taken from under the feet of the rebels. By act of the federal government, the best of their lands were taken from them and handed over to one man, General Lorenzo Torres, who is at this writing chief of the army in Sonora, then second in command. The government is credited with having been guilty of the most horrible atrocities. Two examples are cited by Santa de Cabora, a Mexican writer, as follows. On May 17, 1892, General Otero of the Mexican army ordered the imprisonment of the Yaquis, men, women, and children, in the town of Navajoa, and hung so many of these people that the supply of rope in the town was exhausted, it being necessary to use each rope 5 or 6 times. A colonel in the army, Antonio Rinson, in July of 1892, took 200 Yaquis, men, women, and children, prisoners, and carried them in the gunboat El Democrata, and dropped them in the ocean between the mouth of the Yaqui River and the seaport of Guaymas, all of them perishing. A report was circulated along our Mexican border that an incident similar to the last mentioned happened in February 1908. Colonel Francisco B. Cruz, who was in charge of the exiles and who claims to have been on board of the gunboat and witnessed the incident, declared to me, however, that this report was not true. The Yaquis were drowned, he declared, but not by the authorities, and since at that time the government was not killing any Yaquis whom it could catch and sell, I accept the version of Colonel Cruz as the correct one. Suicide. Nothing but suicide, asseverated the colonel. Those Indians wanted to cheat me out of my commission money, and so they threw their children into the sea and jumped in after them. I was on board myself and saw it all. I heard a loud cry, and looking, saw some of the crew running to the starboard side of the vessel. I saw the Yaquis in the water. Then there was a cry from the port side, and I saw the Yaquis jumping overboard on that side. We lowered boats, but it was no use. They all went down before we got to them. Every soldier who kills a Yaqui, an army physician who served 2 years with the troops against the Yaquis and whom I met in Mexico City, told me, is paid a reward of $100. To prove his feat, the soldier must show the ears of his victim. Bring in the ears is the standing order of the officers. Often I have seen a company of soldiers drawn up in a square, and one of their number receiving $100 for a pair of ears. Sometimes small squads of the Indians are captured, and when I was with the army it was customary to offer the men freedom and money to lead the troops over the secret mountain trails to the fastnesses of their friends. The alternative was the rope, yet I never knew of one of these captives turning traitor. "Give me the rope," they would cry, and I have seen such a man run, put the rope around his own neck, and demand that it be tightened quickly, that he might not again be subjected to so base an insult. I have before me a letter signed by G. Lelevier, a former member of the Mexican Liberal Party and editor of one of their papers in the United States. Lelevier is said to have afterwards gone over to the cause of the government. Commenting on a photograph showing a lot of Yaquis hanging from a tree in Sonora, the letter says, "This picture resembles very much another one that was taken at the Yaqui River when General Angel Martinez was in command of the Mexican Army of Occupation. It was the custom of this general to hang men because they could not tell him where the insurrecto Yaquis were at the time, and he went so far as to lasso the women of the Yaquis and to hang them also. It went on so until the chief of the Geographical Commission reported the facts to the city of Mexico and threatened to resign if the practice continued. Then this monster of a general was removed. But later on, Governor Rafael Isabel, it must have been in 1902, made a raid on Tiburon Island where some peaceful Yaquis had taken refuge, and then and there ordered the Seri Indians to bring to him the right hand of every Yaqui there, with the alternative of the Seris themselves being exterminated. Dr. Boido took a snapshot with a Kodak, and you could see in it the governor laughing at the sight of a bunch of hands that had been brought to him and that were dangling from the end of a cane. This picture was even published in derision of the exploits of Governor Isabel in the newspaper El Imparcial of Mexico City. In 1898, the government troops were armed for the first time with the improved Mauser rifle, and in that year they met and wiped out an army of Yaquis at Mazacoba, the killed numbering more than 1,000. This ended warfare on anything like an equal footing. There were no more large battles. The Yaqui warriors were merely hunted. Thousands of the Indians surrendered. Their leaders were executed, and they and their families were granted a new territory to the north, to which they journeyed as to a promised land. But it proved to be a barren desert, entirely waterless and one of the most uninhabitable spots in all America. Hence the peaceful Yaquis moved to other sections of the state, some of them becoming wage workers in the mines, others finding employment on the railroads, and still others becoming peons on the farms. Then and there this portion of the Yaqui nation lost its identity and became merged with the peoples around it. But it is these Yaquis, the peaceful ones, who were sought out and deported to Yucatan. A few Yaquis, perhaps 4,000 or 5,000, refused to give up the battle for their lands. They found inaccessible peaks and established a stronghold high up in the Bacatete mountains, which border upon their former home. Here flow never-ceasing springs of cold water. Here, on the almost perpendicular cliffs, they built their little homes, planted their corn, raised their families, and sang sometimes of the fertile valleys which once were theirs. The army of several thousand soldiers still hunted them. The soldiers could not reach those mountain heights, but they could wait for the Indians in the gorges and shoot them as they came down in search of meat, of clothes, and of other comforts which they yearned to add to their existence. Many small bands of these so-called renegades have been killed. Others have been captured and executed. Rumors of peace have traveled the rounds only to prove untrue a little later. Peace conferences with the government have been held, but have failed because the renegades could secure no guarantee that they would not be either executed or deported after they laid down their arms. In January 1909, the report was officially sent out by Governor Torres that Chief Buell and several hundred of his warriors had surrendered on conditions. But later troubles showed this announcement to have been premature. There are at least a few hundred Yaquis among those Bacatete crags. They refuse to surrender. They are outlaws. They are cut off from the world. They have no connection with the peaceful element of their nation that is scattered all over the state of Sonora. Yet the existence of this handful of renegades is the only excuse the Mexican government has for gathering up peaceful Mexican families and deporting them at the rate of 500 per month. Why should a lot of women and children and old men be made to suffer because some of their fourth cousins are fighting away off there in the hills? The army physician with whom I talked in Mexico City answered the question in very energetic terms. The reason, he said? There is no reason. It is only an excuse. The excuse is that the workers contribute to the support of the fighters. If it is true only in an infinitesimal minority of cases, for the vast majority of the Yaquis are entirely out of touch with the fighters. There may be a few guilty parties, but absolutely no attempt is made to find them out. For what a handful of patriotic Yaquis may possibly be doing, tens of thousands are made to suffer and die. It is as if a whole town were put to the torch because one of its inhabitants had stolen a horse. The deportation of Yaquis to Yucatan and other slave sections of Mexico began to assume noticeable proportions about 1905. It was carried out on a small scale at first, then on a larger one. Finally, in the spring of 1908, a dispatch was published in American and Mexican newspapers saying that President Diaz had issued a sweeping order decreeing that every Yaqui, wherever found, men, women, and children, should be gathered up by the War Department and deported to Yucatan. During my journeys in Mexico, I inquired many times as to the authenticity of this dispatch, and the story was confirmed. It was confirmed by men in the public departments of Mexico City. It was confirmed by Colonel Cruz, chief deporter of Yaquis. And it is certain that such an order, wherever it may have come from, was carried out. Yaqui working men were taken daily from mines, railroads, and farms, old working men who never owned a rifle in their lives, women, children, babes, the old and the young, the weak and the strong. Guarded by soldiers and rurales, they traveled together over the Exile road. And there are others besides Yaquis who traveled over that road, Pimas and Opatas, other Indians, Mexicans, and any dark people found who were poor and unable to protect themselves were taken, tagged as Yaquis, and sent away to the land of Henequen. What becomes of them there? That is what I went to Yucatan to find out. The secret that lies at the roots of the whole Yaqui affair was revealed to me and the whole matter summed up in a few words by Colonel Francisco B. Cruz of the Mexican Army in one of the most remarkable interviews which I obtained during my entire trip to Mexico. For the past 4 years, this officer has been in immediate charge of transporting all the Yaqui exiles to Yucatan. I was fortunate enough to take passage on the same steamer with him returning from Progreso to Veracruz. He is a stout, comfortable, talkative old campaigner of about 60 years. The steamship people put us in the same stateroom, and as the colonel had some government passes which he hoped to sell me, we were soon on the most confidential terms. In the past 3½ years, he told me, I have delivered just 15,700 Yaquis in Yucatan, delivered, mind you, for you must remember that the government never allows me enough expense money to feed them properly, and from 10 to 20% die on the journey. These Yaquis, he said, sell in Yucatan for $65 apiece, men, women, and children. Who gets the money? Well, $10 goes to me for my services. The rest is turned over to the Secretary of War. This, however, is only a drop in the bucket, for I know this to be a fact that every foot of land, every building, every cow, every burro, everything left behind by the Yaquis when they're carried away by the soldiers, is appropriated for the private use of authorities of the state of Sonora. So according to this man, who has himself made at least $157,000 out of the business, the Yaquis are deported for the money there is in it. First, the money from the appropriation of their property. Second, the money from the sale of their bodies. He declared to me that the deportations would never stop until the last possible dollar had been squeezed out of the business. The company of officials who have rotated in office in Sonora for the past 25 years would see to that, he said. These little confidences of the colonel were given me merely as bits of interesting gossip to a harmless foreigner. He had no notion of exposing the officials and citizens whose names he mentioned. He expressed no objection whatever to the system, rather gloried in it. In the past 6 months, the fat colonel told me, I have handled 3,000 Yaquis, 500 a month. That's the capacity of the government boats between Guaymas and San Blas, but I hope to see it increased before the end of the year. I have just been given orders to hurry 1,500 more to Yucatan as quickly as I can get them there. Ah, yes, I ought to have a comfortable little fortune for myself before this thing is over, for there are at least 100,000 more Yaquis to come. 100,000 more to come, he repeated at my exclamation. Yes, 100,000 if one. Of course, they're not all really Yaquis, but... And President Diaz's chief deporter of Sonora working people, lolling there upon the deck of the freight steamer, passed me a smile which was illuminating, exceedingly illuminating. Yes, terribly illuminating. End of section 3.
Section 4 of Barbarous, Mexico. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Mario Pineda. Barbarous, Mexico by John Kenneth Turner. Chapter 3. Over the Exile Road, Part 1. Yaquis traveling to Yucatan after arriving at the port of Guaymas, Sonora, embark on a government war vessel for the port of San Blas. After a journey of 4 or 5 days, they are disembarked and are driven by foot over some of the roughest mountains in Mexico from San Blas to Tepic and from Tepic to San Marcos. As the crow flies, the distance is little more than 100 miles. As the road winds it is twice as far and requires from 15 to 20 days to travel. Bullpens or concentration camps are provided all along the route, and stops are made at the principal cities. All families are broken up on the way, the chief points at which this is done being Guaymas, San Marcos, Guadalajara, and Mexico City. From San Marcos, the unfortunates are carried by train over the Mexican Central Railway to Mexico City, and from Mexico City over the International Railway to Veracruz. Here, they are bundled into one of the freight steamers of the Nacional company, and in from 2 to 5 days are disembarked at Progreso and turned over to the waiting consignees. On the road to Yucatan, the companion of my journeys, El Gutierrez de Lara, and I saw gangs of Yaqui exiles, saw them in the bullpen in the midst of the army barracks in Mexico City. Finally, we joined the party of them at Veracruz and traveled with them on the ship from Veracruz to Progreso. There were 104 of them shoved into the unclean hull astern of the freight steamer Sinaloa on which we embarked. We thought it might be difficult to obtain the opportunity to visit this unclean hull, but luckily we were mistaken. The guard bent readily to friendly words, and before the ship was well underway, my companion and I were seated on boxes in the hold with a group of exiles gathered about us, some of them tobacco-famished, pulling furiously at the cigarettes which we had passed among them, others silently munching the bananas, apples, and oranges which we had brought. There were 2 old men past 50, one of them small, active, sharp-featured, talkative, dressed in American overalls, jumper, shoes, and a slouch hat, with the face and manner of a man bred to civilization. The other, tall, silent, impassive, wrapped to the chin in a gay-colored blanket, the one comfort he had snatched from his few belongings as the soldiers were leading him away. There was a magnificent specimen of an athlete under 30, with a wizened baby girl of 2 held in the crook of one arm, an aggressive-faced woman of 40 against whom was closely pressed a girl of 10, shivering and shaking in the grasp of a malarial attack, 2 overgrown boys who squatted together in the background and grinned half foolishly at our questions. Bedraggled women, nearly half of them with babies, and an astonishingly large number of little chubby-faced, bare-legged boys and girls who played uncomprehendingly about the floor or stared at us from a distance out of their big solemn black eyes. Revolutionists? I asked of the man in overalls and jumper. No, working men. Yaquis? Yes, 1 Yaqui, pointing to his friend in the blanket. The rest are pimas and opatas. Then why are you here? We are all Yaquis to General Torres. It makes no difference to him. You are dark, you dress in my clothes, and you will be a Yaqui to him. He makes no investigation, asks no questions, only takes you. Where are you from? I asked of the old man. Most of us are from Ures. They took us in the night and carried us away without allowing us to make up bundles of our belongings. I am from Horcasitas, spoke up the young athlete with the babe on his arm. I was plowing in the field when they came, and did they not give me time to unhitch my oxen? Where is the mother of your baby? I inquired curiously of the young father. Dead in San Marcos, he replied, closing his teeth tight. That 3 weeks' tramp over the mountains killed her. They have allowed me to keep the little one, so far. Did any of you make resistance when the soldiers came to take you? I asked. No, answered the old man from Ures. We went quietly. We did not try to run away. Then, with a smile, the officers found more trouble in looking after their men, their privates, to prevent them from running away, from deserting, than they did with us. We were 153 at the start. We of Ures, went on the old man, farm laborers, all of us. We worked for small farmers, poor men with not more than half a dozen families each in their employ. One day, a government agent visited the neighborhood and ordered the bosses to give an account of all their laborers. The bosses obeyed, but they did not know what it meant until a few days later when the soldiers came. Then they knew, and they saw ruin coming to them as well as to us. They begged the officers, saying, "This is my peon. He is a good man. He has been with me for 20 years. I need him for the harvest." "It is true," broke in the woman with the ague-stricken child. "We were with Carlos Romo for 22 years. The night we were taken, we were 7. Now we are 2. "And we were with Eugenio Morales for 16 years, spoke another woman. "Yes," went on the spokesman. "Our bosses followed us, begging, but it was no use. Some of them followed us all the way to Hermosillo. There was Manuel Gandara, and Jose Juan Lopez, and Franco Talles, and Eugenio Morales, and the Romo brothers, Jose and Carlos. You will find them there now, and they will tell you that what we say is true. They followed us, but it was no use. They had to go back and call vainly at our empty houses for laborers. We were stolen, and they were robbed. They died on the way like starving cattle," went on the old man from Ures. "When one fell ill, he never got well again. One woman was deathly sick at the start. She begged to be left behind, but it wouldn't leave her. She was the first to fall. It happened on the train between Hermosillo and Guaymas. But the crudest part of the trail was between San Blas and San Marcos. Those women with babies, it was awful. They dropped down in the dust again and again. 2 never got up again, and we buried them ourselves there beside the road. There were burros in San Blas, interrupted a woman, and mules and horses. Oh, why didn't they let us ride? But our men were good. When the little legs of the niños were weary, our men carried them on their backs. And when the 3 women who were far gone in pregnancy could walk no more, our men made stretchers of twigs and carried them, taking turns. Yes, our men were good, but now they are gone. We do not see them any more. The soldiers had to turn me away from my husband, said another, and when I cried out, they only laughed. The next night a soldier came and tried to take hold of me, but I pulled off my shoes and beat him with them. Yes, the soldiers bothered the women often, especially that week we started in Mexico City, but always the women fought them back. I have a sister in Yucatan, said a young woman under 20. 2 years ago they carried her away. As soon as we arrive, I shall try to find her. We will keep each other company, now that they have taken my husband from me. Tell me, is it so terribly hot in Yucatan as they say it is? I do not like hot weather, yet if they will only let me live with my sister, I will not mind. To whom do all these bright little tats, these muchachos, all of the same size, belong? I inquired. Quien sabe, answered the old woman. Their parents are gone, just as are our babes. They take our children from us and give us the children of strangers. And when we begin to love the new ones, they take them away too. Do you see that woman huddled over there with her face in her hands? They took her 4 little boys at Guadalajara and left her nothing. Myself? Yes, they took my husband. For more than 30 years we had never been parted for a single night. But that made no difference. He is gone. Yet perhaps I am lucky. I still have my daughter. Do you think, though, that we might meet our husbands again in Yucatan? As we breasted the Veracruz lighthouse, the shoulder of another heaved itself against the side of the vessel. The ocean streamed in at the lower portholes, and the quarters of the unhappy exiles were flooded with water. They fled for the deck, but here were met by flying sheets of rain, which drove them back again. Between the flooded hold and the flooded poop, the exiles spent the night, and when, early the next morning, as we drove into the Coatzacoalcos River, I strolled aft again, I saw them lying about the deck, all of them drenched and shivering, some of them writhing in the throes of acute seasickness. We steamed 30 miles up the Coatzacoalcos River, then anchored to the shore and spent a day loading jungle bulls for the tough beef market of New Orleans. 200 ordinary cattle may be coaxed through a hole in the side of a ship in the space of 2 hours, but these bulls were as wild as wolves, and each had to be half butchered before he would consent to walk in the straight and narrow way. Once inside, and ranged along the 2 sides of the vessel, they fought, trampled each other, bawled as loud as steam whistles, and in a number of instances broke their head ropes and smashed through the flimsy railing which had been erected to prevent them from overrunning other portions of the lower deck. In a bare space at the stern of the vessel, surrounded on 3 sides by plunging, bawling bulls, were the quarters of the Yaquis. It was to stay there and run the risk of being trampled, or choose the unsheltered deck. For the remaining 4 days of the journey, one of which we spent waiting for another to pass, the Yaquis chose the deck. At last we arrived at Progreso. As we entered the train for Mérida, we saw our friends being herded into the second-class coaches. They left us at the little station of San Ignacio, on their way to a plantation belonging to Governor Olegario Molina, and we saw them no more. In Yucatan, I soon learned what becomes of the Yaqui exiles. They are sent to the henequen plantations as slaves on almost exactly the same basis as are the 100,000 Mayas whom I found on the plantations. They are held as chattels. They are bought and sold. They receive no wages, but are fed on beans, tortillas, and putrid fish. They are beaten, sometimes beaten to death. They are worked from dawn until night in the hot sun beside the Mayas. The men are locked up at night. The women are required to marry Chinamen or Mayas. They are hunted when they run away, and they are brought back by the police if they reach a settlement. Families broken up in Sonora or on the way are never permitted to reunite. After they once pass into the hands of the planter, the government cares no more for them, takes no more account of them. The government has received this money, and the fate of the Yaquis is in the hands of the planter. I saw many Yaquis in Yucatan. I talked with them. I saw them beaten. One of the first things that I saw on a Yucatan plantation was the beating of a Yaqui. His name was Valle. The act, though not intentionally so, perhaps was theatrically staged. It was at 3:45 o'clock in the morning, just after roll call of the slaves. The slave gang was drawn up in front of the plantation store, the fitful rays of the lanterns sputtering high on the store front, playing uncertainly over their dusky faces and dirty white forms. There were 700 of them. Now and then a brighter lantern beam shot all the way to the towering tropical trees, which, standing shoulder to shoulder, walled in the grass-grown patio. Under the hanging lanterns and facing the ragged band stood the administrador or general manager, the mayordomo primero or superintendent, and the lesser bosses, the mayordomos secundos, the majacol, and the capataces. Valle, the name, squeaked out by the voice of the administrador, brought from the crowd a young Yaqui, medium-sized, sinewy-bodied, clean-featured, with well-formed head erect on square shoulders, bony jaw fixed, dark, deep-set eyes darting rapidly from one side to another of the circle which surrounded him, like a tiger forced out of the jungle and into the midst of the huntsmen. "Off with your shirt," rasped the administrador, and at the words, superintendent and foreman ringed closer about him. One reached for the garment, but the Yaqui fended the hand, then, with the quickness of a cat, dodged a cane which swished at his bare head from the opposite direction. For one instant, no more, with the hate of his eyes, he held the circle at bay. Then, with a movement of consent, he waved them back, and with a single jerk drew the shirt over his head and bared his muscular bronze body, scarred and discolored from previous beatings, for the whip. Submissive but dignified, he stood there, for all the world like a captive Indian chief of 100 years ago, contemptuously awaiting the torture of his enemies. Listlessly, the waiting slaves looked on. A regiment of toil, they stood half a dozen deep, with soiled calico trousers reaching halfway to the ankles or rolled to the knees, shirts of the same material, with many gaping mouths showing the bare bronze skin beneath, bare legs, bare feet, battered grass hats held deferentially in the hands, a tatterdemalion lot, shaking the sleep from their eyes, blinking at the flickering lanterns. Three races they were: the sharp-visaged, lofty-browed Maya, aborigine of Yucatan, the tall, arrow-backed Chinaman, and the swarthy, broad-fisted Yaqui from Sonora. At a third command of the administrador, there stepped from the host of waiting slaves a giant Chinese. Crouching, he grasped the wrists of the silent Yaqui. The next moment, he was standing straight with the Yaqui on his back, in the manner of a tired child being carried by one of his elders. Not one of that throng who did not know what was coming. Yet not until a capataz reached for a bucket hanging high on the storefront did they come a tension of nerves among the 700 men. The whipper extraordinary, known as a majacol, a deep-chested, hairy brute, bent over the bucket and soused his hands deep into the water within. Withdrawing them, he held high for inspection 4 dripping ropes, each 3 feet long. The thick riding things in the dim lamplight seemed like 4 bloated snakes, and at sight of them the tired backs of the ragged 700 straightened with a jerk, and an involuntary gasp rippled over the assemblage. Lagarde slumber, the unsated, dropped from their eyes. At last, all were awake, wide awake. End of section 4.
Section 5 of Barbarous Mexico. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by PotaszNC. Barbarous Mexico by John Kenneth Turner. Chapter 3, Over the Exile Road, Part 2. The ropes were of native henequen, braided tight and thick and heavy for the particular purpose in hand. Water-soaked to give them more weight and cutting power, they were admirably fitted for the work of cleaning up, the term whereby corporal punishment is known on the plantations of Yucatan. The hairy Majocol selected one of the 4, tossed back the remaining 3. The pail was carried away, and the giant Chinaman squared off with the naked body of the victim to the gaze of his fellow bondsman. The drama was an old one to them, so old that their eyes must have ached many times at the sight, yet for them it could never lose its fascination. Each knew that his own time was coming, if it had not already come, and not one possessed the physical power to turn his back upon the spectacle. Deliberately, the Majocol measured his distance, then as deliberately raised his arm high and brought it swiftly down again. The bloated snake swished through the air and fell with a spat across the glistening bronze shoulders of the Yaquis. The administrador, a small, nervous man of many gestures, nodded his approval and glanced at his watch. The mayordomo, big, stolid, grinned slowly. The half-dozen capataces leaned forward a little more obliquely in their eagerness. The regiment of slaves swayed bodily as by some invisible force, and a second gasp, painful and sharp like the bursting air from a severed windpipe, escaped them. Every eye was riveted tight upon that scene in the uncertain dimness of the early morning. The giant Chinaman, bending slightly forward now, the naked body upon his shoulders, the long, uneven, livid welt that marked the visit of the red rope, the agonizingly deliberate Majocol, the administrador, watch in hand, nodding endorsement, the grinning mayordomo, the absorbed capataces, all held their breath for the second blow. I held my breath with the rest, held it for ages, until I thought the rope would never fall. Not until I saw the finger signal of the administrador did I know that the blows were delivered by the watch, and not until it was all over did I know that, in order to multiply the torture, 6 seconds were allowed to intervene between each stroke. The second blow fell, and the third, and the fourth. I counted the blows as they fell, ages apart. At the fourth, the strong brown skin broke, and little pinheads of crimson pushed themselves out, burst, and started downwards in thin tricklets. At the sixth, the glistening back lost its rigidity and fell to quivering like a jellyfish. At the ninth, a low whine somewhere in the depths of that Yaquis found its devious way outward and into the open. Oh, that whine! I hear it now, a hard, hard whine, as if indurated to diamond hardness by drilling its way to the air through a soul of adamant. At last, the spat ceased. There were 15. The administrador, with a final nod, put away his watch. The giant Chinaman released his grip on the brown wrists, and the Yaquis tumbled in a limp heap to the ground. He lay there for a moment, his face in his arms, his quivering, bleeding flesh to the sky. Then a foreman stepped forward and put a foot roughly against his hip. The Yaquis lifted his head, disclosing to the light a pair of glazed eyes and a face twisted with pain. A moment later, he rose to his feet and staggered forward to join his fellow bondsman. In that moment, the spell of breathless silence on the 700 snapped. The ranks moved in agitation, and there rose a hum of low speech from every section of the crowd. The special cleaning up of the morning was over. 5 minutes later, the day's work on the farm had begun. Naturally, I made inquiries about Rosanta Bajeca to find out what crime he had committed to merit 15 16 lashes of the wet rope. I ascertained that he had been only a month in Yucatan, and but 3 days before had been put in the field with a harvesting gang to cut and trim the great leaves of the henequen plant. 2,000 a day was the regular stint for each slave, and Bajeca had been given 3 days in which to acquire the dexterity necessary to harvest the required number of leaves. He had failed, hence the flogging. There had been no other fault. "It's a wonder," I remarked to a capataz, "that this Yaquis did not tear himself from the back of the Chinaman. It's a wonder he did not fight. He seems like a brave man. He has the look of a fighter." The capataz chuckled. "1 month ago he was a fighter," was the reply. "But a Yaquis learns many things in a month in Yucatan. Still, there was a time when we thought this dog would never learn. Now and then they come to us that way. They never learn. They're never worth the money that's paid for them." "Tell me about this one," I urged. "He fought, that's all. The day he came, he was put to work loading bundles of leaves onto the elevator which leads to the cleaning machine. The mayordomo, yes, the mayordomo primero, happened along and punched the fellow in the stomach with his cane. A half-minute later, a dozen of us were struggling to pull the Yaquis wolf away from the throat of the mayordomo. We starved him for a day and then dragged him out for cleaning up. But he fought with his fingers and with his teeth until the capataz laid him out with the blunt edge of a machete. After that, he tasted the rope daily for a while, but every day, for no less than a week, the fool fought crazily on until he kissed the earth under the weight of a club. But our Majocol never faltered. That Majocol is a genius. He conquered the wolf. He wielded the rope until the stubborn one surrendered, until that same Yaquis came crawling, whimpering, on hands and knees, and licked with his naked tongue the hand of the man who had beaten him. During my travels in Yucatan, I was repeatedly struck with the extremely human character of the people whom the Mexican government call Yaquis. Yaquis are Indians. They are not white, yet when one converses with them in a language mutually understood, one is struck with the likenesses of the mental processes of white and brown. I was early convinced that the Yaquis and I were more alike in mind than in color. I became convinced, too, that the family attachments of the Yaquis mean quite as much to the Yaquis as the family attachments of the American mean to the American. Conjugal fidelity is the cardinal virtue of the Yaquis home, and it seems to be so not because of any tribal superstition of past times or because of any teachings of priests, but because of a constitutional tenderness sweetened more and more with the passing of the years for the one with whom he had shared the meat and the shelter and the labor of life, the joys and sorrows of existence. Over and over again I saw this exemplified on the Exile road and in Yucatan. The Yaquis woman feels as keenly the brutal snatching away of her babe as would the cultivated American woman. The heartstrings of the Yaquis wife are no more proof against a violent and unwished-for separation from her husband than would be the heartstrings of the fine mistress of a beautiful American home. The Mexican government forbids divorce and remarriage within its domain, but for the henequen planters of Yucatan, all things are possible. To a Yaquis woman, a native of Asia, is no less repugnant than he is to an American woman. Yet one of the first barbarities that a henequen planter imposes upon the Yaquis slave woman, freshly robbed of the lawful husband of her bosom, is to compel her to marry a Chinaman and live with them. "We do that," explained one of the planters to me, "in order to make the Chinaman better satisfied and less inclined to run away. And besides, we know that every new babe born on the place will someday be worth anywhere from $500 to $1,000 cash. The cultivated white woman, you say, would die of the shame and the horror of such conditions. But so does the brown woman of Sonora. No less a personage than Don Enrique Camara Zavala, president of the Cámara de Agricola de Yucatan, and a millionaire planter himself, told me, if the Yaquis last out the first year, they generally get along all right and make good workers. But the trouble is, at least 2/3 of them die off in the first 12 months. On the ranch of one of the most famous henequen kings we found, about 200 Yaquis. 1/3 of these were men, who were quartered with a large body of Mayas and the Chinaman. entirely apart from these and housed in a row of new one-room huts, each set in a tiny patch of uncultivated land, we discovered the Yaquis women and children. We found them squatting around on their bare floors or nursing an open-air fire and a kettle just outside the back door. We found no men among them, Yaquis or Chinamen, for they had arrived only 1 month before, all of them, from Sonora. In one house, we found as many as 14 inmates. There was a woman past 50, with the strength of an Indian chief in her face, and with words which went to the mark like an arrow to a target. There was a comfortable, home-like woman with a broad, pockmarked face, pleasant words, and eyes which kindled with friendliness despite her troubles. There were 2 women who watched their fire and listened only. There was a girl of 15, a bride of 4 months, but now alone. A wonderfully comely girl, with big eyes and soft mouth, who sat with her back against the wall and smiled until she cried. There was a sick woman who lay on the floor and groaned feebly but never looked up. And there were 8 children. Last week we were 15, said the home-like woman. But one is already gone. They never get well. She reached over and gently stroked the hair of the sister who lay on the floor. Were you all married? I asked. All, nodded the old woman with the face of a chief. And where are they now? ¿Quién sabe? And she searched her eyes deep for the motive of her questions. I am a papago, reassured Dallara. We are friends. You are not working, I remarked. What are you doing? Starving, said the old woman. We get that once a week, for all of us, explained the home-like one, nodding at 3 small chunks of raw beef, less than a 5-cent stew in the United States, which had just been brought from the plantation store. Besides that, we get only corn and black beans, and not half enough of either of them. We are like hogs. We are fed on corn, put in the old woman. In Sonora, we made our tortillas of wheat. How long will they starve you? I asked. Until we marry Chinamen, flashed the old woman unexpectedly. Yes, confirmed the home-like one. Twice they have brought the Chinamen before us, lined them up, and said, choose a man. Twice. And why didn't you choose? This question several of the women answered in chorus. In words and wry faces, they expressed their abhorrence of the Chinamen, and with tremulous earnestness assured us that they had not yet forgotten their own husbands. I begged them, said the old woman, to let me off. I told them I was too old, that it was no use, that I was a woman no longer, but they said I must choose too. They will not let me off. They say I will have to choose with the rest. Twice they have lined us up, reiterated the home-like one, and said we must choose. But we wouldn't choose. One woman chose, but when she saw the rest hang back, she pushed the man away from her. They threatened us with a rope, but still we hung back. They will give us but one more chance, they say. Then, if we do not choose, they will choose for us. And if we do not consent, we will be put in the field and worked in whips like the men. And get 12 centavos a day, 6 cents American, to live on, said the old woman. 12 centavos a day, with food at the store, twice as dear as in Sonora. Next Sunday morning they'll make us choose, repeated the home-like woman. And if we don't choose, last Sunday they beat that sister there, said the old woman. She swore she'd never choose, and they beat her just like they beat the men. Come, Refugio, show them your back. But the woman at the fire shrank away and hung her head in mortification. No, no, she protested. Then after a moment she muttered, when the Yaquis men are beaten, they die of shame. But the woman can stand to be beaten. They cannot die. It's true, nodded the old woman. The men die of shame sometimes, and sometimes they die of their own will. When we turned the talk to Sonora and to the long journey, the voices of the women began to falter. They were from Pilares de Teras, where are situated the mines of Colonel Garcia. The soldiers had come in the daytime while the people were in the field picking the ripe corn from the stalks. They had been taken from their harvest labor and compelled to walk all the way to Hermosillo, a 3 weeks' tramp. The Yaquis love for the one who suckled them is strong, and several of the younger women recounted the details of the parting from the mother. Then we spoke of their husbands again, but they held their tears until I asked the question, How would you like to go back with me to your homes in Sonora? That opened the floodgates. The tears started first down the plump cheeks of the cheery, homelike woman. Then the others broke in, one at a time. And at last the listening children on the floor were blubbering dolefully with their elders. Weeping, the unhappy exiles lost their last modicum of reserve. They begged us, please, to take them back to Sonora or to find their husbands for them. The old woman implored us to get word to her boss, Leonardo Aguirre, and would not be content until I'd penned his name in my notebook. The bashful woman at the fire, aching for some comforting, hopeful words, parted her dress at the top and gave us a glimpse of the red marks of the lash upon her back. I looked into the face of my companion. The tears were trickling down his cheeks. As for me, I did not cry. I am ashamed now that I did not cry. Such is the life of the Yaquis nation in its last chapter. When I looked upon those miserable creatures there, I said, there can be nothing worse than this. But when I saw Valle Nacional, I said, this is worse than Yucatan.
End of Section 5.
Section 6 of Barbarous, Mexico. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Barbarous, Mexico, by John Kenneth Turner, Chapter 4. The Contract Slaves of Valle Nacional. Valle Nacional is undoubtedly the worst slave hole in Mexico. Probably it is the worst in the world. When I visited Valle Nacional, I expected to find it milder than Yucatan. I found it more pitiless. In Yucatan, the Maya slaves die off faster than they are born, and 2/3 of the Yaquis slaves are killed during the first year after their importation into the country. In Valle Nacional, all of the slaves, all but a very few, perhaps 5%, pass back to Earth within a space of 7 or 8 months. This statement is almost unbelievable. I would not have believed it, possibly not even after I had seen the whole process of working them and beating them, and starving them to death, were it not the fact that the masters themselves told me that it was true. And there are 15,000 of these Valle Nacional slaves, 15,000 new ones every year. By the 6th or 7th month, they begin to die off like flies at the first winter frost, and after that, they're not worth keeping. The cheapest thing to do is to let them die. There are plenty more where they came from. Word for word, this is a statement made to me by Antonio Pla, general manager of 1/3 the tobacco lands in Valle Nacional. I have been here more than 5 years, and every month I see hundreds and sometimes thousands of men, women, and children start over the road to the valley, but I never see them come back. Of every 100 who go over the road, not more than one ever sees this town again. This assertion was made to me by a station agent of the Veracruz Al Pacifico Railroad. There are no survivors of Valle Nacional, no real ones. A government engineer who has charge of the improvement of certain harbors told me. Now and then one gets out of the valley and gets beyond El Hule. He staggers and begs his way along the weary road toward Cordoba, but he never gets back where he came from. Those people come out of the valley walking corpses. They travel on a little way, and then they fall. This man's work has carried him much into Valle Nacional, and he knows more of the country, probably, than does any Mexican not directly interested in the slave trade. They die, they all die. The bosses never let them go until they're dying. Thus declared one of the police officers of the town of Valle Nacional, which is situated in the center of the valley and is supported by it. And everywhere, over and over again, I was told the same thing. Even Manuel Lagunas, Presidente, Mayor, of Valle Nacional, protector of the planters and a slave owner himself, said it. Miguel Vidal, secretary of the municipality, said it. The bosses themselves said it. The Indian dwellers of the mountainside said it. The slaves said it. And when I had seen as well as heard, I was convinced that it was the truth. The slaves of Valle Nacional are not Indians, as are the slaves of Yucatan. They are Mexicans. Some are skilled artisans, others are artists. The majority of them are common laborers. As a whole, except for their rags, their bruises, their squalor, and their despair, they are a very fair representation of the Mexican people. They are not criminals. Not more than 10% were even charged with any crime. The rest of them are peaceful, law-abiding citizens. Yet not one came to the valley of his own free will. Not one would not leave the valley on an instant's notice if he or she could get away. Do not entertain the idea that Mexican slavery is confined to Yucatan and Valle Nacional. Conditions similar to those of Valle Nacional are the rule in many sections of Diaz land, and especially in the states south of the capital. I cite Valle Nacional because it is the most notorious as a region of slaves, and because, as I have already suggested, it presents just a little bit the worst example of chattel slavery that I know of. The secret of the extreme conditions of Valle Nacional is mainly geographical. Valle Nacional is a deep gorge, from 2 to 5 miles wide and 20 miles long, tucked away amongst almost impassable mountains in the extreme northwestern corner of the state of Oaxaca. Its mouth is 50 miles up the Papaloapan River from Ajule, the nearest railroad station. It is through Ajule that every human being passes in going to or coming from the valley. There is no other practical route in, no other one out. The magnificent tropical mountains which wall in the valley are covered with an impenetrable jungle made still more impassable by jaguars, pumas, and gigantic snakes. Moreover, there is no wagon road to Valle Nacional, only a river and a bridle path, the bridle path which carries one now through the jungle, now along the precipitous cliffs where the rider must dismount and crawl, leading his horse behind him, now across the deep, swirling current of the river. It takes a strong swimmer to cross this river at high water, yet a pedestrian must swim it more than once in order to get out Valle Nacional. The equestrian must cross it 5 times, 4 times in a canoe alongside which his mount swims laboriously, once by fording along a difficult route over which large rocks must be avoided, deep holes kept away from. The valley itself is as flat as a floor, clear of all rank growth, and down its gentle slope winds the Papaloapan River. The valley, the river, and its rim form one of the most beautiful sights it has ever been my lot to look upon. Valle Nacional is 3 days' journey from Cordova, 2 from Ajule. Stray travelers sometimes get as far as Tuxtepec, the chief city of the political district, but no one goes on to Valle Nacional who has not business there. It is a tobacco country, the most noted in Mexico, and the production is carried on by about 30 large plantations owned and operated almost exclusively by Spaniards. Between Ajule and the head of the valley are 4 towns: Tuxtepec, Chiltepec, Huacatepec, and Valle Nacional, all situated on the banks of the river, all provided with policemen to hunt runaway slaves, not one of whom can get out of the valley without passing the towns. Tuxtepec, the largest, is provided with 10 policemen and 11 rurales, mounted country police. Besides, every runaway slave brings a reward of $10 to the man or policeman who catches and returns him to his owner. Thus, it will be understood how much the geographical isolation of Valle Nacional accounts for its being just a little worse than most other slave districts of Mexico. Combined with this may be mentioned the complete understanding that is had with the government and the nearness to a practically inexhaustible labor market. Just as in Yucatan, the slavery of Valle Nacional is merely peonage, or labor for debt, carried to the extreme, although outwardly it takes a slightly different form, that of contract labor. The origin of the conditions of Valle Nacional was undoubtedly contract labor. The planters needed laborers. They went to the expense of importing laborers, the understanding that the laborers would stay with their jobs for a given time. Some laborers tried to jump their contracts, and the planters used force to compel them to stay. The advance money and the cost of transportation was looked upon as a debt which the laborer could be compelled to work out. From this, it was only a step to so ordering the conditions of labor that the laborer could under no circumstances ever hope to get free. In time, Valle Nacional became a word of horror with the working people of all Mexico. They refused to go there for any price, so the planters felt compelled to tell them they were going to take them somewhere else. From this, it was only a step to playing the workman false all around, to formulating a contract not to be carried out, but to help get the labor into the toils. Finally, from this it was only a step to forming a business partnership with the government, whereby the police power should be put into the hands of the planters to help them carry on a traffic in slaves. The planters do not call their slaves slaves, they call them contract laborers. I call them slaves because the moment they enter Valle Nacional, they become the personal property of the planter, and there is no law or government to protect them. In the first place, the planter buys a slave for a given sum. Then he works him at will, feeds or starves him to suit himself, places armed guards over him day and night, beats him, pays him no money, kills him, and the laborer has no recourse. Call it by another name if it pleases you. I call it slavery only because I do not know of a name that will fit the conditions better. I have said that no laborer sent to Valle Nacional to become a slave travels the road of his own free will. There are just two ways employed to get them there. They are sent over the road either by a jefe politico or by a labor agent working in conjunction with a jefe politico or other officials of the government. A jefe politico is a civil officer who rules political districts corresponding to our counties. He is appointed by the president or by the governor of his state and is also mayor or presidente of the principal town or city in his district. In turn, he usually appoints the mayors of the towns under him, as well as all other officers of importance. He has no one to answer to except his governor, unless the national president feels like interfering, and altogether is quite a little czar in his domain. The methods employed by the jefe politico working alone are very simple. Instead of sending petty prisoners to terms in jail, he sells them into slavery in Valle Nacional. And as he pockets the money himself, he naturally arrests as many persons as he can. This method is followed more or less by the jefes politicos of all the leading cities of southern Mexico. The jefe politico of each of the 4 largest cities in southern Mexico, so I was told by Manuel Lagunas, by labor agents, as well as by others whose veracity in the matter I have no reason to question, pays an annual rental of $10,000 per year for his office. The office would be worth no such amount were it not for the spoils of the slave trade and other little grafts which are indulged in by the holder. Lesser jefes pay their governors lesser amounts. They send their victims over the road in gangs of from 10 to 100 or even more. They get a special government rate from the railroads, send along government salaried rurales to guard them, hence the selling price of $45 to $50 per slave is nearly all clear profit. But only 10% of the slaves are sent directly to Valle Nacional by the jefes politicos. There is no basis in law whatsoever for the proceeding, and the jefes politicos prefer to work in conjunction with labor agents. There is also no basis in law for the methods employed by the labor agents, but the partnership is profitable. The officials are enabled to hide behind the labor agents, and the labor agents are enabled to work under the protection of the officials and absolutely without fear of criminal prosecution. In this partnership of the government and the labor agent, popularly known as an enganchador, snarer, the function of the labor agent is to snare the laborer, the function of the government to stand behind him, help him, protect him, give him low transportation rates and free guard service, and finally, to take a share of the profits. The methods employed by the labor agent in snaring the laborer are many and various. One is to open an employment office and advertise for workers who are to be given high wages, a comfortable home, and plenty of freedom somewhere in the south of Mexico. Free transportation is offered. These inducements always cause a certain number to take the bait, especially men with families who want to move with their families to a more prosperous clime. The husband and father is given an advance fee of $5, and the whole family is locked up in a room, securely barred as a jail. After a day or two, as they are joined by others, they come to have misgivings. Perhaps they ask to be let out, and then they find that they are indeed prisoners. They are told that they are in debt and will be held until they work out their debt. A few days later, the door opens and they file out. They find that rurales are all about them. They are marched through a back street to a railroad station, where they are put upon the train. They try to get away, but it is no use. They are prisoners. In a few days they are in Valle Nacional. Usually, the laborer caught in this way is taken through the formality of signing a contract. He is told that he is to get a good home, good food, and $1, $2, or $3 a day wages for a period of 6 months or a year. The printed paper is shoved under his nose, and the enganchador rapidly points out several alluring sentences written thereon. A pen is put quickly into his hand, and he is told to sign in a hurry. A $5 advance fee is given him to clinch the bargain and put him in debt to the agent. He is usually given a chance to spend this, or part of it, usually for clothing or other necessities, in order that he may be unable to pay it back when he discovers that he has been trapped. The blanks on the printed contract, fixing the wages, etc., are usually filled out afterwards by the labor agent or the consignee. In Mexico City and other large centers of population, there are permanently maintained places called Casas de los Encachadores, houses of the snarers. They are regularly known to the police and to large slave buyers of the hot lands. Yet they are nothing more nor less than private jails into which are enticed laborers who are held there against their will until such time as they are sent away in gangs guarded by the police powers of the government. A third method employed by the labor agent is outright kidnapping. I have heard of many cases of the kidnapping of women and of men. Hundreds of half-drunken men are picked up about the pulque shops of Mexico City every season, put under lock and key, and later hurried off to Valle Nacional. Children also are regularly kidnapped for the Valle Nacional trade. The official records of Mexico City say that during the year ending September 1st, 1908, 360 little boys between the ages of 6 and 12 disappeared on streets. Some of these have later been located in Valle Nacional. During my first Mexican trip, El Imparcial, a leading daily newspaper of Mexico, printed a story of a boy of 7 who had disappeared while his mother was looking into the windows of a pawn shop. A frantic search failed to locate him. He was an only child, and as a result of sorrow, the father drank himself to death in a few days' time, while the mother went insane and also died. 3 months later, the boy, ragged and footsore, struggled up the steps and knocked at the door that had been his parents'. He had been kidnapped and sold to a tobacco planter, but he had attained the well-nigh impossible. With a boy of 9, he had eluded the plantation guards, and by reason of their small size, the two had escaped observation, and by stealing a canoe had reached El Juli. By slow stages, begging their food on the way, the baby tramps had reached home. The typical life story of a labor agent I heard in Cordoba on my way to the Valley. It was told me first by a Negro contractor from New Orleans who had been in the country about 15 years. It was told me again by the landlord of my hotel. Later it was confirmed by several tobacco planters in the valley. The story is this. 4 years ago, Daniel T., an unsuccessful Spanish adventurer, arrived penniless in Cordoba. In a few days he was having trouble with his landlord over the non-payment of rent. But he had learned a thing or two in those few days, and he set about to take advantage of his knowledge. He went for a stroll about the streets, and coming upon a farm laborer, thus addressed him. "Would you care to earn 2 reales? 25 centavos. Very easily, my man." Of course the man cared, and in a few minutes he was on his way to the Spaniard's room, carrying a message. The wily fellow took another route, arrived first, met the messenger at the door, took him by the neck, and, dragging him inside, gagged him on him and left him on the floor while he went out to hunt up a labor agent. That night the adventurer sold his prisoner for $20, paid his rent, and immediately began laying plans for repeating the operation on a larger scale. The incident marked the entrance of this man into the business of labor contracting. In a few months he had made his bargain with the political powers of Mexico City, of Veracruz, of Oaxaca, of Tustepec, and other places. Today he is El Señor Daniel T. I saw his home, a palatial mansion with the sign of 3 cocks above the door. He uses a private seal and is said to be worth $100,000, all acquired as a labor agent. The prevailing price in 1908 for men was $45 each, women and children half price. In 1907, before the panic, it was $60 per man. All slaves entering the valley must wait over at Tustepec, where Rodolfo Pardo, the jefe politico of the district, counts them and exacts a toll of 10% of the purchase price, which he puts into his own pocket. The open partnership of the government in the slave traffic must necessarily have some excuse. The excuse is the debt, the $5 advance fee usually paid by the labor agent to the laborer. It is unconstitutional, but it serves. The Presidente of Valle Nacional told me, "There is not a police official in all southern Mexico who will not recognize that advance fee as a debt and acknowledge your right to take the body of the laborer where you will." When the victim arrives in the Valley of Tobacco, he learns that the promises of the labor agent were made merely to entrap him. Moreover, he learns also that the contract, if he has been lucky enough to get a peep at that instrument, was made exactly for the same purpose. As the promises of the labor agent belie the provisions of the contract, so the contract belies the actual facts. The contract usually states that the laborer agrees to sell himself for a period of 6 months, but no laborer with energy left in his body is by any chance set free in 6 months. The contract usually states that the employer is bound to furnish medical treatment for the laborers. The fact is that there is not a single physician for all the slaves of Valle Nacional. Finally, the contract usually binds the employer to pay the men 50 centavos, 25 cents American, per day as wages, and the woman 3 pesos a month, $1.50 American. But I was never able to find one who ever received 1 copper centavo from his master, never anything beyond the advance fee paid by the labor agent. The bosses themselves boasted to me, several of them, that they never paid any money to their slaves, yet they never called their system slavery. They claimed to keep books on their slaves and juggle the accounts in such a way as to keep them always in debt. Yes, the wages are 50 centavos a day, they would say, but they must pay us back what we give to bring them here, and they must give us interest on it too, and they must pay for the clothing that we give them, and the tobacco, and anything else. This is exactly the attitude of every one of the tobacco planters of Valle Nacional. For clothing and tobacco, and anything else, they charge 10 prices. It is no exaggeration. Senor Rodriguez, proprietor of the farm Santa Fe, for example, showed me a pair of unbleached cotton pajama-like things that the slaves use for pantaloons. His price, he said, was $3 a pair. A few days later I found the same thing in Veracruz at 30 cents. Trousers at $3, shirts the same price, suits of clothes so flimsy that they wear out and drop off in 3 weeks' time. 8 suits in 6 months at $6 is $48. Add $45 the price of the slave, add $5 the advance fee, add $2 for discounts, and there's the $90 wages of the 6 months gone. Such is keeping books to keep the slave a slave. On the other hand, when you figure up the cost of the slave to yourself, it is quite different. Purchase price, food, clothes, wages, everything, Senor Rodriguez told me, cost from $60 to $70 per man for the first 6 months of service. Add your purchase price, advance fee, and suit to cost, 60 cents each, and we discover that between $5 and $15 are left for both food and wages for each 6 months. It all goes for food, beans and tortillas. Yes, there is another constant item of expense that the masters must pay, the burial fee in the Valle Nacional cemetery. It is $1.50. I say this is a constant item of expense because practically all the slaves die and are supposed to be buried. The only exception to the rule occurs when, in order to save the $1.50, the masters bury their slaves themselves, or throw them to the alligators of the neighboring swamps. Every slave is guarded night and day. At night he is locked up in a dormitory resembling a jail. In addition to its slaves, each and every plantation has its mandador, or superintendent, its cabos, who combine the function of overseer and guard, and several free laborers to run the errands of the ranch and help round up the runaways in case of a slave stampede. The jails are large barn-like buildings, constructed strongly of young trees set upright and wired together with many strands of barbed wire fencing. The windows are iron barred. The floor is dirt. There is no furniture except sometimes long, rude benches which serve as beds. The mattresses are thin grass mats. In such a hole sleep all the slaves, men, women, and children, the number ranging, according to the size of the plantation, from 70 to 400. They are packed in like sardines in a box, crowded together like cattle in a freight car. You can figure it out for yourself. On the ranch Santa Fe, the dormitory measures 75 by 18 feet, and it accommodates 150. On the ranch La Sepultura, the dormitory is 40 by 15 feet, and it accommodates 70. On the ranch San Cristobal, the dormitory is 100 by 50 feet, and it accommodates 350. On the ranch San Juan del Rio, the dormitory is 80 by 90, and it accommodates 400. From 9 to 18 square feet for each person to lie down in. So runs the space. And on not a single ranch did I find a separate dormitory for the women or the children. Women of modesty and virtue are sent to Valle Nacional every week, and are shoved into a sleeping room with scores and even hundreds of others, most of them men. The door is locked on them, and they are left at the mercy of the men. Often honest, hard-working Mexicans are taken into Valle Nacional with their wives and children. If the wife is attractive in appearance, she goes to the planter, or to one or more of the bosses. The children see their mother being taken away, and they know what is to become of her. The husband knows it, but if he makes objection, he is answered with a club. Time and time again I have been told this was so, by masters, by slaves, by officials. And the women who are thrust into the sardine box must take care of themselves. 1/5 of the slaves of Valle Nacional are women. 1/3 are boys under 15. The boys work in the fields with the men. They cost less, they last well, and at some parts of the work, such as planting the tobacco, they are more active and hence more useful. Boys as young as 6 sometimes are seen in the field planting tobacco. Women are worked in the field too, especially during the harvest time, but their chief work is as household drudges. They serve the master and the mistress, if there is a mistress, and they grind the corn and cook the food of the male slaves. In every slave house I visited, I found from 3 to a dozen women grinding corn. It is all done by hand with 2 pieces of stone called a matati. The flat stone is placed on the floor, the woman kneels beside it, bends almost double, and works the stone roller up and down. The movement is something like that of a woman washing clothes, but it is much harder. I asked the Presidente of Valle Nacional why the planters did not purchase cheap mills for grinding the corn, or why they did not combine and buy a mill among them, instead of breaking several hundred backs yearly in the work. "Women are cheaper than machines," was the reply. In Valle Nacional, the slaves seemed to me to work all the time. I saw them working in the morning twilight. I saw them working in the evening twilight. I saw them working far into the night. If we could use the water power of the Pepaloa Pond to light our farms, we would work our farms all night, Manuel Lagunas told me, and I believe he would have done it. The rising hour of the farms is generally 4 o'clock in the morning. Sometimes it is earlier. On all but 3 or 4 of the 30 farms, the slaves work every day in the year, until they fall. At San Juan del Rio, one of the largest, they have a half holiday every Sunday. I happened to be at San Juan del Rio on a Sunday afternoon. That half holiday? What a grim joke. The slaves spend it in jail, locked up to keep them from running away. And they fall very fast. They are beaten, and that helps. They are starved, and that helps. They are given no hope, and that helps. They die in anywhere from 1 month to a year, the time of greatest mortality being between the 6th and 8th month. Like the cotton planters of our South before the war, the tobacco planters seem to have their business figured down to a fine point. It was well-established business maxim of our cotton planters that the greatest amount of profit could be wrung from the body of a Negro slave by working him to death in 7 years, and then buying another one. The Valle Nacional slaveholder has discovered that it is cheaper to buy a slave for $45 and work and starve him to death in 7 months, and then spend $45 for a fresh slave, than it is to give the first slave better food, work him less sorely, and stretch out his life and his toiling hours over a longer period of time. End of Section 6.
Section 7 of Barbarous Mexico. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Barbarous Mexico by John Kenneth Turner. Chapter 5, In the Valley of Death, Part 1. I visit Valle Nacional in the latter part of 1908. Spending a week in the region and stopping at all the larger plantations. I passed 3 nights at various plantation houses and 4 more at one or another of the towns. As in Yucatan, I visited the country in the guise of a probable purchaser of plantations. As in Yucatan, I succeeded in convincing authorities and planters that I had several $1 million behind me, just aching to be invested. Consequently, I put them as completely off their guard as it would be possible to do. As in Yucatan, I was able to secure my information, not only from what I saw of and heard from the slaves, but from the mouths of the masters themselves. Indeed, I was more fortunate than I was in Yucatan. I chummed with bosses and police so successfully that they never once became suspicious, and for months some of them were doubtless looking for me to drop it any fine day with a few million in my pocket, prepared to buy them out at double the value of their property. The nearer we approached Valle Nacional, the greater horror of the place we found among the people. None had been there, but all had heard rumors. Some had seen survivors, and the sight of those walking corpses had confirmed the rumors. As we got off the train at Cordoba, we saw crossing the platform a procession of 14 men, 2 in front and 2 behind with rifles, 10 with their arms bound behind them with ropes, their heads down. Some were ragged, some well-dressed, and several had small bundles on their shoulders. "On the way to the valley," I whispered. My companion nodded, and the next moment the procession disappeared through a narrow gateway on the opposite side of the street. the entrance to a most conveniently situated bullpen with the accommodation overnight of the exiles. After supper, I mingled with the crowds in the leading hotels of the town and was aggressive enough in my role of investor to secure letters of introduction from a wealthy Spaniard to several slaveholders of the Valley. You'd better call on the Jefe Politico at Tuxtepec as soon as you get there, advised the Spaniard. He's a friend of mine. Just show him my signature and he'll pass you along. All right. When I arrived at Tuxtepec, I took the advice of the senor, and to my good fortune, for the Jefe Politico, Rodolfo Pardo, not only passed me along, but gave me a personal letter to each of his subordinates along the road, the Presidentes of Chiltepec, Yucatepec, and Valle Nacional, instructing them to neglect their official business, if necessary, but to attend to my wants. Thus, it was during my first days in the Valley of Death. I was the guest of the Presidente, and on the nights which I spent in the town, a special police escort was appointed to see that I came to no harm. In Cordoba, a Negro building contractor, an intelligent fellow who had sojourned in Mexico for 15 years, said to me, "The days of slavery ain't over yet." No, sir, they ain't over. I've been here a long time, and I've got a little property. I know I'm pretty safe, but sometimes I get scared myself. Yes, sir, I get scared, you bet. Early next morning, as I was dressing, I glanced out of my window and saw a man walking down the middle of the street with one end of a riata around his neck and a horseman riding behind at the other end of the riata. "Where's that man going?" I inquired of the servant. "Going to be hanged?" "Oh, no, only going to jail," answered the servant. "It's the easiest way to take them, you know. In a day or two," he added, "that man will be on his way to Valle Nacional. Everybody arrested here goes to Valle Nacional. Everybody except the rich." I wonder if that same gang we saw last night will be going down on the train today, my companion Di Lara said as we made for the depot. He did not wonder long, for we had hardly found seats when we saw the 10 slaves and their rurale guards filing into the second-class coach adjoining. 3 of the prisoners were well-dressed and had unusually intelligent faces. The others were of the ordinary type of city or farm laborers. 2 of the former were bright boys under 20, one of whom burst into tears as the train pulled slowly out of Cordoba toward the dreaded valley. Down into the tropics we slid, into the jungle, into the dampness and perfume of the lowlands, known as the hot country. We flew down a mountain, then skirted the rim of a gash-like gorge, looking down upon coffee plantations, upon groves of bananas, rubber, and sugar cane, then into a land where it rains every day, except in midwinter. It was not hot, not real hot like Yuma, but the passengers perspired with the sky. We watched the exiles curiously, and at the first opportunity we made advances to the chief of the rurale squad. At Tierra Blanca, we stopped for dinner, and as the meal the rurales purchased for their charges consisted only of tortillas and chili, we bought a few extras for them, then sat and watched them eat. Gradually we drew the exiles into conversation, carefully nursing the goodwill of their guards at the same time, and presently we had the story of each. The prisoners were all from Pachuca, capital of the state of Hidalgo, and unlike the vast majority of Valle Nacional slaves, they were being sent over the road directly by the Jefe Politico of that district. The particular system of this particular Jefe was explained to us 2 days later by Esperidion Sanchez, a corporal of rurales, as follows. The Jefe Politico of Pachuca has a contract with Candido Fernandez, owner of the tobacco plantation San Cristobal La Vega, whereby he agrees to deliver 500 able-bodied laborers a year for 50 pesos each. The Jefe get special nominal government rates on the railroads. His guards are paid for by the government, so the 4 days trip from Pachuca cost him only 3 pesos and a half per man. This leaves him 46 and 1/2 pesos. Out of it, he must pay something to his governor, Pedro L. Rodriguez, and something to the jefe politico at Tuxtepec. But even then his profits are very large. How does he get his men? He picks them up on the street and puts them in jail. Sometimes he charges them with some crime, real or imaginary, but in either case the man is never tried. He is held in jail until there are enough others to make up a gang, and then all are sent here. Why, men who may be safely sent to Valle Nacional are getting so scarce in Pachuca that the jefe has even been known to take young boys out of school and send them here just for the sake of the 50 pesos. Of our 10 friends from Pachuca, all had been arrested and put in jail, but not one had been taken before a judge. 2 had been charged with owing money that they could not pay. 1 had been arrested when drunk. Another had been drunk and had discharged a firearm into the air. The 5th had shouted too loudly on Independence Day, September 16th. Another had attempted rape. The 7th had had a mild-mannered quarrel with another boy over the sale of a 5-cent ring. 2 had been musicians in the army and had left one company and joined another without permission. And the 10th had been a clerk of rurales and had been sold for paying a friendly visit to the previous 2 while they were in jail serving out their sentence for desertion. When we smiled our incredulity at the tale of the 10th prisoner and asked the chief rurale point blank if it was true, he astonished us with his reply. Nodding his grizzled head, he said in a low voice, "It is true. Tomorrow may be my time. It is always the poor that suffer." We would have looked upon the stories of these men as fairy tales, but all of them were confirmed by one or the other of the guards. The case of the musicians interested us most. The older carried the forehead of a university professor. He was a cornet player, and his name was Amado Godinez. The younger was a boy of but 18, the boy who cried, a basso player named Felipe Gomez. "They are sending us to our death, muttered Godinez. "We will never get out of that hole alive." And all along the route, wherever we met him, he said the same thing, repeating over and over again, "They are sending us to our death, and always at the words the soft-faced, cringing boy of 18 at his side would cry silently. At El Juli, the gateway to the Mexican hell, we parted from our unfortunate friends for a time. As we left the railroad depot to board our launch on the river, we saw the 10, strung out in single file, one mounted rurale in front and one behind, disappear in the jungle toward Tuxtepec. 4 hours later, as we approached the district metropolis, in the thickening twilight, we saw them again. They had beaten the launch in the journey up the river, had crossed in a canoe, and now stood resting for a moment on a sandy bank, silhouetted against the sky. Rodolfo Pardo, the jefe politico, whom we visited after supper, proved to be a slender, polished man of 40, smooth-shaven, with eyes which searched our bodies like steel probes at first, but the thought of fresh millions to be invested where he might levy his toll upon them sweetened him as we became acquainted, and when we shook his cold, moist hand goodbye, we had won all that we had asked for. Don Rodolfo even called in the chief of police and instructed him to find us good horses for our journey. Early the following morning found us on the jungle trail. During the forenoon, we encountered several other travelers, and we lost no opportunity to question them. "Run away?" "Yes, they try to, sometimes," said one native, a Mexican cattleman, "but too many are against them. The only escape is downriver. They must cross many times, and they must pass Chiltepec, Tuxtepec, and El Juli. and they must hide from everyone on the road. For a reward of 10 pesos is paid for every runaway captured. We don't love the system, but 10 pesos is a lot of money, and no one would let it go by. Besides, if one doesn't get it, another will, and even though the runaway should get out of the valley, when he reaches Cordoba, he finds the enganchador Triscalo waiting there to send him back. One time, another native told us, I saw a man leaning against a tree beside the trail. As I rode up, I spoke to him, but he did not move. His arm was doubled against the tree trunk, and his eyes seemed to be studying the ground. I touched his shoulder and found that he was stiff, dead. He had been turned out to die and had walked so far. How do I know he was not a runaway? Ah, senor, I knew. You would have known, too, had you seen his swollen feet and the bones of his face almost bare. No man who looks like that could run away. Just at nightfall, we rode into Yucatan, and there we found the slave gang ahead of us. They had started first and had kept ahead, walking the 24 miles of muddy trail, though some of them were soft from jail confinement. They were sprawled out on a patch of green beside the detention house. The white linen collar of Amado Gardenese was gone now. The pair of fine shoes, nearly new, which he wore on the train, were on the ground beside him, heavy with mud and water. His bare feet were small, as white as a woman's and as tender, and both showed bruises and scratches. Since that evening at Yucatan, I have often thought of Amado Gardenese, and have wondered, with a shiver, how those tender white feet fared among the tropical flies of Valle Nacional. They are sending us to our death, to our death. The news that Amado Gardenese were alive today would surprise me. That night he seemed to realize that he would never need those fine shoes again, and before I went to bed I heard him trying to sell them to a passerby for 25 cents. Wherever we stopped, we induced people by careless questions to talk about the valley. I wanted to make no mistake. I wanted to hear the opinion of everybody. I did not know what might be denied us farther on, and always the story was the same. Slavery and men and women beaten to death. We arose at 5 the next morning and missed our breakfast in order to follow the slave gang over the road to Valle Nacional. At first the chief of the two rurales, a clean, handsome young Mexican, looked askance at our presence, but before we were halfway there he was talking pleasantly. He was a Tuxtepec rurale and was making his living out of the system, yet he was against it. It's the Spanish who beat our people to death, he said bitterly. All the tobacco planters are Spanish, all but one or two. The rurale chief gave us the names of 2 Spaniards, partners, Juan Pineda and Juan Robles, who had become rich on Valle Nacional tobacco and had sold out and gone back to spend the rest of their days in Spain. After they were gone, said he, the new owner, in looking over the place, ran upon a swamp in which he found hundreds of human skeletons. The toilers whom Pineda and Robles had starved and beaten to death, they had been too miserly to bury. Nobody ever thought of having a planter arrested for murdering his slaves, the rurale told us. To this rule he mentioned 2 exceptions. One, the case of a foreman who had shot 3 slaves. The other, a case in which an American figured, and in which the American ambassador took action. In the first case, the planter had disapproved the killing because he needed the slaves, so he himself had secured the arrest of the foreman. As to the other case, in past years they used to pick up a derelict American once in a while and ship him down here, said my informant. But the trouble this particular one kicked up has resulted in Americans being barred altogether. This American was sent to San Cristobal, the farm of Candido Fernandez. At this plantation it was the custom to kill a steer every 2 weeks to provide meat for the family and the foreman. The only meat the slaves ever got was the head and entrails. One Sunday, while helping butcher a steer, the hunger of the American slave got the better of him, and he seized some of the entrails and ate them raw. The next day he died, and a few weeks later, an escaped slave called on the American ambassador in Mexico City, gave him the name and home address of the American, and told him the man had been beaten to death. The ambassador secured the arrest of the planter Fernandez, and it cost him a lot of money to get out of jail. Our trip was a very beautiful one, if very rough. At one point, we climbed along the precipitous side of a magnificent mountain, allowing our horses to pick their way over the rocks behind us. At another, we waited while the slaves took off their clothing, piled them in bundles on their heads, and waded across a creek. Then we followed on our horses. At many points, I yearned mightily for a camera, yet I knew if I had it, that it would get me into trouble. Picture merely the procession as it wound in single file around the side of a hill. The tropical green above, broken now and then by a ridge of gigantic gray rocks. Below, a level meadow, and a little farther on the curving, feminine lines of that lovely river, the Papalopan. Picture those 10 slaves, 6 with the regulation high straw hat of the plebeian Mexican, 4 with felts, all barefooted now except the boy musician, who is sure to throw away his shoes before the end of the journey. Half of them barehanded, imagining that the masters will furnish them blankets or extra clothing. The other half with small bundles of bright-colored blankets on their packs. Finally, the mounted and uniformed rurales, one in front and one behind, and the American travelers at the extreme rear. Soon we began to see gangs of men, from 20 to 100, at work in the fields preparing the ground for the tobacco planting. The men were the color of the ground, and it struck me as strange that they moved incessantly while the ground was still. Here and there among the moving shapes stood others. These seemed different. They really looked like men, with long lithe canes in their hands and sometimes swords and pistols in their belts. We knew then that we had reached Valle Nacional. The first farm at which we stopped was San Juan del Rio. Crouching beside the porch of the main building was a sick slave. One foot was swollen to twice its natural size, and a dirty bandage was wrapped clumsily about it. "What's the matter with your foot?" I asked. "Blood poisoning from insect bites," replied the slave. "He'll have maggots in another day or two," a boss told us with a grin. As we rode away, we caught our first glimpse of a Valle Nacional slave house, a mere jail with barred windows, a group of women bending over metates, and a guard at the door with a key. I have said that our rurale corporal was opposed to the system, yet how perfectly he was a part of it he soon showed. Rounding a bluff, suddenly we caught sight of a man crouching half-hidden behind a tree. Our rurale called him, and he came, trembling and trying to hide the green oranges that he had been eating. The ensuing conversation went something like this. "Rurale, where are you going?" "Man, to Oaxaca." "Rurale, where are you from?" "Man, from the port of Manzanillo." "Rurale, you've come 100 miles out of your way. Nobody ever comes this way who doesn't have business here. What farm did you run away from anyhow?" "Man, I didn't run away." "Rurale, well, you fall in here." So we took the man along. Later it was ascertained that he had run away from San Juan del Rio. The rurale got the 10 pesos reward. At the plantation, San Cristobal, we left the slave gang behind, first having the temerity to shake the hands of the 2 musicians, whom we never saw again. Alone on the road, we found that the attitude of those we met was widely different from what it had been when we were traveling in the company of the rurales, the agents of the state. The Spanish horsemen whom we encountered did not deign to speak to us. They stared at us suspiciously through half-closed eyes, and 1 or 2 even spoke offensively of us in our hearing. Had it not been for the letter to the Presidente in my pocket, it would doubtless have been a difficult matter to secure admission to the tobacco plantations of Valle Nacional. Everywhere we saw the same thing. Gangs of emaciated men and boys at work clearing the ground with machetes or plowing the broad fields with oxen, and everywhere we saw guards armed with long, lithe canes, with swords and pistols. Just before we crossed the river for the last time to ride into the town of Valle Nacional, we spoke to an old man with the stump of a wrist who was working alone near the fence. "How did you lose your hand?" I asked. "A cabo, foreman, cut it off with a sword," was the reply. Manuel Lagunas, Presidente of Valle Nacional, proved to be a very amiable fellow, and I almost liked him until I saw his slaves. His secretary, Miguel Vidal, was even more amiable, and we four sat for 2 hours over our late dinner, thoroughly enjoying ourselves and talking about the country. During the entire meal, a little half-Negro boy of perhaps 8 years stood silent behind the door, emerging only when his master, needing to be waited upon, called Negro. "I bought him cheap," said Vidal. "He cost me only 25 pesos. Because of its great beauty, Valle Nacional was originally called Royal Valley by the Spaniards, but after the independence of Mexico, it was rechristened Valle Nacional. 35 years ago, the land belonged to the Chinanteco Indians, a peaceable tribe, among whom it was divided by President Juarez. When Diaz came into power, he failed to make provision for protecting the Chinantecos against scheming Spaniards, so in a few years the Indians had drunk a few bottles of mezcal, and the Spaniards had gobbled up every foot of their land. The Valle Nacional Indians now secure their food from rented patches high up on the mountain sides, which are unfit for tobacco cultivation. Though the planters raise corn and beans and sometimes bananas or other tropical fruits, tobacco is the only considerable product of the valley. The plantations are usually large, there being only about 30 in the entire district. Of this number, 12 are owned by Bolsa Hermanos, brothers, who operate a large cigar factory in Veracruz and another in the city of Oaxaca. After dinner, we went for a stroll about town, and for a bodyguard, the Presidente assigned us a policeman, Juan Hernandez. We proceeded to question the policeman. "All the slaves are kept until they die. All," said Hernandez. "And when they are dead, the bosses do not always take the trouble to bury them. They throw them in the swamps where the alligators eat them. On the plantation, Honduras de Nancha, so many are given to the alligators that an expression has arisen among the slaves: 'Throw me to the hungry.' There is a terrible fear among those slaves that they will be thrown to the hungry before they are dead, and while they are yet conscious, as this has been done. Slaves who are worn out and good for nothing more," declared the policeman, "and yet who are strong enough to cry out against being thrown to the hungry, are turned out on the road without a cent, and in their rags many of them crawl to the town to die. The Indians give them some food, and on the edge of town there is an old house in which the miserable creatures are permitted to pass their last hours. This place is known as the House of Pity. We visited it with the policeman and found an old woman lying on her face on the bare floor. She did not move when we came in, nor when we spoke to each other and finally to her, and for some time we were not sure that she was alive. At last she groaned feebly. It can be imagined how we felt, but we could do nothing, so we tiptoed to the door and hurried away. You will find this a healthy country, the municipal secretary told us a little later in the evening. Don't you notice how fat we all are? The laborers of the plantations, yes, they die of malaria and consumption, but it is only because they were underfed. Tortillas and beans, sour beans at that usually, is all they get, and besides they are beaten too much. Yes, they die, but nobody else here ever has any sickness." End of section 7. Section 8 of Barbarous Mexico. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Barbarous, Mexico, by John Kenneth Turner. Chapter 5, In the Valley of Death, Part 2. Notwithstanding the accounts of Juan Hernandez, the policeman, the secretary assured us that most of the dead slaves were buried. The burying is done in the town, and it costs the bosses 1.5 pesos for each burial. By charity, the town puts a little bamboo cross over each grave. We strolled out in the moonlight and took a look at the graveyard, and we gasped at the acres and acres of crosses. Yes, the planters buried their dead. One would guess by those crosses that Valle Nacional were not a village of 1,000 souls, but a city of 100,000. On our way to our beds in the house of the Presidente, we hesitated at the sound of a weak voice hailing us. A fit of heartbreaking coughing followed, and then we saw a human skeleton squatting beside the path. He wanted a penny. We gave him several, then questioned him, and learned that he was one who had come to die in the house of pity. It was cruel to make him talk, but we did it, and in his ghastly whispering voice, he managed to piece out his story between paroxysms of coughing. His name is Angelo Escovaria. He was 20 years old and a native of Tampico. 6 months previously, he had been offered wages on a farm at 2 pesos a day and had accepted, but only to be sold as a slave to Andres M. Rodriguez, proprietor of the plantation Santa Fe. At the end of 3 months, he began to break down under the inhuman treatment he received, and at 4 months, a foreman named Augustine broke a sword over his back. When he regained consciousness after the beating, he had coughed up a part of a lung. After that, he was beaten more frequently because he was unable to work as well, and several times he fell in a faint in the field. At last, he was set free, but when he asked for the wages that he thought were his, he was told that he was $1.50 in debt to the ranch. He came to the town and complained to the Presidente, but was given no satisfaction. Now, too weak to start to walk home, he was coughing his life away and begging for subsistence at the same time. In all my life, I have never seen another living creature so emaciated as Angelo Escobar. Yet, only 3 days previously, he had been working all day in the hot sun. We visited the plantation Santa Fe the following day, as well as a half a dozen others. We found the system of housing, feeding, working, and guarding the slaves alike on all. The main dormitory at Santa Fe consisted of one windowless dirt floor room, built of upright poles set in the ground an inch apart and held firmly together by strands of barbed wire fencing. It was as impregnable as an American jail. The beds consisted of a single grass mat, each laid crosswise on a wooden bench. There were 4 benches, 2 on each side, one above another, running lengthwise of the room. The beds were laid so close together that they touched. The dimensions of the room were 75 by 18 feet, and in these cramped quarters, 150 men, women, and children slept every night. The Valle Nacional tobacco planters have not the decency of slaveholders of 50 years ago, for on not one of the plantations did I find a separate dormitory for the women. And I was repeatedly told that the women who entered that foul hole all become common to the men, not because they wish to become so, but because the overseers do not protect them from the unwelcome advances of the men. On the Santa Fe ranch, the mandador, or superintendent, sleeps in a room at one end of the slave dormitory, and the cabos, or overseers, sleep in a room at the other end. The single door is padlocked, but a watchman paces all night up and down the passageway between the rows of shelves. Every half hour he strikes a clamorous gong. In answer to a question, Senor Rodriguez assured me that the gong did not disturb the sleeping slaves. But even if it had, the rule was necessary to prevent the watchman from going to sleep and permitting a jailbreak. Observing the field gangs at close range, I was astonished to see so many children among the laborers. At least half were under 20, and at least 1/4 under 14. "The boys are just as good in the planting as the men," remarked the Presidente, who escorted us about. "They last longer, too, and they cost only half as much. Yes, all the planters prefer boys to men." During my ride through fields and along the roads, that day I often wondered why some of those bloodless, toiling creatures did not cry out to us and say, "Help us, for God's sakes, help us. We are being murdered." Then I remembered that all men who pass this way are like their own bosses, and in answer to a cry they could expect nothing better than a mocking laugh and perhaps a blow besides. Our second night in Valle Nacional we spent on the Presidente's plantation. As we approached the place, we lagged behind the Presidente to observe a gang of 150 men and boys planting tobacco on the adjoining farm, El Mirador. There were half a dozen overseers among them, and as we came near, we saw them jumping here and there among the slaves, yelling, cursing, and striking this way and that with their long, lithe canes. Whack, whack went the sticks on backs, shoulders, legs, and even heads. The slaves weren't being beaten. They were only being urged a little, possibly for our benefit. We stopped, and the head foreman, a big black Spaniard, stepped over to the fence and greeted us. "Do they ever fight back?" he repeated at my question. "Not if they're wives. They can get all the fight they want from me. The men that fight me don't come to work next day. Yes, they need the stick. Better to kill a lazy man than to feed him. Run away? Sometimes the new ones try it, but we soon tame it out of them. And we get 'em tamed, we keep 'em here. There never was one of these dogs who got out of here and didn't go telling lies about us. Should I live 1,000 years, I would never forget the faces of dull despair I saw everywhere, and I would never forget the first night I spent on a Valle Nacional slave farm, the farm of the Presidente. The place was well named, La Sepultura, though its name was given by the Indians long before it became the sepulchre of Mexican slaves. La Sepultura is one of the smallest farms in the valley. The dormitory is only 40 by 15 feet, and it accommodates 70 men and women nightly. Inside there are no benches, nothing but the bare ground and a thin grass mat for each sleeper. In it we found an old woman lying sick and shivering alone. Later that night, we saw it crammed full of the miserable shivering with the cold, for the wind was blowing a hurricane, and the rain was coming down in torrents. In a few hours, the temperature must have dropped 40 degrees. 1/3 of the laborers here were women, one of them a girl of 12. That night the buildings rocked so fearfully that the horses were taken out of the barn. But, though a building had blown down a few weeks previously, the slaves were not taken out of their jail. Their jail was built just off the dining room of the dwelling, and that night my companion and I slept in the dining room. I heard the jail door open and shut for a late worker to enter, and then I heard the voice of the 12-year-old girl pleading in terror. "Please don't lock the door tonight, only tonight. Please leave it so we can be saved if the house falls." The answer that I heard was only a brutal laugh. When I went to bed that night at 9:30, a gang of slaves was still working about the barn. When I awoke at 4, the slaves were receiving their beans and tortillas in the slave kitchen. When I went to bed, 2 of the Presidente's kitchen drudges were hard at work. Through the chinks in the poles which divided the 2 rooms, I watched them, for I could not sleep. At 11 o'clock by my watch, one disappeared. It was 12:05 before the other was gone, but in less than 4 hours more I saw her again, working. Yet perhaps she fared better than did the grinders of corn and the drawers of water. For when, with the son of the Presidente, I visited the slave kitchen at 5 and remarked on the exhausted faces of the women there, he informed me that their rising hour was 2 o'clock and that they never had time to rest during the day. Oh, it was awful. This boy of 16, manager of the farm in his father's absence, told me with much gusto of how fiercely the women sometimes fought against the assaults of the men, and how he had at times enjoyed peering through a crack and watching those tragic encounters of the night. All night we were disturbed, mostly by the hacking, tearing coughs that came to us through the chinks, sometimes by heartbreaking sobs. Lara and I did not speak about these things until the morning, when I remarked upon his haggard face. I heard the sobs and the coughs and the groans, said Lara. I heard the women cry, and I cried too. 3 times I cried. I do not know how I could ever laugh and be happy again. While we waited for breakfast, the Presidente told us many things about the slavery and showed us a number of knives and files which had been taken from the slaves at various times. Like penitentiary convicts, the slaves had somehow got possession of the tools in the hope of cutting a way out of their prison at night and escaping the sentries. The Presidente told us frankly that the authorities of Mexico City, of Veracruz, of Oaxaca, of Pachuca, and of Jalapa regularly engage in the slave traffic, usually in combination with one or more labor agents. He especially named the mayor of a certain well-known seaport, who was mentioned in the American newspapers as an honored guest of President Roosevelt in 1908 and a prominent visitor to the Republican convention at Chicago. This mayor, said our Presidente, regularly employed his city detective force as a dragnet for slaves. He arrested all sorts of people on all sorts of pretexts, merely for the sake of the 45 pesos of peace that they would bring from the tobacco planters. Our conversation that morning was interrupted by a Spanish foreman, who rode up and had a talk with the Presidente. They spoke in low tones, but we caught most of what they said. The foreman had killed a woman the previous day and had come to make his peace about it. After a consultation of 10 minutes, the Presidente shook the hand of his visitor, and we heard him tell the murderer to go home and attend to his business and think no more about the matter. It was Sunday, and we spent the entire day in the company of Antonio Pla, probably the most remarkable human monster in Valle Nacional. Pla is general manager for Bolsa Hermanos in Valle Nacional, and as such, he oversees the business of 12 large plantations. He resides on the ranch Honduras de Nancha, the one of special alligator fame, where the term "throw me to the hungry" originated. Pla calls his slaves La Tigres, the tigers, and he took the greatest of pleasure in showing us the dens of the tigers, as well as in explaining his entire system of purchase, punishment, and burial. Pla estimated that the annual movement of slaves to Valle Nacional is 15,000, and he assured me that if the planters killed every last one of them, the authorities would not interfere. Why should they, he asked. Don't we support them? Pla, like many of the other planters, raised tobacco in Cuba before he came to Valle Nacional, and he declared that on account of the slave system in the latter place, the same quality of tobacco was raised in Valle Nacional for half the price that it cost to raise it in Cuba. It was not practical, said he, to keep the slaves more than 7 or 8 months, as they become all dried out. He explained the various methods of whipping, the informal slugging in the field with the cane of a guto wood, and the lining up of the gangs in the morning and the administration of a few stripes to the lazy ones as medicine for the day. But after a while, declared Pla, even the cane doesn't do any good. There comes a time when they just can't work any longer. Pla told us that an agent of the government had 3 months before tried to sell him 500 Yaquis for 20,000 pesos, but he had rejected the offer as, though the Yaquis last like iron, they will persist in taking long chances in a break for liberty. I bought a bunch of Yaquis several years ago, he said, but most of them got away after a few months. No, Yucatan is the only place for the Yaquis. We found 2 Yaquis, however, on the farm, Los Mangos. They said that they had been there for 2 years and were the only ones left out of an original lot of 200. One had been out of commission for a few days, one of his feet being half gone, eaten off by insects. I expect I'll have to kill that tiger, said Blah, in the man's hearing. He'll never be worth anything to me anymore. The second Yaqui we found in the field working with the gang, I stepped up to him and felt of his arms. They were still muscular. He was really a magnificent specimen and reminded me of the story of Ben-Hur. As I inspected him, he stood erect, staring straight ahead but trembling slightly in every limb. The mere attitude of that Yaqui was to me the most conclusive evidence of the beastliness of the system under which he was enslaved. At Los Mangos, a foreman let us inspect his long, lithe cane, the beating cane, the cane of Echuca wood. It bent like a rawhide buggy whip, but it would not break. The Echuca tree grows on the mountainside, explained the foreman. See, the wood is like leather. With this cane I can beat 20 men to death, and yet it will be good for 20 more. In the slave kitchen of the same ranch, we found 2 girls of 17, both with refined and really beautiful faces grinding corn. Though their boss, Pla, stood menacingly by, each dared to tell her story briefly. One from Leon, state of Guanajuato, declared that the labor agent had promised her 50 pesos per month and a good home as cook in a small family. And when she discovered that all was not right, it was too late. The rurales compelled her to come along. The other girl was from San Luis Potosi. She had been promised a good home and 40 pesos a month for taking care of 2 small children. Wherever we went, we found the houses full of fine furniture made by the slaves. Yes, explained Antonio Blah, some of the best artisans in the country come right here, in one way or another. We get carpenters and cabinet makers and upholsterers and everything. Why, on my ranches, I've had teachers and actresses and artists, and one time I even had an ex-priest. I had one of the most beautiful actresses in the country one time, right here on Honduras de Noche. She was noted, too. How did she get here? Simple enough. A son of a millionaire in Mexico City wanted to marry her, and, to get her out of the way, the millionaire paid the authorities a good price to kidnap her and give her to a labor agent. Yes, sir, that woman was a beauty. And what became of her, I asked. Oh, was the evasive reply. That was 2 years ago. Truly, 2 years is a long time in Valle Nacional, longer than a lifetime, usually. The story of the actress reminded me of a story told me by a newly married runaway Mexican couple in Los Angeles just before I started on my trip. The young husband was a member of the middle class of Mexico City, and his wife was the daughter of a millionaire. Because the boy was considered to be below the girl's father went to extremes in his efforts to prevent the marriage. George went through many dangers for me, is the way the young bride told the story. One time my father tried to shoot him, and another time my father offered the authorities 5,000 pesos to kidnap him and send him to Valle Nacional. But I warned George, and he was able to save himself. Pla also told of 11 girls who had come to him in a single shipment from Oaxaca. They were at a public dance, said he. Some men got into a fight and the police jailed everybody in the hall. Those girls didn't have anything to do with the trouble, but the heavy politico needed the money, and so he sent them all here. Well, I asked, what sort of women were they? Public women? Pla shot me a glance full of meaning. No, senor, he said with contempt in his voice. Do you suppose that I need to have that kind of woman sent in here to me? The close attendance of owners and superintendents, as well as the ubiquity of overseers, prevented us from obtaining many long interviews with the slaves. One of the most notable of our slave talks occurred the day following our visit to the Balsa Hermanos farm. Returning from a long day's visit to numerous plantations, we hailed a plowman working near the road on Honduras de Nanche. The nearest overseer happened to be halfway across the field, and the slave, at our inquiry, willingly pointed out the slough of the alligators and confirmed the story of dying men being thrown to the hungry. I have been here for 6 years, and I believe I hold the record for the Valle, he told us. Other strong men come and turn to skeletons in a single season. But it seems that I cannot die. They come and fall, and come and fall, yet I stay on and live. But you ought to have seen me when I came. I was a man then, a man. I had shoulders and arms. I was a giant then. But now... Tears gathered in the fellow's eyes and rolled down his cheeks, but he went on. I was a carpenter, and a good one 6 years ago. I lived with my brother and sister in Mexico City. My brother was a student. He was only in his teens. My sister tended the little house that I paid for out of my wages. We were not poor. No, we were happy. Then work in my trade fell slack, and one evening I met a friend who told me of employment to be had in the state of Veracruz at 3 pesos a day. A long job. I jumped at the chance, and we came together. Came here. Here. I told my brother and sister that I would send them money regularly, and when I learned that I could send them nothing, and wrote to let them know, they would not let me send the letter. For months I kept that letter, watching, waiting, trying to get an opportunity to speak to the carrier as he rode along the highway. At last I saw him, but when I handed him the letter, he only laughed in my face and handed it back. Nobody is allowed to send a letter out of here. Escape? Went on the plowman. Yes, I tried it many times. Once, only 8 months ago, I got as far as Tuxtepec. I was writing a letter. I wanted to get word to my people, but they caught me before the letter was finished. They don't know where I am. They must think I am dead. My brother must have had to leave school. Better stop, I said. A cabo is coming. No, not yet, he answered. Quick, I will give you their address. Tell them that I never read the contract. Tell them that I never saw it until I came here. My brother's name is Juan. Look out, I cried, but too late. Whack! The long cane struck the plowman across the back. He winced, started to open his mouth again, but at a second whack he changed his mind and turned sullenly to his oxen. The rains of our last 2 days in Valle Nacional made the trail to Tuxtepec impassable, so we left our horses and traveled downriver in a balsa, a raft of logs on which was erected a tiny shelter, house-roofed with banana leaves. 2 Indians, one at each end, poled and paddled the strange craft down the rushing stream, and from them we learned that the Indians themselves have had their day as slaves in Valle Nacional. The Spaniards tried to enslave them, but they fought to the death. They employed their tribal solidarity and fought in droves like wolves, and in that way they regained and kept their freedom. Such a common understanding in such mass movements cannot, of course, be developed by the heterogeneous elements that today are brought together on the slave plantations. At Tuxtepec, on our way to meet Senor P., politician, labor agent, and relative of Felix Diaz, nephew of President Diaz and Chief of Police of Mexico City. Senor P., who dressed like a prince, made himself agreeable and answered our questions freely because he hoped to secure the contract for furnishing slaves for my company. You can't help but make money in Valle Nacional, said he. They all do. Why, after every harvest, there's an exodus of planters to Mexico City, with some of them stay for months, spending their money in the most riotous living. Senor P., was kind enough to tell us what became of the 50 pesos he received for each of his slaves. 5 pesos, he said, went to Rodolfo Pardo, jefe politico of Tuxtepec, 10 to Felix Diaz, for every slave taken out of Mexico City, and 10 to the mayor of the city or jefe politico of the district from whence came the other slaves. The fact that I am a brother-in-law of Felix Diaz, said Senor P., as well as a personal friend of the governors of the states of Oaxaca and Veracruz, and of the mayors of the cities of the same name, puts me in a position to supply your wants better than anyone else. I am prepared to furnish you any number of laborers, up to 40,000 a year, men, women, and children, and my price is 50 pesos each. Children workers last better than adults, and I advise you to use them in preference to others. I can furnish you 1,000 children a month under 14 years of age, and I am prepared to secure their legal adoption as sons and daughters of the company, so that they can be legally kept until they reach the age of 22. But how, I gasped, is my company going to adopt 12,000 children a year as sons and daughters? Do you mean to tell me that the government will permit such a thing? Leave that to me, replied Senor P., significantly. I'm doing it every day. You don't pay your 50 pesos until you get the children and the adoption papers too. End of section 8. Section 9 of Barbarous Mexico. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Barbarous Mexico by John Kenneth Turner. Chapter 6, The Country Peons and the City Poor. A whole book, and a large one, could very profitably be written upon the slavery of Mexico. But important as the subject is, it is not important enough to fill a greater fraction of space in this work than I have allotted to it. Most necessary is it that I dig beneath the surface and reveal the hideous causes which have made and are perpetuating the barbarous institution. I trust that my exposition of the previous chapters has been lucid enough to leave no question as to the complete partnership of the government in the slavery. In some quarters, this slavery has been admitted, but the guilt of the government has been denied. But it is absurd to suppose that the government could be kept in ignorance of a situation in which 1/3 the entire population of a great state are held as chattels. Moreover, it is well known that hundreds of state and national officials are constantly engaged in rounding up, transporting, selling, guarding, and hunting slaves. As I previously pointed out, every gang of enjachados leaving Mexico City or any other city for Valle Nacional or any other slave district are guarded by government rurales or rural guards in uniform. These rurales do not act on their own initiative. They are as completely under orders as are the soldiers of the regular army. Without the coercion of their guns and their authority, the enganchados would refuse to travel a mile of the journey. A moment's thought is sufficient to convince any unprejudiced mind that without the partnership of the government, the whole system of slavery would be an impossibility. Slavery similar to that of Yucatan and the Valle Nacional is to be found in nearly every state of Mexico, but especially in the coast states south of the Great Plateau. The labor on the henequen plantations of Campeche, in the lumber and fruit industries of Chiapas and Tabasco, on the rubber, coffee, sugarcane, tobacco, and fruit plantations of Veracruz, Oaxaca, and Morelos, is all done by slaves. In at least 10 of the 32 states and territories of Mexico, the proportion of labor is overwhelmingly of slaves. While the minor conditions vary somewhat in different places, the general system is everywhere the same. service against the will of the laborer, no pay, semi-starvation, and the whip. Into this arrangement of things are impressed not only the natives of the various slave states, but others, 100,000 others every year, to speak in round numbers, who, either enticed by the false promises of labor agents, kidnapped by labor agents, or shipped by political authorities in partnership with labor agents, leave their homes in other parts of the country to journey to their death in the hot lands. Debt and contract slavery is the prevailing system of production all over the south of Mexico. Probably 750,000 souls may properly be classed as human chattels. In all the rest of Mexico, a system of peonage, differing from slavery principally in degree, and similar in many respects to the serfdom of Europe in the Middle Ages, prevails in the rural districts. Under this system, the laborer is compelled to give service to the farmer, or hacendado, to accept what he wishes to pay, and even to receive such beatings as he cares to deliver. Debt, real or imaginary, is the nexus that binds the peon to the master. Debts are handed from father to son and on down through the generations, though the Constitution does not recognize the right of the creditor to take and hold the body of the debtor. The rural authorities everywhere recognize such a right, and the result is that probably 5 million people, or 1/3 the entire population, are today living in a state of helpless peonage. Farm peons are often credited with receiving wages, which normally range from 12.5 cents a day to 25 cents a day, American money, seldom higher. Often they never receive a cent of this, but are paid only in credit checks at the hacienda store, at which they are compelled to trade in spite of the exorbitant prices. As a result, their food consists solely of corn and beans. They live in hovels, often made of no more substantial material than corn stalks, and they wear their pitiful clothing, not merely until the garments are all rags and patches and ready to drop off, but until they actually do attain the vanishing act. Probably not fewer than 80% of all the farm and plantation laborers in Mexico are either slaves or are bound to the land as peons. The other 20% are denominated as free laborers and live a precarious existence, trying to dodge the net of those who would drag them down. I remember particularly a family of such whom I met in the state of Chihuahua. They were typical, though my memory of them is most vivid because I saw them on the first night I ever spent in Mexico. It was in a second-class car on the Mexican Central, traveling south. They were 6, that family, and of 3 generations, from the callow, raven-haired boy to the white-chinned grandfather. All 6 seemed to have the last ray of mirth ground out of their systems. We were a lively crowd sitting there near them. 4 were happy Mexicans returning home for a vacation after a season at wage labor in the United States. We sang a little and we made some music on a violin and a harmonica, but not one of that family of 6 behind us ever smiled or showed the slightest interest. They reminded me of a herd of cattle standing in a blizzard, their heads between their front legs, their backs to the storm. The face of the old patriarch told a story of burdens and of a patient, ox-like bearing of them, such as no words could possibly suggest. He had a ragged, grizzled beard and mustache, but his head was still covered with dark brown hair. He was probably 70, but was evidently still an active worker. His clothing consisted of American jumper and overalls of ordinary denim, washed and patched and washed and patched. A $1 suit patched until it was nothing but patches. Beside the patriarch sat the old lady, his wife, with head bowed and a facial expression so like that of her husband that it might have been a copy by a great painter. Yes, the expression differed in one detail. The old woman's upper lip was compressed tight against her teeth, giving an effect of perpetually biting her lip to keep back the tears. Perhaps her original stock of courage had not been equal to that of the man, and it had been necessary to fortify it by an everlasting compression of the mouth. Then there was a young couple, half the age of the two. The man sat with head nodding and granulated lids blinking slowly, now and then turning his eyes to stare with far distant interest upon the merrymakers around him. His wife, a flat-breasted, drooping woman, sat always in one position with her head bent forward and her right hand fingering her face about the bridge of the nose. Finally, there were two boys, one of 18, second son of the old man, and one of 16, son of the second couple. In all that night's journey, the only smile I saw from any of the six was the smile of the youngest boy. A passing news agent offered the boy a book for 75 centavos. With slightly widening eyes of momentary interest, the boy looked upon the gaily decorated paper cover, then turned toward his uncle and smiled a half-startled smile. To think that anyone might imagine that he could afford to purchase one of those magical things, a book. "We are from Chihuahua," the old man told us, when we had gained his confidence. "We work in the fields, all of us. All our lives we have been farm laborers in the corn and the beans and the melons of Chihuahua. But now we are running away from it. If the bosses would pay us the money they agreed to pay, we could get along. But they never pay all. Never. This time the boss paid us only 2/3 the agreed price. Yet I am very thankful for that much, for he might have given us only 1/3, as others have done in the past. What can I do? Nothing. I cannot hire a lawyer, but the lawyer would steal the other 2/3, and the boss would put me in jail besides. Many times I and my sons have gone to jail for asking the boss to pay us the full amount of our agreement. My sons become angry more and more, and sometimes I feel one may strike the boss or kill him. That would be the end of us. No, the best thing to do, I decided at last, was to get away. So we put our wages together and used our last dollar to pay for tickets to Torreon, where we hope to find work in the cotton fields. I hear we can get 1 peso a day in busy times. Is it so? Or will it be the same story over again there? Perhaps it will. But what else can I do but try? Work, work, work. That's all there is for us, and nothing in return for the work. We do not drink. We are not lazy. Every day we pray to God. Yet debt is always following us, begging to be taken in. Many times I have wanted to borrow just a little from my boss, but my wife has always pleaded with me. No, she would say, better die than to owe, for owing once means owing forever, and slavery. But sometimes, continued the old man, I think it might be better to owe, better to fall in debt, better to give up our liberty than to go on like this to the end. True, I am getting old, and I would love to die free, but it is hard, too hard. The 750,000 of chattel slaves and 5 million peons do not monopolize the economic misery of Mexico. It extends to every class of men that toils. There are 150,000 mine and smelter workers who receive less money for a week's labor than an American miner of the same class gets for a day's wages. There are 30,000 cotton mill operatives whose wages average less than 30 cents a day in American money. There are 250,000 domestic servants whose wages range from $1 to $5 a month. There are 40,000 impressed soldiers who get less than $2 a month above the scantiest rations. The common policemen of Mexico City, 2,000 of them, are paid but 50 cents a day in our money. 50 cents a day is a high average for streetcar conductors in the metropolis, where wages are higher than in any other section of the country, except close to the American border, and this proportion is constant throughout the industries. An offer of 50 cents a day without found would, without the slightest doubt, bring in Mexico City an army of 50,000 able-bodied laborers inside of 24 hours. From such miserable wages, it must not be guessed that the cost of the necessities of life are less than they are here, as in the case of other low-wage countries, such as India and China. On the contrary, the cost of corn and beans, upon which the mass of the Mexican people eke out their existence, is actually higher as a rule than it is in the United States. At this writing, it costs nearly twice as much money to buy 100 pounds of corn in Mexico City as it does in Chicago, and that in the same money. American gold or Mexican silver, take it as you like it, and this is the cheapest staple that the poverty-stricken Mexican is able to lay his hands upon. As to clothing and shelter, the common Mexican has about as little of either as can be imagined. The tenements of New York City are palatial homes compared to the tenements of Mexico City. A quarter of a mile in almost any direction off Diaz's Grand Paseo de la Reforma, the magnificent driveway over which tourists are always taken, and by which they usually judge Mexico, will carry the investigator into conditions that are not seen in any city worthy the name of civilized. If in all Mexico there exists a city with a really modern sewer system, I am ignorant of its name. Travelers who have stopped at the best hotels of the metropolis may raise their eyebrows at this last statement, but a little investigation will show that not more than 1/5 of the houses within the limits of that metropolis are regularly supplied with water with which to flush the sewers, while there are many densely populated blocks which have no public water whatsoever, neither for sewer flushing nor for drinking. It will take a few minutes' reflection to realize what this really means. As a result of such unsanitary conditions, the death rate in that city ranges always between 5 and 6%, usually nearer the latter figure, which places that percentage at more than double the death rate of well-regulated cities of Europe, the United States, and even of South America, which proves that half the people who die in Diaz's metropolis die of causes which modern cities have abolished. A lifelong resident once estimated to me that 200,000 people of the country's metropolis, or 2/5 the entire population, spend every night on the stones. On the stones means not on the streets, but sleeping is not permitted on the streets or in the parks, but on the floors of cheap tenements or lodging houses. Possibly this is an exaggeration. From my own observations, however, I know that 100,000 would be a very conservative estimate, and at least 25,000 pass the nights in mesones, the name commonly applied to the cheapest class of transient lodging houses. A maison is a pit of such misery as is surpassed only by the galeras, the sleeping jails of the contract slaves of the hot lands, and the dormitories of the Mexican prisons. The chief difference between the maisons and the galeras is that into the latter the slaves are driven, tottering from overwork, semi-starvation, and fever, driven with whips and locked in when they are there, while to the maisons the ragged, ill-nourished wretches from the city streets come to buy with 3 precious copper centavos a brief and scanty shelter, a bare spot to lie down in, a grass mat, company with the vermin that squalor breeds, rest in a sickening room with hundreds of others, snoring, tossing, groaning brothers and sisters in woe. During my most recent visit to Mexico, in the winter and spring of 1909, I visited many of these maisons and took a number of flashlight photos of the inmates. The conditions in all I found to be the same. The buildings are ancient ones, often hundreds of years old, which have been abandoned as unfit for any other purpose than as sleeping places for the country's poor. But 3 centavos the pilgrim gets a grass mat and the privilege of hunting for a bare spot large enough to lie down in. On cold nights the floor and yards are so thick with bodies that it is very difficult to find footing between the sleepers. In one room I have counted as high as 200. Poor women and girls must sleep, as well as poor men and boys, and if they cannot afford more than 3 cents for a bed, they must go to the Masonis with the men. In not one of the Masonis that I visited was there a separate room for the women and girls, though there were many women and girls among the inmates. Like a man, a girl pays her 3 cents and gets a grass mat. She may come early and find a comparatively secluded nook in which to rest her weary body, but there is nothing to prevent a man from coming along, lying down beside her and annoying her throughout the night. And this thing is done. More than once in my visits to Miss Sony's, I saw a young and unprotected girl awakened from her sleep and solicited by a strange man, whose roving eye had lighted upon her as he came into the place. The Masonis breed immorality as appallingly as they breed vermin. Homeless girls do not go to Masonis because they are bad, but because they are poor. These places are licensed by the authorities, and it would be a simple matter to require the proprietors to set apart a portion of the space exclusively for women, but this the authorities have not the decency to do. Miserable as are the Masonis, the 25,000 homeless Mexicans who spend their nights there are fortunate compared to the thousands of others who, when the shadows fall upon them, find that they cannot produce the 3 centavos to pay for a grass mat and a spot on a bare floor. Every night there is a hejira of these thousands from the city's streets, carrying what pitiful belongings they have, if they have any belongings, moving along hand in hand, if they are a family together, husband and wife, or merely friends drawn closer together by their poverty. They travel for miles out of the city to the open roads and fields, the great stock farms belonging to men high up in the councils of the government. Here they huddle about on the ground, shivering in the cold. A few nights in that altitude are not so cold that covering is not sorely needed. In the morning they travel back to the heart of the city, there to pit their feeble strength against the powers that are conspiring to prevent them from earning a living. There, after vain and discouraging struggles, at last to fall into the net of the labor agent, who is on the lookout for slaves for his wealthy clients, the planters of the lowland states. Mexico contains 767,000 square miles. Acre for acre, it is as rich as, if not richer than, the United States. It has fine harbors on both coasts. It is approximately as near the world's markets as are we. There is no natural or geographical reason why its people should not be as prosperous and happy as any in the world. In point of years, it is an older country than ours. It is not overpopulated. With a population of 15 million, it has 18 souls to the square mile, which is slightly less than we have here. Yet, seeing the heart of Mexico, it is inconceivable that there could be more extreme poverty in all the world. India or China could not be worse off, for if they were, acute starvation would depopulate them. Mexico is a people starved, a nation prostrate. What is the reason? Who is to blame? End of section 9. Section 10, The Barbarous Mexico. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Barbarous Mexico by John Kenneth Turner. Chapter 7, The Diaz System, Part 1. The slavery and peonage of Mexico, the poverty and illiteracy, the general prostration of the people are due, in my humble judgment, to the financial and political organization that at present rules that country. In a word, to what I shall call the system of General Porfirio Diaz. That these conditions can be traced in a measure to the history of Mexico during past generations is true. I do not wish to be unfair to General Diaz in the least degree. The Spanish dons made slaves and peons of the Mexican people, yet never did they grind the people as they are ground today. In Spanish times, the peon at least had his own little patch of ground, his own humble shelter. Today he has nothing. Moreover, the Declaration of Independence, proclaimed just 100 years ago in 1810, proclaimed also the abolition of chattel slavery. Slavery was abolished, though not entirely. Succeeding Mexican governments of class and of church and of the individual held the people in bondage little less severe. But finally came a democratic movement which broke the back of the church, which overthrew the rule of caste, which adopted a form of government as modern as our own, which freed the slave in fact as well as in name, which gave the lands of the people back to the people, which wiped the slate clean of the blood of the past. It was at this juncture that General Porfirio Diaz, without any valid excuse and apparently for no other reason than personal ambition, stirred up a series of revolutions which finally ended in his capture of the governmental powers of the land, while professing to respect the progressive institutions which Juarez and Lerdo had established before him. He built up a system all his own, a system in which he personally was the central and all-controlling figure, in which his individual caprice was the Constitution and the law, in which all circumstances and all men, big and little, were bent or broken at his will. Like Louis XIV, the state, Porfirio Diaz was the state. It was under Porfirio Diaz that slavery and peonage were re-established in Mexico, and on a more merciless basis than they had existed even under the Spanish dons. Therefore, I can see no injustice in charging at least a preponderance of the blame for these conditions upon the system of Diaz. I say the system of Diaz, rather than Diaz personally, because, though he is the keystone of the arch, though he is the government of Mexico more completely than is any other individual, the government of any large country on the planet, yet no one man can stand alone in his iniquity. Diaz is the central prop of the slavery, but there are other props without which the system could not continue upright for a single day. For example, there is the collection of commercial interests which profit by the Diaz system of slavery and autocracy, and which puts no insignificant part of its tremendous powers to holding the central prop upright in exchange for the special privileges that it receives. Not the least among these commercial interests are American, which, I blush to say, are quite as aggressive defenders of the Diaz citadel as any. Indeed, as I shall show in future chapters, these American interests undoubtedly form the determining force in the continuation of Mexican slavery. Thus does Mexican slavery come home to us in the full sense of the term. For the horrors of Yucatan and Valle Nacional, Diaz is to blame, but so are we. We are to blame insofar as governmental powers over which we are conceded to have some control are employed under our very eyes for the perpetuation of a regime of which slavery and peonage are an integral part. In order that the reader may understand the Diaz system and its responsibility in the degradation of the Mexican people, it will be well to go back and trace briefly the beginnings of that system. Mexico is spoken of throughout the world as a republic. That is because it was once a republic and still pretends to be one. Mexico has a constitution which has never been repealed, a constitution said to be modeled after our own, and one which is indeed like ours in the main. Like ours, it provides for a national congress, state legislatures, and municipal aldermen to make the laws, federal, state, and local judges to interpret them, and a president, governors, and local executives to administer them. Like ours, it provides for manhood suffrage, freedom of the press and of speech, equality before the law, and the other guarantees of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness which we ourselves enjoy in a degree as a matter of course. Such was Mexico 40 years ago. 40 years ago, Mexico was at peace with the world. She had just overthrown, after her heroic war, the foreign prince Maximilian, who had been seated as emperor by the armies of Napoleon III of France. Her president, Benito Juarez, is today recognized in Mexico and out of Mexico as one of the most able as well as unselfish patriots of Mexican history. Never since Cortez fired his ships there on the Gulf Coast had Mexico enjoyed such prospects of political freedom, industrial prosperity, and general advancement. But in spite of these facts and the additional fact that he was deeply indebted to Juarez, all his military promotions having been received at the hands of the latter, General Porfirio Diaz stirred up a series of rebellions for the purpose of securing for himself the supreme power of the land. Diaz not only led one armed rebellion against a peaceable, constitutional, and popularly approved government, but he led 3 of them. For 9 years he plotted as a common rebel. The support that he received came chiefly from bandits, criminals, and professional soldiers who were disgruntled at the anti-militarist policy which Juarez had inaugurated, and which, if he could have carried it out a bit farther, would have been effective in preventing military revolutions in the future, and from the Catholic Church. Repeatedly, it was proved that the people did not want Diaz at the head of their government. 3 times during his first 5 years of plotting, he was an unsuccessful candidate at the polls. In 1867, he received a little more than 1/3 the votes counted for Juarez. In 1871, he received about 3/5 as many votes as Juarez. In 1872, after the death of Juarez, he ran against Lerdo de Tejada and received only 1/15 as many votes as his opponent. While in arms, he was looked upon as a common rebel at home and abroad, and when he marched into the national capital at the head of a victorious army and proclaimed himself president, hardly a European nation would at first recognize the upstart government, while the United States for a time threatened complications. In defiance of the will of the majority of the people of Mexico, General Diaz, 34 years ago, came to the head of government. In defiance of the will of the majority of the people, he has remained there ever since, except for 4 years, from 1880 to 1884, when he turned the palace over to an intimate friend, Manuel Gonzalez, on the distinct understanding that at the end of the 4 years, Gonzalez would turn it back to him again. Since no man can rule an unwilling people without taking away the liberties of that people, it can be very easily understood what sort of regime General Diaz found it necessary to establish in order to make his power secure. By the use of the army and the police powers generally, he controlled elections, the press and public speech, and made a popular government a farce. By distributing the public offices among his generals and granting them free rein to plunder at will, he assured himself of the continued use of the army. By making political combinations with men high in the esteem of the Catholic Church, and permitting it to be whispered about that the Church was to regain some of its former powers, he gained the silent support of the priests and the Pope. By promising full payment of all foreign debts and launching at once upon a policy of distributing favors among citizens of other countries, he made his peace with the world at large. In other words, General Diaz, with a skill that none can deny, annexed to himself all the elements of power in the country except the nation at large. On the one hand, he had a military dictatorship. On the other, he had a financial camarilla. Himself was the center of the arch and he was compelled to pay the price. The price was the nation at large. He created a machine and oiled the machine with the flesh and blood of a people. It rewarded all except the people. The people were the sacrifice. Inevitable as the blackness of night, in contrast to the sun glory of the dictator, came the degradation of the people, the slavery, the peonage, and every misery that walks with poverty. The abolition of democracy and the personal security that breeds providence, self-respect, and worthy ambition. In a word, general demoralization, depravity. Take, for example, Diaz's method of rewarding his military chiefs, the men who helped him overthrow the government of Lerdo. As quickly as possible after assuming the power, he installed his generals as governors of the various states and organized them and other influential figures in the nation into a national plunderbund. Thus, he assured himself of the continued loyalty of the generals, on the one hand, and put them where he could most effectively use them for keeping down the people on the other. One variety of rich plum which he handed out in those early days to his governors came in the form of charters giving his governors the right, as individuals, to organize companies and build railroads, each charter carrying with it a huge sum as a railroad subsidy. The national government paid for the road, and then the governor and his most influential friends owned it. Usually the railroads were ridiculous affairs, were of narrow gauge and are the very cheapest materials, but their subsidy was very large, sufficient to build the road and probably equip it besides. During his first term of 4 years in office, Diaz passed 61 railroad subsidy acts, containing appropriations aggregating $40 million, and all but 2 or 3 of these acts were in favor of governors of states. In a number of cases, not a mile of railroad was actually built, but the subsidies are supposed to have been paid anyhow. In nearly every case, the subsidy was the same, $12,880 per mile in Mexican silver, and in those days, Mexican silver was nearly on a par with gold. This huge sum was taken out of the national treasury and was supposedly paid to the governors, although Mexican politicians of the old times have assured me that it was divided, a part going out as actual subsidies and a part going directly into the hands of Diaz to be used in building up his machine in other quarters. Certainly something more than mere loyalty, however invaluable it was required of the governors in exchange for such rich financial plums. It is a well-authenticated fact that governors were required to pay a fixed sum annually for the privilege of exploiting to the limit the graft possibilities of their offices. For a long time, Manuel Romero Rubio, father-in-law of Diaz, was the collector of these perquisites, the offices bringing in anywhere from $10,000 to $50,000 per year. The largest single perquisite, whereby Diaz enriched himself, the members of his immediate family, his friends, his governors, his financial ring, and his foreign favorites, was found for a long time in the confiscation of the lands of the common people, a confiscation, in fact, which is going on to this day. Note that this land robbery was the first direct step in the path of the Mexican people back to their bondage as slaves and peons. In a previous chapter, I showed how the lands of the Yaquis of Sonora were taken from them and given to political favorites of the ruler. The lands of the Mayas of Yucatan, now enslaved by the henequen planters, were taken from them in almost the same manner. The final act in this confiscation was accomplished in the year 1904, when the national government set aside the last of their lands into a territory called Quintana Roo. This territory contains 43,000 square kilometers or 27,000 square miles. It is larger than the present state of Yucatan by 8,000 square kilometers and moreover is the most promising land of the entire peninsula. Separated from the island of Cuba by a narrow strait, its soil and climate are strikingly similar to those of Cuba, and experts have declared that there is no reason why Quintana Roo should not one day become as great a tobacco-growing country as Cuba. Further than that, its hillsides are thickly covered with the most valuable cabinet and dyewoods in the world. It is this magnificent country which, as the last chapter in the life of the Mayas as a nation, the Diaz government took and handed over to 8 Mexican politicians. In like manner, had the Mayos of Sonora, the Papagos, the Telmosaques, in fact, practically all the native peoples of Mexico, been reduced to peonage, if not to slavery. Smallholders of every tribe and nation have gradually been expropriated, until today their number as property holders is almost down to 0. Their lands are in the hands of members of the governmental machine, or persons to whom the members of the machine have sold for profit, or in the hands of foreigners. This is why the typical Mexican farm is the million-acre farm, why it has been so easy for such Americans as William Randolph Hearst, Harrison Gray Otis, E.H. Harriman, the Rockefellers, the Guggenheims, and numerous others each to have obtained possession of millions of Mexican acres. This is why Secretary of Fomento Molina holds more than 15 million acres of the soil of Mexico, why ex-Governor Terrazas of Chihuahua owns 15 million acres of the soil of that state, why Finance Minister Limantor, Mrs. Porfirio Diaz, Vice President Corral, Governor Pimentel of Chiapas, Governor Landa y Escandon of the Federal District, Governor Pablo Escandon of Morelos, Governor Ahumada of Jalisco, Governor Cosio of Querétaro, Governor Mercado of Michoacán, Governor Canedo of Sinaloa, Governor Cuanzi of Tlaxcala, and many other members of the Diaz machine are not only millionaires, but they are millionaires in Mexican real estate. Chief among the methods used in getting the lands away from the people in general was through a land registration law which Diaz fathered. This law permitted any person to go out and claim any lands to which the possessor could not prove a recorded title. Since up to the time the law was enacted, it was not the custom to record titles. This meant all the lands of Mexico. When a man possessed a home which his father had possessed before him, and which his grandfather had possessed, which his great-grandfather had possessed, and which had been in the family as far back as history knew, then he considered that he owned that home. All of his neighbors considered that he owned it, and all governments up to that of Diaz recognized his right to that home. Supposing that a strict registration law became necessary in the course of evolution, had this law been enacted for the purpose of protecting the landowners instead of plundering them, the government would naturally have sent agents to the country to apprise the people of the new law and to help them register their property and keep their homes. But this was not done, and the conclusion is inevitable, that the law was passed for the purpose of plundering. End of section 10. Section 11 of Barbarous Mexico. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Barbarous Mexico by John Kenneth Turner. Chapter 7, The Diaz System, Part 2. At all events, the result of the law was a plundering. No sooner had it been passed than the aforesaid members of the governmental machine, headed by the father-in-law of Diaz, and Diaz himself, formed land companies and sent out agents, not to help the people keep their lands, but to select the most desirable lands in the country, register them, and evict the owners. This they did on a most tremendous scale. Thus hundreds of thousands of small farmers lost their property. Thus small farmers are still losing their property. In order to cite an example, I reprint a dispatch dated Merida, Yucatan, April 11, 1909, and published April 12th in the Mexican Herald, an American daily newspaper printed in Mexico City. Merida, April 11th. Minister Olegario Molina of the Department of Fomento, Colonization and Industry has made a denouncement before the agency here of extensive territory lying adjacent to his land in Tizaman, Partido. The denouncement was made through Esteban Rejon Garcia, his administrador at that place. The section was taken on the ground that those now occupying them have no documents or titles of ownership. They measure 2,700 hectares, about 6,000 acres, or over 9 square miles, and include perfectly organized towns, some fine ranches, including those of Laureano Braceno and Rafael Aguilar, and other properties. The Jefe Politico of Tizaman has notified the population of the town, the owners and laborers on the ranches, and others on the lands, that they will be obliged to vacate within 2 months or become subject to the new owner. The present occupants have lived for years upon the land and have cultivated and improved much of it. Some have lived there from generation to generation and have thought themselves the rightful owners, having inherited it from the original squatters. Mr. Rejon Garcia has also denounced other similar public lands in the Espita Partido. Another favorite means of confiscating the homes of small owners is found in the juggling of state taxes. State taxes in Mexico are fearfully and wonderfully made. Especially in the less populous districts, owners are taxed inversely as they stand in favor with the personality who represents the government in their particular district. No court, board, or other responsible body sits to review unjust assessments. The Jefe Politico may charge one farmer 5 times as much per acre as he charges the farmer across the fence, and yet farmer number 1 has no redress unless he is rich and powerful. He must pay, and if he cannot, the farm is a little later listed among the properties of the Jefe Politico, or one of the members of his family, or among the properties of the governor of the state, or one of the members of his family. But if he is rich and powerful, he is often not taxed at all. American promoters in Mexico escape taxation so nearly invariably that the impression has got abroad in this country that land pays no taxes in Mexico. Even Frederick Palmer made a statement to this effect in his recent writings about that country. Of course, such bandit methods as were employed and are still employed were certain to meet with resistance, and so we find numerous instances of regiments of soldiers being called out to enforce collection of taxes or the eviction of time-honored landholders. Mexican history of the past generation is blotched with stories of massacres having their cause in this thing. Among the most noted of these massacres are those of Papantla and Temosequic. Manuel Romero Rubio, the late father-in-law of General Diaz, denounced the lands of several thousand farmers in the vicinity of Papantla, Veracruz. Diaz backed him up with several regiments of regulars, and before the farmers were all evicted, 400, or some such number, were killed. In the year 1892, General Lauro Carrillo, who was then governor of Chihuahua, laid a tax on the town of Temosequic, center of the Temosequic settlement, which it was impossible for the people to pay. The immediate cause of the exorbitant tax, so the story goes, was that the authorities of the town had refused Carrillo some paintings which adorned the walls of their church and which he desired for his own home. Carrillo carried away some leading men of the town as hostages, and when the people still refused to pay, he sent soldiers for more hostages. The soldiers were driven away, after which Korea lay siege to the town with 8 regiments. In the end, the town was burned, and a church full of women and children were burned too. Accounts of the Tomasakik massacre place the number of killed variously at from 800 to 2,000. Cases of more recent blood spillings in the same cause are numerous. Hardly a month passes today without there being one or more reports in Mexican papers of disturbances, the results of confiscation of homes, either through the denunciation method or the excuse of non-payment of taxes. Notable among these were the case of San Andreas, state of Chihuahua, which was exploited in the Mexican press in April 1909. According to those press reports, the state authorities confiscated lands of several score of farmers, the excuse being that the owners were delinquent in their taxes. The farmers resisted eviction in a body, and 2 carloads of troops hurried to the scene from the capital of the state, promptly cleaned them out, shooting some and chasing 100 of them into the mountains. Here they stayed until starved out, when they straggled back, begging for mercy. As they came, they were thrown into jail, men, women, and children. The government carefully concealed the truth as to the number killed in the skirmish with the troops, but reports place it at from 5 to 25. An incident of the same class was that of San Carlos, also in the state of Chihuahua, which occurred in August 1909. At San Carlos, center of a farming district, the misuse of the taxing power became so unbearable that 400 small farmers banded together, defied a force of 50 rurales, forcibly deposed the heavy political, and elected another in his place, then went back to their plows. It was a little revolution which the newspaper reports of the time declared was the first of its kind to which the present government of Mexico ever yielded. Whether the popularly constituted local government was permitted to remain or whether it was later overthrown by a regiment of soldiers is not recorded, though the latter seems most likely. Graft is an established institution in the public offices of Mexico. It is a right vested in the office itself, is recognized as such, and is respectable. There are 2 main functions attached to each public office, one a privilege, the other a duty. The privilege is that of using the special powers of the office for the amassing of a personal fortune. The duty is that of preventing the people from entering into any activities that may endanger the stability of the existing regime. Theoretically, the fulfillment of the duty is judged as balancing the harvest of the privilege. But with all offices in all places, that is not so. And so we find offices of particularly rosy possibilities selling for a fixed price. Examples of those are the heaviest politicos in districts where the slave trade is peculiarly remunerative, as at Pachuca, Oaxaca, Veracruz, Orizaba, Cordoba, and Rio Blanco, of the districts in which the drafting of soldiers for the army is especially let to the jefes politicos, of the towns in which the gambling privileges are let as a monopoly to the mayors thereof, of the states in which there exist opportunities extraordinary for governors to graft off the army supply contracts, monopolies called concessions, which are nothing more nor less than trusts created by governmental decree, are dealt in openly by the Mexican government. Some of these concessions are sold for cash, but the rule is to give them away gratis or for a nominal price, the real price being collected in political support. The public domain is sold in huge tracts for a nominal price or for nothing at all. The money price, when paid at all, averaging about 50 Mexican centavos an acre. But never does the government sell to any individual or company, not of its own special choice. That is, the public domain is by no means open to all comers on equal terms. Public concessions worth millions of dollars to use the water of a river for irrigation purposes, or for power to engage in this or that monopoly have been given away, but not indiscriminately. These things are the coin with which political support is bought, and as such are grafts, pure and simple. Public action of any sort is never taken for the sake of improving the condition of the common people. It is taken with a view to making the government more secure in its position. Mexico is a land of special privileges extraordinary, though frequently special privileges are provided for in the name of the common people. An instance is that of the Agricultural Bank, which was created in 1908. To read the press reports concerning the purpose of this bank, one would imagine that the government had launched into a gigantic and benevolent scheme to reestablish its expropriated people in agriculture. The purpose, it was said, was to loan money to needy farmers, but nothing could be farther from the truth, for the purpose is to help out the rich farmer and only the richest in the land. The bank has now been loaning money for 2 years, but so far, not a single case has been recorded in which aid was given to help a farm that comprised less than thousands of acres. Millions have been loaned on private irrigation projects, but never in lumps of less than several tens of thousands. In the United States, the farmer class is a humble class indeed. In Mexico, the typical farmer is the king of millionaires, a little potentate. In Mexico, because of the special privileges given by the government, medievalism still prevails outside the cities. The barons are richer and more powerful than were the landed aristocrats before the French Revolution, and the canaille poorer, more miserable. And the special financial privileges centering in the cities are no less remarkable than the special privileges given to the exploiters of the hacienda slave. There is a financial ring consisting of members of the Diaz machine and their close associates, who pluck all the financial plums of the Republic, who get the contracts, the franchises, and the concessions, and whom the large aggregations of foreign capital, which secure a footing in the country, find it necessary to take as coupon-clipping partners. The Banco Nacional, an institution having some 54 branches and which has been compared flatteringly to the Bank of England, is the special financial vehicle of the government camarilla. It monopolizes the major portion of the banking business of the country and is a convenient cloak for the larger grafts, such as the railway merger, the true significance of which I shall present in a future chapter. Diaz encourages foreign capital, for foreign capital means the support of foreign governments. American capital has a smoother time with Diaz than it has even with its own government, which is very fine from the point of view of American capital, but not so good from the point of view of the Mexican people. Diaz has even entered into direct partnership with certain aggregations of foreign capital, granting these aggregations special privileges in some lines, which he has refused to his own millionaires. These foreign partnerships which Diaz has formed has made his government international, so far as the props which support his system are concerned. The certainty of foreign intervention in his favor has been one of the powerful forces which have prevented the Mexican people from using arms to remove a ruler who imposed himself upon them by the use of arms. When I come to deal with the American partners of Diaz, I mention those of no other nationality in the same breath. But it will be well to bear in mind that England especially is nearly as heavily as interested in Mexico as is the United States. While this country has $900 million, these are the figures given by Consul General Shanklin about the first of the year 1910, invested in Mexico. England, according to the South American Journal, has $750 million. However, these figures are by no means represent the ratio between the degree of political influence exerted by the two countries. There, the United States bests all the other countries combined. Yet there are two English corporations so closely identified with the Mexican financial ring as to deserve special mention. They are the combination represented by Dr. F.S. Pearson of Canada and London, and the other corporation distinct from the first, S. Pearson and Son Limited. Of Dr. F.S. Pearson, it is boasted that he can get any concession that he wants in Mexico, barring alone such a one as would antagonize other foreign interests equally powerful. Dr. Pearson owns the electric railway system of the Federal District and furnishes the vast quantity of electric light and power used in that political division of Mexico. Among other things, he is also a strong power along the American border, where he and his associates own the Mexico Northwestern Railway and several smaller lines, as well as vast tracts of lands and huge lumber interests. In Chihuahua, he is establishing a large steel mill, and in El Paso, just across the line, he is building a $500,000 sawmill as part of his Mexican projects. S. Pearson and Son have been given so many valuable concessions in Mexico that they were responsible for the invention of the term, the partners of Diaz. Through concessions given them by the government, they are in possession of vast oil lands, most of which are unexploited, yet so many of which are producing that the company recently gave out a statement that it would hereafter be in a position to supply its entire trade with Mexican oil. Its distributing company, El Aguila, contains on its directorate a number of Diaz's closest friends. Pearson and Son also have monopolized the contracts for deepening and improving the harbors of Mexico. Since their advent into the country, some 14 years ago, the government treasury has paid to this concern $200 million for work on the harbors of Salina Cruz and Coatzacoalcos and the Isthmus Railroad. This amount, a government engineer told me personally, is an even double the price that should have been paid for the work. In 1908, Diaz's Congress appropriated $50 million to install an extensive irrigation project on the Rio Naces for the benefit of the cotton barons of the Laguna District in the state of Durango. Immediately afterwards, the Pearson Company organized a subsidiary irrigation concern with a capital of $1 million. The new company drew up plans for a dam, whereupon the Diaz Congress promptly voted $10 million out of the $50 million to be paid to the persons for their dam. In this chapter, I have attempted to give the reader an idea of the means which General Diaz employed to attract support to his government. To sum up, by means of a careful placing of public offices, public contracts, and special privileges of multitudinous sorts, Diaz absorbed all of the more powerful men and interests within his sphere and made them a part of his machine. Gradually, the country passed into the hands of his office holders, their friends and foreigners, and for this the people paid, not only with their lands, but with their flesh and blood. They paid in peonage and slavery. For this they forfeited liberty, democracy, and the blessings of progress. And because human beings do not forfeit these things without a struggle, there was necessarily another function of the Diaz machine than that of distributing gifts, another material that went into the structure of his government than favors. Privilege, repression, they go hand in hand. In this chapter, I have attempted to sketch a picture of the privilege attached to the Diaz system. In the succeeding chapter, I shall attempt to define its elements of repression. End of section 11.
Section 12 of Barbarous Mexico. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Ted Leinhardt. Barbarous Mexico by John Kenneth Turner, Chapter 8, Part 1. Repressive elements of the Diaz machine. Americans launching upon business in Mexico are usually given about the same treatment at the hands of local authorities as they have been used to at home. The readier hand for graft is more than overbalanced by the easier plucking of the special privileged plum. Sometimes an American falls into disfavor and is cautiously persecuted, but it is seldom, and if he is there to get rich quickly, as is usual, he judges the Mexican government by the aid it gives to his ambition. To him, the system of Diaz is the wisest, most modern, and most beneficent on the face of the earth. To be wholly fair to Diaz and his system, I must confess that I am not judging Mexico from the viewpoint of the American investor. I am estimating it from its effects upon the mass of Mexicans generally, who, in the end, must surely determine the destiny of Mexico. From the viewpoint of the common Mexican, the government is wholly the opposite of beneficent. It is a slave driver, a thief, a murderer. It has neither justice nor mercy, nothing but exploitation. In order to impose his rule upon an unwilling people, General Diaz found it necessary not only to reward the powerful of his country and to be free and easy with the foreigner, but also to strip the people of their liberties to the point of nakedness. He took away from them all governmental powers, rights, and securities, and all powers to demand the return of these things. Why do nations universally demand a popular form of government? Never until I saw Mexico did I appreciate to its full the reason why. The answer is that life under any other system is intolerable. The common interests can be conserved only by the common voice. Governments by individuals not responsible to the mass invariably result in robbery of the mass and debasement of the nation. The upbuilding of any people requires certain social guarantees which are not possible except under a government in which considerable numbers take part. When General Diaz led his army into the Mexican capital back in 1876, he declared himself provisional president. Shortly afterwards, he held a pretended election and declared himself constitutional president. By a pretended election, I mean that he put his soldiers in possession of the polls and prevented, by intimidation, anyone from appearing as a candidate against him. Thus was he elected unanimously, and except for one term, when he voluntarily relinquished the office, he has continued to elect himself unanimously in much the same way. I do not need to dwell on the election farces of Mexico, since the warmest flatterers of Diaz admit that Mexico has not had one real election during the past 34 years. But to those who desire some statement of the matter, it will only be necessary to point out the results of the Mexican elections. Can anyone imagine a nation of some 15 million with, say, 3 million persons of voting age, all preferring the same man for their chief executive, not only once, but year after year and decade after decade? Just picture such a condition obtaining in the United States, for example. Could anyone imagine Mr. Taft being reelected by a unanimous vote? Mr. Roosevelt was undoubtedly the most popular president this country ever had. Could anybody imagine Mr. Roosevelt being reelected by a unanimous vote? Moreover, could anyone imagine a country of 15 million souls in which ambition never stirred the heart of more than one individual with a desire to stand before the people as a candidate for the highest office in the nation? And yet this is exactly the condition we find in Mexico. 8 times Don Porfirio has been seated as president. 8 times he has been elected unanimously. Never has an opponent stood against him at the polls. And the story of the presidential succession is repeated in the states. Re-election without contest is a rule which has seen exceedingly few exceptions. The governor of the state holds office for life, unless for some reason he loses favor with Don Porfirio, which is seldom. A member of the Mexican upper class once put the situation to me quite aptly. Said he, "Death is the only anti-re-electionist in Mexico." The chief reason why the states are not governed by men who have been in office for 34 years is because those who were first put in have died, and it has become necessary to fill their places with others. As it is, Colonel Prospero Cajuansi has ruled the state of Tlaxcala for the whole Porfirian period. General Aristio Mercado has ruled the state of Michoacán for over 25 years. Teodoro de Geza has governed the state of Veracruz for 25 years. When deposed in 1909, General Bernardo Reyes had governed the state of Nuevo León for nearly 25 years. General Francisco Canedo, General Abraham Bandala, and Pedro Rodriguez ruled the states of Sinaloa, Tabasco, and Hidalgo, respectively, for over 20 years. General Luis Terrazas was governor of Chihuahua for over 20 years, while governors Martinez, Cardenas, and Obregón González ruled the states of Puebla, Coahuila, and Guanajuato, respectively, for about 15 years. Diaz's system of government is very simple once it is explained. The president, the governor, the jefe politico, these three names represent all the power in the country. In Mexico, there is but one governmental power, the executive. The other two departments exist in name only. Not one elective office remains in the country. All are appointive, and through the appointive power, the three executives mentioned control the entire situation. The word of these three officials in his particular sphere, the president in the 27 states and 2 territories, the governor in his state, the jefe politico in his district, is the law of the land. Not one of the three is required to answer to the people for his acts. The governor must answer to the president and the jefe politico to the governor and the president. It is the most perfect one-man system on earth. Of course, such conditions were not established without a struggle. Neither can they be maintained without continued struggle. Autocracy cannot be created by fiat. Slavery cannot exist merely by decree of a ruler. There must be an organization and a policy to compel such things. There must be a military organization armed to the teeth. There must be police and police spies. There must be expropriations and imprisonments for political purposes. And there must be murder all the time. No autocracy can exist without murder. Autocracy feeds upon murder. It has never been otherwise, and thanks to human nature as we find it, never can be. The succeeding 2 chapters are to be devoted to sketching the extirpation of political movements, having for their purpose the reestablishment of republican institutions in Mexico. But first it seems well to define the public powers and institutions which are employed in this unholy work. These consist of the army, the rurale forces, the police, the acordada, the ley fuga, Quintana Roo, the Mexican Siberia, the prisons, the jefes politicos. In a published interview issued during the Liberal Rebellion in 1908, Vice President Corral announced that the government had more than 50,000 soldiers who were ready to take the field at an hour's notice. In these figures, he must have included the rurale forces, for employees of the War Department have since assured me that the regular army numbered less, almost an exact 40,000 in fact. On paper, the Mexican army is, then, smaller than ours, but according to estimates of the actual size of our army published by American experts during the past 3 years, it is larger, and in proportion to the population, it is at least 5 times larger. General Diaz's excuse for the maintenance of such a large army has always been a hint that the country might at any time find itself in danger of invasion by the United States. That his purpose was not so much to prepare against invasion as against internal revolution is evidenced by the fact that instead of fortifying the border, he fortified inland cities. Moreover, he keeps the bulk of the army concentrated near the large centers of population, and his best and most extensive equipment consists of mountain batteries, recognized as specially well adapted to internal warfare. Mexico is actually policed by the army, and to this end, the country is divided into 10 military zones, 3 commanderies, and 14 jefaturas. One sees soldiers everywhere. There is not an important city in the country that has not its army barracks, and the barracks are situated in the heart of the city, where they are always ready. The discipline of war is maintained at all times. The presence of the soldiers and their constant drilling are a perpetual threat to the people, and they are used upon the people often enough to keep always fresh in the memories of the people the fact that the threat is not an empty one. Such readiness for war as is maintained on the part of the Mexican troops is not known in this country. There is no red tape when it comes to fighting, and troops arrive at a scene of trouble in an incredibly short time. As one example, at the time of the Liberal Rebellion in the fall of 1906, the Liberals attacked the city of Acayucan, Veracruz. Despite the fact that the city is situated in a comparatively isolated part of the tropics, the government concentrated 4,000 soldiers on the town within 24 hours after the first alarm. As an instrument of repression, the Mexican army is employed effectively in two separate and distinct ways. It is an engine of massacre, and it is an exile institution, a jailhouse, a concentration camp for the politically undesirable. This second function of the Army abides in the fact that more than 95% of the enlisted men are drafted, and drafted for the particular reason that they are politically undesirable citizens, or that they are good subjects for graft on the part of the drafter. The drafter is usually the jefe politico. A judge, at the instance of the executive authority, sometimes sentences a culprit to the army instead of to jail, and a governor, as at Cananea, sometimes personally superintends the placing of considerable bodies of men in the army. But as a rule, the jefe politico is the drafting officer, and upon him there is no check. He has no system other than to follow his own sweet will. He drafts laborers who dare to strike, editors who criticize the government, farmers who resist exorbitant taxation, and any other ordinary citizens who may present opportunities for graft. As a dumping ground for the politically undesirable, the conditions within the army are ideal from the point of view of the government. The men are prisoners rather than soldiers, and they are treated as such. For this reason, the Mexican army has gained the title of the National Chain Gang. While in Diaz land, I visited a number of army barracks. The barracks at Rio Blanco are typical. Here, ever since the Rio Blanco strike, 600 soldiers and 200 rurales have been quartered within the shadow of the great mill, in barracks and upon ground furnished by the company, an hourly menace to the miserably exploited workers there. At Rio Blanco, a little captain showed us about, De Lara and I, at the behest of an officer of the manufacturing company. El Señor Capitan informed us that the pay of the Mexican soldier, with rations, is $1.90 per month in American money, and that the soldier is always expected to spend the major portion of this for extra food, as the food furnished is of too small a variety and too scarce a quantity to satisfy any human being. The captain confirmed the reports that I had often heard to the effect that the soldier, in all his 5 years' service, never has an hour to himself away from the eye of an officer, that he is as much a prisoner in his barracks as is the life-termer in a penitentiary. The proportion of involuntary soldiers the captain estimated at 98%. Often, said he, the soldiers, crazy for freedom, break and run like escaping convicts, and they are hunted down like convicts. But the thing that struck me most forcibly during my visit was that the little captain, in the hearing of half a company of men, told us that the soldiers were of the lowest class of Mexicans, were good for nothing, a bad lot, etc., apologizing thus in order to make us understand that in time of war the quality of the army would be much improved. The soldiers heard and failed to look pleasant, and I decided right there that the loyalty of the Mexican army stands upon a very flimsy basis, merely fear of death, and that in case of any future rebellion against the dictatorship, the army can be counted upon to revolt in a body as soon as the rebellion develops any appreciable strength, that is, enough strength to afford the deserters a fair chance for their lives. The territory of Quintana Roo has been characterized as one of the Siberias of Mexico, from the fact that to it, as convict soldiers, are consigned thousands of political suspects and labor agitators. Sent there ostensibly to fight the Maya Indians, they are treated so harshly that probably not 1% of them ever see their homes again. I did not succeed in penetrating personally to Quintana Roo, but I have heard accounts of it from so many authentic sources that I have no doubt whatever that my estimate of it is correct. One of these sources of information I shall quote at some length, a distinguished government physician who for 3 years was chief of sanitary service with the Army in the territory. For 30 years, said this man, there has been an army of from 2,000 to 3,000 men constantly in the field against the Maya Indians. These soldiers are made up almost entirely of political suspects, and even many of the officers are men who have been detailed to duty in the territory only because the government has some reason for wanting to get rid of them. Quintana Roo is the most unhealthy part of Mexico, but the soldiers die from 5 to 10 times as fast as necessary because of the grafting of their chief, General Bravo. During the first 2 years I was there, the death rate was 100% a year, for in that period more than 4,000 soldiers died of starvation and sickness induced by starvation. For month after month, said this physician, I have known the deaths to average 30 a day. For every soldier killed by a Maya, at least 100 die of starvation or sickness. General Bravo steals the commissary money and starves the soldier with the connivance of the federal government. More than 2,000 have died of acute starvation alone during the past 7 years, since General Bravo took command. Not only that, but Bravo steals the cremation money. The soil of the peninsula, you must know, is rocky. The hardpan is close to the surface, and it is not practical to bury the dead. The government appropriates money to buy oil for cremation, but Bravo steals this money and leaves the bodies to lie in the sun and rot away. Because it would result in his imprisonment, I cannot publish the name of this authority. I feel perfectly free, however, to name Colonel Francisco B. Cruz, chief deporter of Yaquis. Colonel Cruz told me that in 3 years General Bravo had saved $10 million from money grafted off the army in Quintana Roo. The fact that nearly all the deaths of soldiers was a result of starvation was proven in the year 1902 to 1903 when General Bravo took a vacation and General Vega had command. General Vega stole no food or medicine or oil money, and as a result, he reduced the number of deaths from 30 a day to an average of 3 a day. In its campaign against the Mayas, the former sanitary chief told me, the government built a railroad 60 meters long. This railroad is known among the soldiers as the Alley of Death, for it is said that every tie cost 5 lives in the building. When this road was built, many prisoners were taken from the military prison of San Juan de Ulua to do the work. To encourage them to toil, all were promised that their sentences would be cut in half. But after a few weeks in the hands of Bravo, the majority begged, but in vain, to be returned to Ulua, which is the most dreaded of all houses of incarceration in Mexico. These unfortunate prisoners were starved, and when they staggered from weakness, they were beaten, some being beaten to death. Some of them committed suicide at the first opportunity, as did many of the soldiers, 50 of them, while I was there. Fancy a soldier committing suicide. Fancy the cruel conditions that would lead 50 soldiers among 2,000 to commit suicide in the space of 3 years. As to the graft features of the Army drafting system, as I have suggested, the Jefe Politico selects the name in his own way in the privacy of his own office, and no one may question his methods. Wherefore he waxes rich. Since, allowing for a high death rate, some 10,000 men are drafted every year, it will be seen that the graft possibilities of the system are enormous. The horror of the Army is used by the Jefe to squeeze money out of wage workers and small property holders. Unless the victim is drafted for political reasons, the system permits the drafted person to buy another to take his place. provided the drafting officer is willing. This option on the part of the Jefe is used as a great money-getter, since the Jefe is never willing unless the victim buys the Jefe as well as the substitute. Usually it is not necessary to buy the substitute, but only the Jefe politico. In some districts, it is said to be a regular practice to keep tab on the higher-paid class of wage laborers, and when they are paid after a long job, to drag them to jail and tell them that they have been drafted. Then, a day or two later, to send word that $100, more or less, has been fixed as the price of their liberty. I was told of an instance in which a carpenter was drafted in this way 5 times in the space of 3 years. 4 times he parted with his money, sums ranging from $50 to $100, but the 5th time he lost courage and permitted himself to be led away to the barracks. The rurales are mounted police, usually selected from the criminal classes, well-equipped and comparatively well-paid, whose energies have been turned to robbing and killing for the government. There are federal rurales and state rurales, the total of the two running somewhere between 7,000 and 9,000. They are divided among the various states in about an equal proportion to the population, but are utilized most in the rural districts. The rurales are the special Rough Riders of the Jefe politicos, and they are given almost unlimited powers to kill at their own discretion. Investigation of wanton killings by rurales working singly or in squads is almost never made, and the victim must stand well indeed with the government before punishment is meted out to the murderer. End of section 12. Section 13 of Barbarous Mexico. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Ted Leinhardt. Barbarous Mexico by John Kenneth Turner. Chapter 8, Part 2. In Mexico, it is a small town that has no soldiers or rurales, and a smaller town that has no regular gendarmes. The city of Mexico has over 2,000, or twice as many as New York in comparison to its size, and the other municipalities are equipped in proportion. At night, the gendarmes have little red lanterns which they set in the middle of the streets and hover near. One sees these lanterns, one at each corner, twinkling down the entire length of the principal streets. There is a system of lantern signals, and when one lamp begins to swing, the signal is carried along, and in a trice, every gendarme on the street knows what has happened. While the plainclothes department of the Mexican police is a comparatively insignificant affair, there exists outside of and beyond it a system of secret police on a very extensive scale. An American newspaper man employed on an English daily of the capital once told me, "There are twice as many secret police as regular police. You see a uniformed policeman standing in the middle of the street. That is all you see, or at least all you notice. But leaning against the wall of that alley entrance is a man whom you take to be a loafer. Over on the other side lounges a man whom you think is a peon. Just start something and then try to get away. Both of those men will be after you. There is no getting away in Mexico. Every alley is guarded as well as every street." "Why," said he, "they know your business as well as you do yourself. They talk with you and you never suspect. When you cross the border, they take your name and business and address, and before you've reached the capital, they know whether you've told the truth or not. They know what you're here for and have decided what they're going to do about it." Perhaps this man overstated the case. The exact truth of these matters is hard to get at, but I know that it is impossible to convince the average Mexican that the secret police system of his country is not a colossal institution. The Acordada is an organization of secret assassins, a sort of secret police, attached to the government of each of the Mexican states. It consists of a jefe de acordada and anywhere from a half dozen to a half-hundred subordinates, personal enemies of the governor or of the jefes politicos, political suspects and highwaymen or others suspected of crime but against whom there is no evidence, are frequently put out of the way by the acordada. The names of the marked men are furnished by the officials, and the members of the society are sent about the state with orders to kill quietly and without noise. Two notable cases where the Acordada are reported as having killed extensively are those of the days following the strikes at Cananea and Rio Blanco. Personally, I am acquainted with a Mexican whose brother was killed by the Acordada for doing no more than shouting, "Viva Ricardo Flores Magón." I know also of a son of a general high up in the councils of the Mexican government who became a sub-jefe de Acordada in the state of Coahuila. He was a wild young fellow who had been put out of the army for acts of insubordination toward a superior officer. But his father was a friend of Diaz, and Diaz himself appointed the youth to the Acordada job, which paid a salary of 300 pesos a month. This man was given 2 assistants and was sent out with orders to kill quietly along the border any and all persons whom he might suspect of connection with the Liberal Party. No check whatever was placed upon him. He was to kill at his own discretion. The Acordada at times work extensively even in the Mexican capital, which more nearly approaches the modern in its police methods than probably any other city in the country. Before the Liberal Rebellion of 1906, the government, through spies, secured the detailed plans of the rebels, as well as the names of hundreds of the participants, and a large number of these were killed. What was done by the Acordada in Mexico City at that time may be guessed by a statement made to me by a well-known newspaperman of Mexico City. Said he, "I have it from the most reliable source that during the week preceding September 16, not less than 2,000 suspects were made away with quietly by the secret police and special deputies, the Acordada, so quietly that not a line in regard to it has ever been published to this day." I hesitate to print this statement because it is too colossal for me to believe, and I do not expect the reader to believe it, but I have no doubt whatever that it was partially true, that, say, several score were killed at this time and in this way. Liberals whom I have met have often spoken to me of friends who had suddenly disappeared and never been heard of again, and many of these were supposed to have been done away with by the Acordada. The ley fuga, or law of flight, is a method of killing resorted to by all branches of the Mexican police power. It was originated by order of General Diaz, who decreed that his police might shoot any prisoners who should try to escape while under guard. While it may not have originated for that purpose, this rule came to be used as one of the means of putting to death persons against whom the government had not the shadow of another excuse for killing. The marked man is simply arrested, taken to a lonely spot, and there shot. The matter is kept quiet if possible, but if a situation should arise that demands an explanation, the report is given out that the victim had attempted to escape and had brought his fate upon himself. Thus, it is freely asserted that thousands of lives have been taken during the past 34 years. Today, instances of the ley fuga are frequently reported in the Mexican press. Many political outlaws end their days in prison. Among the Mexican prisons, there are 2 whose horrors stand out far above the others, San Juan de Luz and Belém. During both of my trips to Mexico, made during 1908 and 1909, I put forth desperate efforts to secure admission as a visitor to Belém. I saw the governor of the federal district. I saw the American ambassador. I tried to enter with a prison physician, but I was never able to travel farther than the inner door. Through that door I could see into the central court, where ranged hundreds of human beings made wild beasts by the treatment they received, ragged, filthy, starving, wolfish wrecks of men, a sight calculated to provoke a raucous laugh at the solemn declarations of certain individuals that Mexico has a civilized government. But farther than that inner court I could not go. I was permitted to visit other prisons in Mexico, but not Belém. When I pressed His Excellency the Governor, he admitted that it was not safe. On account of the malas condiciones, the vile conditions, he said, it would not do. Why, he told me, only a short time ago the Vice President, Senor Corral, dared to make a hurried visit to Belém. He contracted typhus and nearly died. You cannot go. I told him that I had heard of Americans being permitted to visit Belém, but he was unable to remember. Doubtless those other Americans were too well known. They were too much involved in Mexican affairs to leave any danger of their coming out and telling the truth of what they saw. My credentials were not satisfactory enough to permit me to see Belém. But I know Belém fairly well, I think, for I have talked with persons who have seen Belém as prisoners and come out of its horrors alive. Editors, many of them were, and I have talked with others, officials, prison physicians, and I have read the newspapers of Mexico. Suffice it, however, to put down some bare and naked facts. Belém is the general prison for the federal district, which comprises the Mexican capital and some surrounding suburbs, approximating, in all, a population of 600,000 people. It is alike city jail, county jail, and penitentiary, except that there is also in the district another penitentiary, which is distinguished from Belém by confining within its walls only criminals who have been sentenced to more than 8 years' confinement. The penitentiary, which is so designated, is a modern institution, decently built and sewered. The prisoners are few, and they are fairly well fed. Visitors are always welcome at the penitentiary, for it is principally for show. When you hear a traveler extolling the prison system of Mexico, put it down that he was conducted through the federal district penitentiary only, that he does not know of Belém. Belém is a musty old convent which was turned into a prison by the simple act of herding some thousands of persons within its walls. It is not large enough decently to house 500 inmates, but frequently it houses more than 5,000. These 5,000 are given a daily ration of biscuit and beans insufficient in quantity to keep an ordinary person alive for many weeks. The insufficiency of this ration is so well realized by the prison officials that a regular system of feeding from the outside has grown up. Daily, the friends and relatives of prisoners bring them baskets of food in order that they may live through their term of confinement. Of course, it is a terrible drain on the poor, but the system serves its purpose, except for those hundreds of unfortunates who have no friends on the outside. These starve to death without a finger being raised to help them. Within 3 days after entering Belém, a Mexican prison physician informed me, every inmate contracts a skin disease, a terrible itch which sets the body on fire. This disease is entirely the result of the filthy conditions of the place. Every year, he continued, the prison goes through an epidemic of typhus, which kills an average of at least 10% of the inmates. Within Belém, there is no system of order among the prisoners. The weak are at the mercy of the strong. Immediately you enter as a prisoner, you are set upon by a horde of half-crazed men who tear the clothes from your back, take away your valuables, if you have any, and usually commit nameless crimes upon your person, while officials of the prison stand grinning by. The only way to save yourself in Belém is to turn wild beast like the rest, and even then you must be strong, very strong. Should I give the name of this physician, every official at the national capital would instantly recognize him as a man of high standing with the government. I shall not name him, only because if I did, he also would go to Belém as a prisoner. Such stories as his I heard from too many widely different sources to be able to doubt them. The stories of the Belém epidemics always get more or less into the Mexican papers. I remember that during my first visit to Mexico, in the fall of 1908, the papers reported an epidemic of typhus. For the first 3 days, the number of new cases were daily recorded, but after that the news was suppressed. The condition threatened to become too great a scandal, for on the third day there were 176 new cases. According to an old prison director whom I interviewed, at least 20% of the prisoners at Belém contract tuberculosis. This prison director spent many years in the prison at Puebla. There, he says, 75% of the men who go into the place come out, if they ever come out, with tuberculosis. Torture such as was employed in the Middle Ages is used in Belém to secure confessions. When a man is taken to the police station, if he is suspected of a felony, he is strung up by the thumbs until he tells. Another method used is that of refusing the prisoner drink. He is given food, but no water, until he chokes. Often prisoners declare before the judge that they have been tortured into confession, but no investigation is made. There are, inevitably, records of innocent men who have confessed to murder in order to escape the torture of the thumbs or of the thirst. While I was in Mexico, 2 Americans suspected of robbery were reported in the newspapers as having been arrested, their wrists strapped to the bars of their cells and their fingernails jerked out with steel pincers. This incident was reported to our State Department, but no action was taken. San Juan de Ulúa is an old military fortress situated in the harbor of Veracruz, a fortress which has been turned into a prison. Officially, San Juan de Ulúa is known as a military prison, but in fact it is a political prison, a prison for political suspects, and so choice is the company that resides therein. Resides, but is ever-changing, for the members die fast, and so personal is the attention given to this place by President Diaz that throughout Mexico, San Juan de Ulúa is popularly known as the private prison of Diaz. San Juan de Ulúa is built of cement. The prison cells are under the sea, and the salt water seeps through upon the prisoners, some of whom lie half naked and half starved in dark dungeons too small to permit of a full-grown man lying down in comfort. To San Juan de Ulúa was sent Juan Sarabia, vice president of the Liberal Party, Margarita Martinez, a leader of the strike at Rio Blanco, Lazaro Puente, Carlos Humbert, Abraham Salcido, Leonardo Villarreal, Bruno Trevino, and Gabriel Rubio, a sextet of gentlemen handed over to Mexico by the United States government at the request of the former as undesirable immigrants. Cesar Canales, Juan de la Torre, Serrano, Ugalde, Marquez, and scores of other leaders of the liberal movement. Since entering those gray walls, few of these men or women have ever been heard of again. It is not known whether they are dead or alive, whether they were shot beyond the walls, whether they died of disease and starvation, or whether they are still eking out a miserable existence there, hoping against hope that a freer government will come and set them free. They have never been heard of because no political prisoner in San Juan de Ulúa is ever permitted to communicate in any way with his friends or with the outside world. They cross the harbor in a little boat, they disappear within the gray walls, and that is all. Their friends never learn how they get on, nor when they die or how. Of the official assassins of Mexico, the Jefe Politico is the archfiend. The Jefe Politico commands the local police and rurales, directs the acordada, and frequently gives orders to the regular troops. While, because of government control of the press, comparatively few crimes of the Jefe Politicos become public, yet during my most recent visit to Mexico, during the winter and spring of 1909, 2 wholesale killings which were prompted by Jefes Politicos were widely reported in the newspapers of that country. One was that of Tehuetzingo, where 16 citizens were executed without trial, and the other was that of Valerdena, where for holding a street parade in defiance of the Jefe Politico, several were shot down in the streets, and a number variously estimated as from 12 to 32 were arrested, lined up, and shot, and buried in trenches which they had been compelled to dig previously with their own hands. A comment of El País, a conservative Catholic daily of the capital, on the Tehuetzingo affair, published in April, was as follows. Terrible accounts have reached this capital as to what is taking place at Tehuetzingo, district of Acatlan, state of Puebla. It is insistently reported that 16 citizens have been executed without trial, and that many others will be condemned to 20 years' confinement in the fortress of San Juan de Ulúa. What are the causes that have given rise to this barbarous persecution, which has dyed our soil anew with the people's blood? It is the fierce, infamous caciquismo, which oppresses the people with a heavy yoke, and which has deprived them of all the benefits of peace. We ask, in the name of law and of humanity, that this hecatomb cease. We ask that the guilty parties be tried fairly and calmly according to the law. But among those guilty parties should be included those who provoked the disturbance, those who drove the people to frenzy by trampling their rights. If the jefe politico sought to defy the law by dictating an election, he is guilty or more guilty than the rioters, and ought to be made to appear with them before the authorities to answer for his acts. This is about as violent an outburst as is ever permitted to appear in a Mexican publication, and there are few papers that would dare go this far. Had El País wished to charge the guilt to General Diaz as the founder and perpetuator of the little tsardom of the jefes politicos, it would not have dared to do so, for in Mexico the king can do no wrong. There is no publication in the country so strong that it would not be suppressed at once did it directly criticize the head of the government. The comment of El Tiempo, another leading conservative daily of the capital, on the Velardena massacre, which appeared also in April, was, "These irregular executions are a cause of profound dissatisfaction and ought to be put a stop to at once for the sake of the prestige of the authorities. And in order to attain that end, it is necessary that the authors of such outrages should be severely chastised, as we hope that those who are responsible for the sanguinary scenes that have been witnessed at Velardena, and which have occasioned so much horror and indignation throughout the Republic, will be. Let it not be said that Velardena is an isolated case without precedents. Only to mention a few of the cases that are fresh in the public memory, there is the Papantla affair, the affair at Acayucan, the shootings at Orizaba at the time of the strike, the shootings at Colima, of which the press has been talking just of late, and the frequent application of the ley fuga, of which the most recent instance occurred at Calamaya, Tenango, State of Mexico. In closing this chapter, perhaps I can do no better than to quote an item which appeared in the Mexican Herald, the leading daily published in English, February 15, 1910. Though the facts were perfectly well authenticated, the Herald dared to print the story only on the authority of another paper, and it presented the matter in such mild and cautious terms that it will require a careful reading to bring out the full horror of the deed. Here is the item. The País gives the following story, the details of which it qualifies as too monstrous for even Zelaya to attribute to Estrada Cabrera. Luis Villaseñor, prefect of Cuauhcoman, Michoacan, recently shot without trial an old man because his son committed a murder. The victim in this case was Ignacio Chavez Guizar, one of the principal merchants of the place. Some days ago, a member of the rural police, a rurale, arrived at the house of the deceased in a state of intoxication and began to insult and abuse the family. A quarrel succeeded, in which the policeman was shot by Jose Chavez. The prefect of police arrived on the scene of the trouble and arrested the father and another son, Benjamin, the slayer having made his escape, and took them to the police station. That was the last seen of them. Soon the people of the town began to inquire what had happened to them. The story was spread that they had escaped from prison, but a relative, a nephew of the deceased father, having a certain suspicion that this story was not true, opened what appeared to him a recently made grave near the police station, and there found the corpses of the two men who had been recently arrested. The prefect, not having been able to capture Jose or to learn where he was, had made the father and brother suffer for his crime. Commenting on this story, the País calls for the punishment of the author and the guarantee of the carrying out of the laws of the country. End section 13.
Section 14 of Barbarous Mexico. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Larry Wilson. Barbarous Mexico by John Kenneth Turner. Chapter 9. The Crushing of Opposition Parties. Men and women on our continent are daily suffering death, imprisonment, or exile for contending for those political rights which we have considered as ours since the birth of our country, rights of free speech, of free press, the right of assembly, the right to vote to decide who shall hold the political offices and govern the land, the right to be secure in person and property. For these things hundreds of men and women have died within the past 12 months, tens of thousands within the past 30 years, in a country divided from ours only by a shallow river and an imaginary geographical line. In Mexico today are being lived life stories such as carry one's imagination back to the days of the French Revolution and the times when constitutional government, that giant which was destined to complete the change from the Middle Ages to modernity, was being born. In those days men yielded up their lives for republicanism. Men are doing the same today in Mexico. The repressive part of the Diaz governmental machine, which I described in the previous chapter, the army, the rurales, the ordinary police, the secret police, the alcordada, are perhaps 1/5 for protection against common criminals, and 4/5 for the suppression of democratic movements among the people. The deadly certainty of this repressive machine of Diaz is probably not equaled anywhere in the world, not even in Russia. I remember a trusted Mexican official once summing up to me the feeling of the Mexican people, taught them by experience, on this thing. Said he, "It is impossible that a murderer may escape the police here, that a highwayman may get away. But a political offender, never. It is not possible for one to escape." I myself have observed numerous instances of the deadly fear in which the secret police and the government assassins are held even by those who would seem to have no cause for fear. Notable among these is the panic which overtook the family of a friend with whom I was staying, his brother, sister, sister-in-law, and nephew and niece, when the secret police surrounded their house in the capital and waited for my friend to come out. They were middle-class Mexicans of the most intelligent sort, this family very well known and highly respected, and yet their fright was pitiful. Now they dashed this way and that, now to a window, and now to a door, wringing their hands. Now they huddled together, verbally painting the dire calamities that were sure to descend not only upon the hunted one, but upon their own heads because he had been found with them. My friend had committed no crime. He had not been identified with the revolutionists. He had merely expressed sympathy for them, and yet his family could see nothing but death for him. And after the fugitive had escaped by jumping through a window and climbing over housetops, the head of the family, speaking of his own danger, said to me, "I myself may go to jail for a time while they try to compel me to tell where my brother is hiding. If I do not go, it will be only because the government has decided to respect me for my position and my influential friends. Yet hourly I am expecting the tap on the arm that will tell me to go." The case of most extreme fear which I observed was that of a wealthy and beautiful woman, wife of an official of the Rio Blanco mills, with whom de Lara and I took dinner one day. The official drank deeply of wine, and as the meal was near an end, his tongue loosened, and he spoke of matters which, for the sake of his own safety, he should have guarded. The wife sat opposite him, and as he spoke of government murders of which he knew, her face blanched, and with her eyes she tried to warn him to be more careful. Finally I turned my face away, and glancing sidewise saw her take the opportunity to bend forward over the table and shake a trembling jeweled finger in his face. Again and again she tried skilfully to turn the conversation, but without success, until finally, unable to control herself longer, she sprang forward and, clapping a hand over her husband's lips, tried to dam back the fearsome words he was saying. The animal terror on that woman's face I can never forget. Fear so widespread and so extreme as I met with cannot be the result of imagined dangers. There must be something behind it, and there is. Secret killing is constantly going on in Mexico, but to what extent no one will ever know. It is asserted in some quarters that there are more political executions going on right now than ever before, but that they are more cleverly and secretly done than ever before. Whether that is true or not, I do not know. Certainly the press is better controlled than ever before. The apparent quiescence of Mexico is entirely forced by means of club, pistol, and knife. Mexico has never really enjoyed political freedom. The country has merely had the promise of it. However, the promise has undoubtedly helped to keep patriotic Mexicans fighting for a fulfillment, however great the odds against them. When Porfirio Diaz captured the Mexican government in 1876, the Mexican battle for political freedom seemed won. The last foreign soldier had been driven out of the country. The throttling grip of the church on the state had been broken. The country had inaugurated a system of universal suffrage. It had adopted a constitution much like that of the United States. And finally its president, one of the authors of the Constitution, Lerdo de Tejada, was in the act of putting that Constitution in operation. The personal revolution of General Porfirio Diaz, made successful by force of arms only after it had failed twice, put a sudden stop to the progressive movement, and ever since that time the country has gone back politically year by year. If it were humanly possible to put a stop to the movement for democracy in a country by killing the leaders and persecuting all connected with it, democracy would long ago have been killed in Mexico, for the leaders of every political movement in opposition to President Diaz, however peaceful their methods, however worthy their cause, have either been put to death, imprisoned, or hunted out of the country. And as I shall show in the next chapter, this statement is literally true down to the present day. Briefly, I will sketch some of the more important of these opposition movements. The first occurred toward the close of President Diaz's first term in office, and was a movement having for its purpose the re-election of Lerdo, who, upon Diaz's capture of the power, had fled to the United States. The movement had not time to gain any headway and come out in the open before it was crushed in the most summary manner. The leaders were considered as conspirators and were treated as if they were guilty of treasonable acts, worse in fact, for they were not even given a semblance of a trial. On a night in June 1879, 9 men, prominent citizens of Vera Cruz, were dragged from their beds, and on an order telegraphed from General Diaz, "Mátalos en caliente," kill them in haste. Governor Mier y Teheran had them lined up against a wall and shot to death. While this incident happened 30 years ago, it is perfectly authenticated, and the widow of General Teheran exhibits to this day the yellow paper upon which are inscribed the fatal words. The killing is now known as the Massacre of Vera Cruz, and is noted because of the prominence of the victims rather than for the number of those who lost their lives. During the 10 years following the Massacre of Vera Cruz, 2 Mexicans aspired at different times to oppose Diaz for the presidency. One of these was General Ramon Corona, governor of Jalisco, and the other was General Garcia de la Cadena, ex-governor of Zacatecas. Neither lived to see Election Day. While on his way home from a theater one night, Corona was stabbed to death by an assassin, who was in turn stabbed to death by a company of police which, by a strange coincidence, was waiting for him around a near corner. Cadena heard the assassins were on his trail and took flight. He tried to reach the United States, but was caught at Zacatecas and shot to death, being pierced by many bullets from the pistols of thugs, all of whom escaped. No one could prove who ordered the killing of Corona and Cadena, but it is easy to draw conclusions. In 1891, Mexico was thrown into a ferment by the announcement of Diaz that he had decided to continue in power for still another term, a 4th one. An attempt was made to organize a movement in opposition, but it was beaten down by clubs and guns. Ricardo Flores Magón, the political refugee, took a student's part in this movement and was one of the many who suffered imprisonment for it. The choice of the opposition for presidency was Dr. Ignacio Martinez. Dr. Martinez was compelled to flee the country, and after a period spent in Europe, he settled in Laredo, Texas, where he edited a newspaper in opposition to President Diaz. One evening, Dr. Martinez was waylaid and shot down by a horseman who immediately afterwards crossed into Mexico and was seen to enter army barracks on the other side. It is a pretty well authenticated fact that on the night of the assassination, the governor of the state of Nuevo León, who was at that time recognized as Diaz's right-hand man in the border states, received a telegram saying, "Your order obeyed." The only movement which Diaz ever permitted to gain much headway in the matter of organization was the Liberal Party. The Liberal Party sprang into birth in the fall of 1900, after all danger of effective opposition against the dictators entering upon a sixth term had been obviated. The speech delivered in Paris by the Bishop of San Luis Potosi, in which the priest declared that in spite of the Constitution and the laws of Mexico, the church in that country was in a most flourishing and satisfactory condition, was the immediate cause of the organization. Mexicans of all classes saw greater danger to the national welfare in the renascence of the church hierarchy than they did even to a dictatorship by a single individual, for death must some day end the rule of the man, while the life of the church is endless. They therefore once more took their lives in their hands and attempted to launch still another movement for the restoration of the Republic. In less than 5 months after the bishop's speech, 125 liberal clubs had arisen in all parts of the country. 100 newspapers were started, and a call was issued for a convention to be held in the city of San Luis Potosi on January 5, 1901. The Congress was held in the famous Teatro de la Paz. It was jammed with delegates and spectators, among the latter being many soldiers and gendarmes, while in the street below a battalion of soldiers was drawn up, ready to deal with the assembly should its voice be raised against the dictator. Anything so radical as an armed rebellion was not spoken of, however, and the various speakers steered carefully away from any direct criticism of President Diaz. On the other hand, resolutions were adopted pledging the Liberals to pursue the campaign of reform only by peaceful means. Nevertheless, as soon as it became evident that the Liberals were planning to nominate a candidate for the presidency, 3 years later, the government began operations. By Russian police methods, the clubs all over the country were broken up and the leading members were arrested on fictitious charges, imprisoned or forced into the army. A typical case was that of the club Ponciano Arriaga, of San Luis Potosi, which formed the national center of the Federation. On January 24, 1902, although other clubs had been violently broken up for doing so, Ponciano Arriaga made bold to hold a public meeting. Here and there among the people were distributed soldiers and gendarmes in citizens' clothing, under the command of a prominent lawyer and congressman, an agent provocateur who had been commissioned by the government to destroy the organization. At a given moment, according to Librado Rivera, who was vice secretary of the club, the agent provocateur jumped to his feet to protest against the work of the club, and at the signal the disguised soldiers and gendarmes feigned to join in the protest, smashing the chairs to pieces against the floor. The leader fired some shots into the air, but the genuine audience and the members of the club did not make the least move lest they give some pretext for an attack, for they knew that the agent provocateur and his assistants were but staging a comedy in order to invite violence to themselves from some members of the club. Nevertheless, hardly were the shots fired when a crowd of policemen invaded the hall, striking right and left with their clubs. Camilo Arriaga, president of the club, Juan Sarabia, secretary, Professor Librado Rivera, vice secretary, as well as 25 other members, were arrested and accused of fictitious crimes, such as resisting the police, sedition, and so on. The result was that they were all imprisoned for nearly a year, and the club was dissolved. Thus were dissolved the majority of the other clubs in the Liberal Federation. The Liberal newspapers, public spokesmen of the clubs, were put out of business by the imprisonment of their editors and the destruction or confiscation of the printing plants. How many men and women lost their lives in the hunt of the Liberals, which extended over the succeeding years, will never be known. The jails, penitentiaries, and military prisons were filled with them. Thousands were impressed into the army and were sent away to death in Far Quintano Roo, while the ley fuga was called into requisition to get rid of men whom the government did not dare to execute openly without excuse. In the prisons, tortures such as would almost shame the Spanish Inquisition were resorted to. Upon the organization of the Liberal Party, some 50 newspapers sprang up to support it in different parts of the country. Every one of them was suppressed by the police. Ricardo Flores Magon once showed me a list of more than 50 newspapers that were suppressed and a list of more than 100 editors that were jailed during the time he was struggling to publish a paper in Mexico. In his book, Fornaro gives a list of 39 newspapers that were persecuted or subjected to trial on trivial excuses in the year 1902 for the purpose of providing against any public agitation against a seventh term for President Diaz. During 1908, there were at least 6 outright suppressions, the newspapers to be put out of business being El Piloto, a daily of Monterrey, La Humanidad, and La Tierra, 2 weeklies of Yucatan, El Tecolote of Aguascalientes, and 2 of Guanajuato, El Barretero and El Hijo del Pueblo. During the period while I was in Mexico, at least 2 foreign newspaper men were deported for criticizing the government, 2 Spaniards, Ras y Planas and Antonio Dutch, editors of the paper La Tierra in Mérida. Finally, in 1909 and 1910, the story of the suppression of the Liberal Party and its press was repeated in the suppression of the Democratic Party and its press. But I must reserve that for another chapter. During the liberal agitation, many of the best-known writers of Mexico fell by the assassin's hand. Among them were Jesus Valadez of Mazatlan, Sinaloa. Having written articles against the despotism, while walking home from the theater one night with his newly wedded wife, he was set upon by several men, who killed him with daggers. In Tampico, in 1902, Vicente Rivero Echegaray, a newspaper man, dared to criticize the acts of the president. He was shot down at night while in the act of opening his own door. Jesus Olmos y Contreras, a newspaper man of the state of Puebla, about the same time published articles exposing an alleged licentious act of Governor Martinez. 2 friends of the governor invited Contreras to supper. In the street the 3 walked arm in arm, the writer in the middle. Suddenly thugs fell upon him from behind. The false friends held Contreras tight until he had been struck down, when a heavy rock was used to beat the head of the victim into a pulp so that his identification might be impossible. In Mérida, Yucatan, in December 1905, the writer Abelardo Ancona protested against the re-election of Governor Olegario Molina. Ancona was thrown into jail, where he was shot and stabbed to death. In 1907, the writer Agustin Itovao died of poison administered in Belém prison. Jesus Martinez Carrion, a noted newspaper artist, and Alberto Arranz, a writer, left Belém to die in a hospital. Dr. Juan de la Peña, editor of a liberal newspaper, died in the military prison of San Juan de Ulua. Juan Sarabia, another well-known editor, was also imprisoned there, and for a long time was supposed to be dead, until recently when his friends got word of him. Daniel Cabrera, one of the oldest liberal editors, was a cripple, and many times he was carried to jail on a stretcher. Professor Luis Toro, an editor of San Luis Potosí, was imprisoned and beaten in prison so severely that he died. In the same prison, Primo Feliciano Velázquez, a lawyer and publisher of El Estandarte, was beaten so severely that he became a lifelong cripple. Another attorney and editor, Francisco de P. Morelos, was beaten in the city of Monterrey for writing against the government in his paper La Defensa. In Guanajuato, José R. Granados, editor of El Barretero, was beaten for writing against the government. In Napimi, a lawyer, Francisco A. Luna, was beaten and wounded with knives for writing against the government. And so a list could be given pages long. Ricardo Flores Magon, Jesus Magon, Enrique Magon, Antonio J. Villarreal, Librado Rivera, Manuel Sarabia, and many others spent months in prison for publishing opposition papers. Others were assassinated. As I said before, autocracy feeds on murder, and the rule of Porfirio Diaz has been one long story of murder. When assassination, imprisonment, and countless forms of persecution had destroyed their organization in Mexico, the leaders who still retained their lives and liberty fled to the United States and established their headquarters here. They organized the junta, or governing board of the party, established newspapers, and it was only after the agents of the home government had followed them here and succeeded in so harassing them with false charges which resulted in their imprisonment that they abandoned all hope of doing anything peaceful for the regeneration of their country, and decided to organize an armed force for the purpose of overthrowing the Mexican dictator. The story of the persecutions visited upon the Mexican refugees in the United States I will detail in another chapter. It is sufficient here to pass over them and point merely to the result of their attempts to bring about a change in their government by revolution. Briefly, the Liberal Party has launched 2 armed revolutions against Diaz. Both of these had come to grief at an early stage. First, because of the efficiency of the government in putting spies in the midst of the revolutionists, and thus being able to anticipate them. Second, because of the severe methods used in repression. And third, because of the effective cooperation of the United States government, since the uprisings were necessarily directed from this side of the line. The first liberal attempt at revolution was to have been launched in September 1906. The rebels claimed to have had 36 military groups partially armed within Mexico and ready to rise at one signal. They expected that at the first show of strength on their part, the army would desert to their standard and that the civilians would receive them with open arms. Whether they judged the army and the people correctly will never be known, for they never succeeded in making any great show of strength. Government spies betrayed the various groups, and when the appointed hour struck, the majority of the leaders were already dead or domiciled in San Juan de Ulua. The revolution was to begin on the National Independence Day, September 16th, and the way the government prepared for it generally may be imagined from the report which I previously quoted of the large number of secret killings in Diaz's capital. Liberal groups in 2 cities succeeded in making a start. One group captured the town of Jimenez, Coahuila, and another laid siege to the army barracks of Acayucan, state of Veracruz. Civilians joined them in these 2 cities, and for a day they enjoyed partial success. Then trainloads of troops got into each town, and in a few days what was left of the rebel force was on its way to prison. The concentration of troops into those towns was nothing short of wonderful. As before stated, though Acayucan is comparatively isolated, 4,000 regular soldiers reached the scene within 24 hours after hostilities began. The second rebellion was scheduled to come off in July 1908. This time the Liberals claimed to have 46 military groups ready to rise in Mexico. But as it turned out, nearly all the fighting was done by Mexican refugees who recrossed from the United States at Del Rio, Texas, and other border centers armed with guns purchased here. The liberal leaders here claimed that every military group in Mexico was anticipated by the government and the members arrested before the appointed hour. This certainly occurred at Casas Grandes, Chihuahua, and the affair being given much publicity caused the groups from the United States to act prematurely. It is also claimed that some of the strongest groups were betrayed by a criminal who, because of his facial resemblance to Antonio de Villarreal, secretary of the liberal junta, was freed from the Torreon jail and pardoned by the authorities on condition that he go among the revolutionists, pass himself off as Villarreal, and betray them. I personally know of 2 cases in which emissaries who left the liberal headquarters in the United States carrying orders for the rising of certain groups fell into the clutches of the government soon after they crossed the line. Nevertheless, the rebellion of June 1908 profoundly shook Mexico for a time. The fighting in Coahuila furnished the American press with a week's sensation, and it was a month before the last of the rebels had been hunted down and shot by the superior forces of the soldiers and rurales. Such was the rebellion of Las Vacas, as it has come to be known both in the United States and Mexico. As a result of this rebellion and the previous one, the Mexican agents in the United States at last succeeded in breaking up the liberal organization here almost as effectively as it was broken up in Mexico. Up to the time of the congressional hearing on the persecutions in June 1910, all the liberal leaders in the United States were either in prison or in hiding, and no Mexican dared openly espouse the cause of the liberal party for fear that he too might be thrown behind the bars on a charge of having been in some way connected with one of those rebellions. End of section 14. Section 15 of Barbarous Mexico. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Larry Wilson. Barbarous Mexico by John Kenneth Turner. Chapter 10. The Eighth Unanimous Election of Diaz, Part 1. In order that the reader may entirely appreciate the fact that the political reign of terror established by Diaz 34 years ago continues in full bloom to the present day, I shall devote this chapter to a record of the presidential campaign, so called, which ended June 26, 1910, with the eighth unanimous election of President Diaz. To the end that the authenticity of this record may be beyond question, I have excluded from it all information that has come to me by means of rumor, gossip, letters, and personal reports. Everything except what has already been printed in newspapers as common news. In hardly an instance, moreover, was one of these newspapers opposed to the regime of General Diaz. Nearly all were favorable to him. Therefore, if there are any errors in these reports, it is safe to assume that the truth has been minimized rather than overstated. It is safe to assume also that since the newspapers from which the reports were taken are published in Mexico, where they are under the censorship of the police, that numerous other incidents of a similar as well as of a worse character occurred which were never permitted to appear in print. Before proceeding to these records, I may be pardoned for restating the fact that President Diaz has held his position at the head of the Mexican government for more than a generation. In the latter part of 1876, nearly 34 years ago, heading a personal revolution, he led an army into the Mexican capital and proclaimed himself provisional president. Soon afterwards he held what is called an election, and announced that the people had chosen him constitutional president unanimously. In 1880 he turned the government over to a friend, Manuel Gonzalez, who was also elected unanimously. In 1884 Gonzalez reinstalled Diaz after a third unanimous election. Following 1884, Diaz was re-elected unanimously every 4 years for 20 years until 1904, when the presidential term was lengthened to 6 years, and for the 7th time he was elected unanimously. Finally, July 10, 1910, Diaz was unanimously elected President of Mexico for the 8th time. The Mexican presidential campaign, just closed, if I may so denominate it, properly dates from the month of March 1908. At that time, through James Creelman and Pearson's Magazine, President Diaz announced to the world, first, that under no circumstances would he consent to enter upon an 8th term, and second, that he would be glad to assist in the transference of the governmental power from himself personally to a democratic organization of citizens. According to Mr. Creelman, his words were, "No matter what my friends and supporters say, I retire when my present term of office ends, and I shall not serve again. I shall be 80 years old then. I have waited patiently for the day when the people of the Mexican Republic would be prepared to choose and change their government at every election without danger of armed revolutions and without injury to the national credit or interference with national progress. I believe that day has come. I welcome an opposition party in the Mexican Republic. If it appears, I will regard it as a blessing, not an evil. And if it can develop power, not to exploit, but to govern, I will stand by it, support it, advise it, and forget myself in the successful inauguration of complete democratic government in the country." The interview was reprinted by nearly every periodical in Mexico, and it produced a profound sensation. It is not exaggerating to say that the entire nation, outside of official circles, was overjoyed by the news. The nation took General Diaz at his word, and immediately there arose a lively but temperate discussion not only of the various possible candidates for the presidency, but also of innumerable questions relating to popular government. Books and pamphlets were written urging Diaz to immortalize himself as a second Washington by giving over the government to his people, when he might very easily retain the supreme power until his death. But at the height of this discussion, the word was passed quietly about that the President's promise to retire at the end of the term was not final. To show how thoroughly the government had public speech and the press under control at this time, it is only necessary to say that at once upon the foregoing announcement being made, the discussion of presidential candidates for 1910 stopped. Diaz was so thoroughly entrenched in power that there seemed little use of opposing him directly. But the people remembered the other statement he had made, and that he had not yet retracted it, that he would welcome an opposition movement in Mexico. The declaration that he would support an opposition movement seemed paradoxical, and so the bright heads of the progressive element were laid together to devise a movement that, while not being in direct opposition to Diaz, would at the same time be able to work an opening wedge into the log of democracy. The plan hit upon was to urge President Diaz to retain his seat and in the same voice to ask that the country be permitted freely to choose a vice president, so that in case Diaz should die during his next term, his successor might be more or less in line with the desires and ambitions of the people. The silence with which President Diaz received the publication of this plan was taken for consent, whereupon there began a widespread agitation, an organization of clubs, the holding of public discussions, newspaper debates, all of which might very well be taken as proof that President Diaz was right when he declared the Mexican people fit at last to enjoy the blessings of a real republic. According to Mr. Barron, in an interview published in the New York World, within a short time no fewer than 500 clubs were organized in Mexico. In January 1909, these clubs held a convention in the capital, formed a central organization known as the Central Democratic Club, elected officers, and adopted a platform, the main points of which were as follows: abolition of the jefes políticos, and the transference of their power to municipal boards of aldermen; the extension of primary education; suffrage laws to be enacted and enforced placing the franchise on a mixed educational and property basis; greater freedom for the press; stricter enforcement of the laws of reform against monastic orders, etc.; greater respect for human life and liberty, and a more effective administration of justice; legislation making it possible for working men to secure financial indemnity from their employers in case of accidents, and to enable the public to sue transportation companies and other like corporations on the same ground; agrarian laws for the encouragement of agriculture. The officers elected to head the new party were 4 bright young congressmen: Benito Juarez, Jr., President; Manuel Calero, Vice President; Deodoro Batalla, Secretary; Jesus Urueta, Treasurer. April 2nd, the Re-electionist Club, an organization consisting wholly of office holders, appointees of Diaz, met and duly nominated General Diaz and his Vice President Ramon Corral for re-election. Shortly afterwards, in accordance with its original plan, the Democratic Party also named President Diaz for re-election. For Vice President, it named General Bernardo Reyes, Governor of Nuevo León. Take a look at the general situation for a moment. Here was a party of men consisting of the best educated, most intelligent, and most progressive element in the country. Their platform shows their demands to have been excessively moderate. The party had sprung into existence through the published promise of General Diaz to permit it to function. In order to assure itself of safety at his hands, the party had placed General Diaz at the head of its ticket. Finally, the campaign which it launched was marvelously temperate and self-restrained. There was no call to arms. There was no hint of rebellion or revolution in any form. What criticism was offered of existing institutions was offered with studious calmness and care. General Diaz was even praised. The people were asked to vote for him, but to vote for Reyes for vice president. It required only a few days to develop the fact that in the event of an election, Reyes would triumph over Corral by a large majority. Former enemies of Reyes were for him, not because they loved him, but because the movement behind him held out a promise of a little self-government for Mexico. As soon as the popularity of the Democratic Party became evident, despite the order that prevailed at its meetings, despite the temperance of its press, despite the fact that the laws were studiously observed, instead of supporting and advising as he had promised to do, General Diaz moved to destroy it. Diaz's first open move against the Democratic Party was to nip the propaganda for Reyes that was beginning in the army. This he did by banishing to remote parts of the country a dozen army officers who had subscribed themselves as favorable to the candidacy of Reyes. This action of Diaz had been defended on the ground that he had a perfect right to prohibit members of the army from exercising political functions. But inasmuch as the president of the Re-electionist Club was an officer in the army, inasmuch as numerous army officers engaged openly and actively in the Corral campaign, it was seen that these men were proceeded against rather because they were for Reyes than because they were members of the army. Captain Ruben Morales, one of the punished officers, had accepted the vice presidency of the Reyes Club. He was ordered to resign from the club or to resign from the army. He resigned from the army, or attempted to do so, but his resignation was not accepted, and he was sent away to the territory of Quintana Roo. 8 of the offending officers were sent to Sonora to be placed in the field against the Yaqui Indians. The banishment of the army officers took place at the end of May. Following close upon the incident came action against some Democratic leaders who occupied positions in the government. Congressmen Urueta and Lerdo de Tejada, Jr., and Senator Jose Lopez Portillo were among the first to be deposed from their positions. Some students of the National Schools of Jurisprudence, Mines, Medicine, and the Preparatory School of Mexico City were encouraged in forming a club to further the candidacy of Corral. But when the students of the Jalisco State Schools of Law and Medicine formed a club to further the candidacy of Reyes, the government ordered them either to abandon their political activity or to leave school. They sent a committee to Diaz to appeal for fair play, but he gave them no satisfaction. The threat of expulsion was renewed, with the result that so many students were expelled from the Jalisco schools that the schools actually closed for lack of pupils. In July, a committee of re-electionists from Mexico City held a public meeting in favor of Corral in the Delgado Theater, Guadalajara, capital of Jalisco. The audience, composed largely of Democratic students, hissed one of the speakers, whereupon companies of police which had been held in readiness were ordered to clear the building and square. This the police did after the manner of Mexico, with saber, club, and pistol. The figures on the killed and wounded and imprisoned were suppressed by the authorities, but all newspaper reports at the time agreed that there were persons killed and wounded, as well as imprisoned. The highest estimate that I have seen placed the killed at 12, the seriously wounded at 35, and the arrested at 1,000. Following the occurrence, Guadalajara was filled with state and national troops. General Ignacio Bravo, notorious as the most ruthless officer in the Mexican army, was hurried from Quintana Roo temporarily to replace the existing head of the military zone. And finally, all political expression of the Democrats was put down with an iron hand. Among the prominent leaders of the Democratic movement in Guadalajara, who were made to suffer at this time, was Ambrosio Ulloa, an engineer and lawyer, founder of a school for engineers, and head of the Corona Flour Milling Company. Ulloa happened to be president of the Reyes Club of Guadalajara, and on the theory that the club was in some way responsible for the so-called student riot, Ulloa, a week after the occurrence, was taken to jail and imprisoned under a charge of sedition. During the putting down of the student movement in Guadalajara, at least one case of the ley fuga was reported from that city. The victim was William de la Peña, a former student of Christian Brothers College, St. Louis, Missouri, also of the Ohio State University. The case was reported in the St. Louis papers, from which place a dispatch was sent out through the Associated Press. Relating the occurrence, the press dispatch said, he, Peña, was at his country home when an officer of the Rurales invited him to go with him. He mounted his horse and went. Next day, servants found his body riddled with bullets. September 7th, Congressman Heriberto Barron, who had mildly criticized Diaz in an open letter, fled from the country and took up his residence in New York. One Mexican paper has it that agents of the Diaz secret police forced Barron upon a wardliner at Veracruz and compelled him to leave the country. In New York newspapers, Barron declared that he had fled to escape imprisonment. A few months later, he begged to be allowed to return home, but was told that he must remain in exile until the death of the President of Mexico. The heinousness of Barron's crime may be gathered from the following paragraphs, the most uncomplimentary in his open letter to Diaz. At the velada to which I have alluded, when your name was pronounced by the orators, it was received with unanimous hisses and marks of disapproval. On the night of the performance given at the principal theater, in the Ada Guerrero victims, the entire audience maintained a sinister silence on your arrival. The same silence prevailed when you departed. If you had occasion, as I have, to mingle with the gatherings and groups of people of different classes, not all Reyes, you would hear, Mr. President, expressions of indignation against you spoken openly on all sides. Within 10 days after the banishment of Barron, a foreign resident, Frederick Balmer by name, an Englishman, was lodged in Belém prison, denied bail and incommunicado for some days, and finally was sentenced to 1 month's imprisonment for doing nothing more than remarking that he thought Diaz had been president of Mexico long enough. July 28th, Celso Cortez, vice president of the Central Club Reyista of Mexico City, was lodged in Belém prison for making a speech at the club rooms criticizing members of the Diaz cabinet. Following came a long list of arrests of members of the democratic movement throughout the country. Usually the charge was sedition, but never was any evidence produced to prove sedition as Americans understand that term. In this movement there was never any hint of armed rebellion or any concerted violation of existing laws. In all of these cases I have yet to learn of any in which reasonable ground for arrest existed. In many cases the victims were kept in jail for months, and in some cases they were sentenced to long terms in prison. The number persecuted in this way is problematical, as reports of only the more prominent cases got into the Mexican press. The following are a few of those recorded. In August, José Ignacio Rebollar, secretary of the Club Reyista of Torreón, with several others, was arrested for appearing at a serenade given to the governor of the state and attempting to proselyte for Reyes. On August 1st, 1909, a company of rurales broke up a meeting of Reyistas in Silao and placed a number of them in jail. In November 1909, Manuel Martinez de Arredondo, a wealthy planter, his nephew Francisco de Arredondo, 4 attorneys, Pedro Riguera, Antonio Juarez, Enrique Recio, and Juan Barrera, also Marcos Valencia, Amado Cardenas, Francisco Vidal, and others were sent to jail for attempting to hold a Reyes meeting in Merida, Yucatan. Several of the numbers were kept in jail for more than 6 months. In January 1910, attorney Francisco Pereira Escobar, a member of the legislature in the state of Campeche, was arrested for distributing bills announcing a meeting of Reyes. December 7, 1909, José López Portillo y Rojas, a prominent Reyist of the capital, was imprisoned in Belém on a trumped-up charge. Some months later it was reported that he was still there and that he was to be sentenced to 9 years' imprisonment. January 26, 1910, some Democrats held a public meeting in the Alameda, Mexico City. Dr. Manuel Espinosa de los Monteros, president of the Central Club Reyes, presided, and Don Enrique Garcia de la Cadena y Ancona delivered a patriotic address. The police broke up the meeting and arrested Cadena and Monteros, charging them with sedition. At this writing it is reported that both of them will be sent for long terms to the penal colony on Tres Marias Islands in the Pacific. During the months following the attempt to place a candidate in the field against Vice President Corral, the Democrats tried to strengthen their position by contesting some state and local elections. As a result, there were many arrests and several massacres by troops or local authorities. At Petape, Oaxaca, the 25th Battalion of Regulars fired on a crowd of the opposition, killing several. 70 were jailed. At Tepamis, Colima, there were many shootings. After the jail was full, the authorities are reported as having taken out some of the prisoners, compelled them to dig their own graves, then shot them so that they fell into the trenches. At Tehuitzingo, Puebla, in April, it was reported that 16 citizens were executed without trial, and that many others had been condemned to 20 years' confinement in the fortress of San Juan de Ulua. In Merida, Yucatan, federal troops were placed in the polling booths, and a large number of Democrats were arrested. In the state of Morelos, in February 1909, the Democrats attempted to elect Patricio Leiva in opposition to Pablo Escandon, a slave-holding Spaniard whom Diaz had selected for the place. For accepting the Democratic candidacy, Leiva was dismissed from his government position as inspector of irrigation in the Department of Fomento. The president and vice president of the Free Suffrage Club at Huautla and the officers of a similar club at Tequiltenango, as well as many others, were jailed on charges of sedition, while the authorities were reported as having killed several. Police placed in possession of the polls prevented many from voting, and finally the vote as actually cast was falsified in favor of Escandon, who became governor. In July 1909, many arrests occurred at Huarte, Sinaloa, and the town was filled with federal rurales. In January 1910, 16 men arrested some time before on suspicion of being in a plot against the government at Viesca were sentenced to be shot, the Supreme Court sitting at the capital pronouncing the decree. While such incidents were going on, the press situation was being manipulated also. The government bought or subsidized newspapers on the one hand, and suppressed them on the other. Some 30 or 40 daily and weekly publications espoused the democratic cause. I do not know of one of them which the government did not compel to suspend operations. Despite the fact that they were careful in their utterances, they were put out of business, the majority of them by imprisonment of their editors, seizure of their printing plants, or both. End of section 15.
Section 16 of Barbarous, Mexico. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Rick Vina. Barbarous, Mexico by John Kenneth Turner. Chapter 10, The 8 Unanimous Election of Diaz, Part 2. April 16, 1909. Antonio Duch, editor of Tierra of Merida, was escorted aboard a steamer at Veracruz by the Mexican secret police and compelled to leave the country under the charge of being a pernicious foreigner. His paper was suppressed. July 15, 1909. Francisco Navarro, editor of La Libertad, organ of the Club Democrático of Guadalajara, was jailed for criticizing the sabering of Reyes students. His paper was stopped, his office closed, a gendarme was placed on guard, and it was officially announced that were an attempt made to issue the paper from another shop, it also would be closed. August 3, 1909. Feliz Vera, correspondent of Democratic papers at Guadalajara, was taken to Belém prison, where he remains at this writing, though so far no formal charge has been filed against him. In October 1909, Manuel M. Oviedo, editor of La Hoja Suelta and president of the Anti-Re-Electionist Club of Torreón, was sent to prison and his paper was suppressed. Action was taken because Oviedo asked for a fair state election following the forced retirement of Governor Cardenas. In November 1909, Martin Stecker, a native of Germany, editor of El Trueno, Linares, Nuevo León, was jailed on a charge of defamation, and his newspaper was suppressed. Stecker was only a very mild Reyist. The real reason for his arrest was that Linares is a good newspaper field, and members of the Diaz machine wished the sole privilege of exploiting it. Just previous to the suppression of El Trueno, Governor Reyes had been banished from the country, and his friends put out of the municipal government at Linares. In November 1909, Revista de Merida, of Merida, Yucatan, was suppressed by the government. Editor Menendez and other writers were imprisoned on the charge of sedition. About the same time, 2 other Merida newspapers were suppressed. One was Yucatan Nuevo. Its editors, Fernando M. Estrada and Ramón Peovide, are at this writing still in jail. The other was La Defensa Nacional. Its editors, Calixto M. Maldonada and César A. González, were charged with provocation of rebellion. The evidence produced in court against them consisted of copies of a circular sent out by the National Anti-Re-electionist Club, which they were passing among their friends. In February 1910, Heriberto Frias, editor of El Correo de la Tarde, was driven out of Mazatlan because he published a statement that in the so-called election in Sinaloa, boys of 10 and 12 were permitted to vote the administration ticket, while men of 40 and 50 of the opposition party were turned away on the ground that they were too young to vote. In October 1909, Alfonso B. Peniche, editor of La Redención, Mexico City, was arrested for defamation of a minor employee of the government. Despite his imprisonment, Peniche succeeded in continuing his publication for a time, although, in order to do so, he was compelled to smuggle his copy through the bars of the prison. After remaining in Belem a short time, he published an article asking for an investigation into the conditions of Belem, alleging that an instrument of torture called the rattler was used upon the prisoners. This undoubtedly had something to do with the extreme severity of the punishment that was meted out to Peniche, for after remaining 5 months in Belem, he was sentenced to banishment to the penal colony on the Tres Marias Islands for 4 long years. Undoubtedly, the charge against Peniche was only a subterfuge to get him out of the way. The story of his defamation, according to Mexico Nuevo, the most conservative democratic daily, was, quote, in his paper Redención, now suspended, he published a statement signed by various merchants, making charges against a tax collector of the Federal District, relating to acts committed in his official capacity. The Bureau of Taxation took action in the matter, ordering an investigation, and as a result, the charges were sustained, and the tax collector was removed by the Secretary of Hacienda, with the approval of the President of the Republic, for, quote, not deserving the confidence of the government, end quote. Moreover, he was arraigned before the first judge of the district for an inquiry into the supposed fraud of the Treasury, and this inquiry is now pending. This being the case, there were many reasons to suppose that Peniche, in publishing the accusation, was working in the public interest and was not committing any crime. Instead of this, he is convicted of defamation, an even more serious offense than libel. End quote. El Diario del Hogar, an old and conservative daily paper of the capital, which has espoused the cause of the Democrats, printed an account of Peniche's banishment also, the article appearing under the caption, Newspaper Men, Watch Out. The authorities at once forced the suspension of the paper. The owner, Filomena Mata, an aged man who had retired from active life, Filomena Mata, Jr., managing editor, and the mechanical foreman were taken to prison. A month afterwards, it was reported that father and son were still in jail, and that Mata, Sr., was dying of ill treatment received from the jailers. Sometime later, in March 1910, the government forced the suspension of Mexico Nuevo. It was revived later, however, and is the only democratic paper which survived the Reyes campaign. Paulino Martinez was one of the oldest and best-known newspaper men in Mexico. His papers were the only ones in opposition to the policy of the administration which succeeded in weathering the storm of press persecutions of past years. For several years his papers, La Voz de Juárez and El Insurgente, were the only opposition papers in Mexico. Martinez kept them alive, so he told me himself, by refraining always from making direct criticisms of high officials or acts of General Diaz. But with the campaign against the democratic movement, Martinez's papers went with the rest. When the government began action against him, his papers numbered 4: La Voz de Juárez, El Insurgente, El Chinaco, all weeklies, and El Antireeleccionista, a daily. All were published in the capital. The first blow fell upon La Voz de Juárez, the voice of Juárez. August 3, 1909. That paper was suppressed and the plant confiscated. Slandering the army was the charge. The police looked for Martinez, but failed to find him. All minor employees found about the shop were jailed, and it was announced that the plant would be sold. September 3rd, the secret police descended upon El Insurgente and El Chinaco, also upon El Paladín, a weekly paper published by Ramon Alvarez Soto. The type forms of all 3 publications were seized and taken to the offices of the secret police as piezas de convicción. Soto, Joaquin Pina, Martinez's managing editor of El Chinaco, Joaquin Bernardo Bustillos, another editor, 5 printers, 2 other employees, and Mrs. Martinez were taken to jail. After 5 days, the reporters and printers were released, but Mrs. Martinez and Enrique Patino, a member of El Paladín's staff, who had been apprehended later, were held on charges of sedition. El Antireeleccionista, the last of the Martinez papers, succumbed September 28th. The office was closed, the plant seized, and sealed with the seal of the court, and 22 employees found about the office were all taken prisoner and charged with sedition. The list consisted of 3 members of the office executive force, 1 reporter, 15 typesetters, and 3 bindery girls. How long these 22 remained in prison is not recorded. 6 months later, I saw a report that at least one of the Martinez editors, D. Feliz Pallavicini, was still in prison. Mrs. Martinez remained in jail for several months. Her husband succeeded in escaping to the United States, and when Mrs. Martinez joined him, neither of them had $1. Mrs. Martinez, by the way, is a native of the United States. Most remarkable of all was the treatment meted out to the nominee of the Democratic Party, General Bernardo Reyes, governor of the state of Nuevo León. Doubly, trebly remarkable was that treatment in view of the fact that General Reyes not only did not accept the nomination of the Democratic Party, but that he repudiated it. 4 times he repudiated it. Not only that, but during the months in which calamities were being heaped upon him and his friends, he never gave utterance to one word, or raised his little finger in the most insignificant act that might be construed as an offense to President Diaz, to Vice President Corral, or to any of the members of the Diaz government. By its military bluster, the government tried to create the impression that Reyes was on the verge of an armed revolt, but of that there is not the slightest evidence. As a candidate, General Reyes did not perfectly fit the ideal of the leaders of the democratic movement, for he had never before appeared in any way as a champion of democratic principles. Doubtless, the Democrats chose him as a government organ charged because of their belief in his ability to face the music. Reyes was a strong figure, and it requires a strong figure to rally the people when their fears are strong. It was for this reason that the Democratic leaders pinned their faith to him, and they launched their campaign on the assumption that when he discovered that the people were almost unanimous for him, he would accept the nomination. In this the Democrats were mistaken. Reyes chose not to face the music. 4 times he repudiated the nomination publicly. He retired to his mountain resort and there waited for the storm to blow over. He put himself out of touch with his partisans and with the world. He made no move that might give offense to the government. And yet, what happened to Reyes? Diaz deposed the head of the military zone, which includes the state of Monterrey, and placed in command General Trevino, a personal enemy of Reyes. Trevino marched upon Reyes's state at the head of an army. He stopped on his way at Saltillo, and by a display of arms compelled the resignation of Governor Cardenas of Coahuila merely because the latter was a friend of Reyes. He threw his army into Monterrey and overturned the local government, as well as all the municipal governments in the entire state. Diaz ordered a fine of $750,000 placed upon Reyes's financial associates, in order that they, as well as he, might be dealt a crushing blow financially. Trevino surrounded Reyes in his mountain resort and compelled him to return, a virtual prisoner, and to hand in his resignation. Finally, Reyes was sent out of the country, ostensibly on a military mission to Europe, actually banished from his native country for 2 years or longer, should the ruler so decide. So perished Reyism, as the government papers derisively called the opposition. The democratic movement was demoralized for the time being, and the government doubtless imagined that the end of Reyes meant the end of the democratic movement. But not so. The democratic ambitions of the people had been aroused to a high pitch, and they would not be denied. Instead of intimidating them, the banishment of Reyes and the high-handed acts that went before it only served to make the people bolder in their demands. From daring to nominate a candidate merely for vice president, they passed to nominating a candidate for president. The pseudo-opposition party became an opposition party indeed. In Francisco I. Madero, the party found its new leader. Madero was a distinguished citizen of Coahuila, a member of one of the oldest and most respected families in Mexico. The Maderos had never involved themselves in Diaz politics. They were rich farmers, well educated, cultured, and progressive. Madero's first notable interest in democracy was shown in his book, La Sucesión Presidencial, which he published in 1908. It was a thoughtful but mild criticism of the Diaz regime, and in the end it urged the people to insist upon the right to engage in the elections of 1910. Madero's book is said to have been suppressed in Mexico, but only after it had gained wide circulation, and its influence was no doubt considerable in prompting the launching of the Democratic Party. After the nomination of Reyes, Madero went about the country in his own private car, addressing public meetings, not campaigning for Reyes, but confining himself chiefly to the dissemination of the ABCs of popular government. The banishment of Reyes did not stop Madero's speech-making, and before the end of 1909 it was announced that the Democratic and Reyes clubs would reorganize as anti-re-electionist clubs, and that a national convention would be held at which the anti-re-electionist party would be organized and nominations made for president and vice president of the republic. The convention was held in the middle of April 1910. Madero was named for president, and Dr. Francisco Vázquez Gómez for vice president. The scattered elements of the interrupted campaign were got together, and Madero and such others of the Democratic leaders as were out of jail went on with their speech-making, careful, as ever, to criticize but sparingly, and to encourage no breaches of the peace. The result was instantaneous. The nation was again in a fervor of enthusiasm over the idea of actually exercising their constitutional right of franchise. Had the movement been small, it would have been allowed to go its way and spend itself. But the movement was tremendous. It put on a parade in the national capital, such as Diaz, with all his powers of coercion and of hire, had never been able to equal in his own behalf. Every marcher in that parade knew that in walking with that throng he was laying himself liable to persecution, to ruin, perhaps to death. But yet so great was the throng that the government organs themselves were forced to admit that the parade was a triumph for the Maderists, as the Democrats were now called. Before the convention and during the convention, the Diaz press pooh-poohed Madero, his program, and his party as too insignificant to be noticed. But before the delegates had returned to their homes, the movement had assumed such grave proportions that the government proceeded against it as it had proceeded against the Reyists before the banishment of Reyes. Everywhere, members of anti-re-electionist clubs were thrown into jail. Such progressive newspapers as remained and dared to espouse the democratic cause were suppressed, and the police power was used to break up the clubs, stop public meetings, and prevent receptions being accorded the party's candidates as they traveled through the country. So severe was this persecution that May 21st, Attorney Roque Estrada, one of the most prominent of the anti-re-electionist speakers, addressed an open letter to Diaz, begging him to interfere in behalf of constitutional rights. This was followed by a letter from Madero himself, couched in a similar vein. In recounting some of the outrages which had been heaped upon his friends, Estrada said in part, quote, "When the delegate of Cananea, Sonora, returned to his home, he was imprisoned, just as were some presidents of clubs. In Alamos, Sonora, independent citizens were arrested, and a journalist and his family were martyred. In Torreon, Coahuila, in Monterrey, and in Orizaba, the rights of association and reunion have been impudently violated. Finally, in the tormented city of Puebla, immediately after the visit which the candidates of the people made on the 14th and 15th of the current month, an epoch of terror was begun, capable of destroying the reputation of the most sane and solid administration. In the city of Zaragoza, many independent citizens were confined in prison. Others were consigned to the army, as in the case of Senor Diaz Duran, president of an anti-re-electionist club, and others have felt the necessity of abandoning their homes in order to escape the fury of authority." End quote. Some of the outrages recounted in Madero's letter follow. Quote, "At Coahuila, the public officials have arbitrarily forbidden demonstrations in our honor, preventing also the spread of our principles. The same has happened in the states of Nuevo León, Aguascalientes, and San Luis Potosí. In the states of Sonora and Puebla, the conditions are serious. In the former state, an independent journalist, Mr. Cesar del Bando, was thrown into jail. At Cananea, the prosecutions are extreme against the members of my party, and according to late news received therefrom, more than 30 individuals have been imprisoned, among them the full board of directors of the Club Anti-Reeleccionista de Obreros, workers, 3 of whom were forcibly enlisted in the army. At Puebla, Atlixco, and Tlaxcala, where untold outrages have been committed against my followers, reigns intense excitement. The last news received shows the conditions of the working classes to be desperate, that they may at any moment resort to violent means to have their rights respected." End quote. In June, the month of election, matters became very much worse. Estrada and Madero themselves were arrested. On the night of June 6, they were secretly taken and secretly held in the penitentiary at Monterrey until the truth became noised about, when charges were formally preferred against them. Estrada was charged with sedition. Madero was first accused of protecting Estrada from arrest, but soon afterwards this charge was dropped and he was accused of insulting the nation. He was removed from the penitentiary of Nuevo León to the penitentiary of San Luis Potosí, and here he remained incommunicado until after election. The presidential campaign ended amid many reports of government persecutions. A reputable dispatch dated June 9th said that in breaking up a gathering at Saltillo, following the news of the arrest of Madero, the police rode down the crowds, injuring more than 200 people. Another, dated June 14th, said that in the cities of Torreon, Saltillo, and Monterrey, more than 100 persons were arrested on the charge of insulting the government. That at Ciudad Porfirio Diaz, 47 prominent citizens were arrested in one day, and that a big exodus of citizens of the border towns, fearing arrest, was taking place to the United States. Still another dispatch, dated June 21st, said that more than 400 arrests had been made in northern Mexico the previous day, and that 1,000 political prisoners were being held incommunicado, where they would remain until after the election. Election day found soldiers or rurales in every town and hamlet. Booths were actually put up here and there, and a farce of an election was gone through with. Soldiers held the polls, and every man who dared cast a ballot for any but the administration ticket knew that he was risking imprisonment, confiscation of property, even death in doing so. Finally, the government went through the form of counting the vote, and in due course of time the world was told that the Mexican people had proved practically unanimous in their choice of Diaz and Corral. End section 16.
Section 17 of Barbarous Mexico. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Barbarous Mexico by John Kenneth Turner. Chapter 11. 4 Mexican Strikes. Part 1. On the line of the Mexican Railway, which climbs in 100-odd miles of travel from the port of Veracruz, 10,000 feet to the rim of the Valley of Mexico, are situated a number of mill towns. Nearing the summit, after that wonderful ascent from the tropics to the snows, the passenger looks back from his car window through dizzying reaches of empty air, sheer a full mile, as the crow might dare to fly a score of them, down to the uppermost of these mill towns, Santa Rosa, a grey checkerboard upon a map of green. Just below Santa Rosa, but out of sight behind the titanic shoulder of a mountain, nestles Rio Blanco, largest of the mill towns, scene of the bloodiest strike in the labor history of Mexico. In altitude, halfway between the shark-infested waters of Veracruz Harbor and the plateau of Montezuma's, Rio Blanco, which in Spanish means White River, is not only a paradise in climate and scenery, but it's also perfectly situated for water power manufactories. A bountiful supply of water, provided by the copious rains and the snows of the heights, gathers in the Rio Blanco and with the speed of Niagara rushes down the mountain gorges and into the town. It is said to be a favorite boast of Manager Hartington, the steel-eyed, middle-aged Englishman who oversees the work of the 6,000 men, women, and children, that the mill at Rio Blanco is not only the largest and most modern cotton manufactory in the world, but that pays the richest profits on the investment. Certainly, the factory is a big one. We saw it, Delara and I, from A to Z, following the raw cotton from the cleaner through all its various processes and treatments until it finally came out neatly folded in fancy prints or specially colored weaves. We even descended 5 iron ladders down into the bowels of the earth, saw the great pin and caught a glimpse of the swirling black waters which turn every wheel in the mill. And we observed the workers too, men, women, and children. They were Mexicans with hardly an exception. The men, in the mass, are paid 37.5 cents a day in our money, the women from $1.50 to $2 a week. The children, who range down to 7 and 8, from 10 to 25 cents a day. These figures were given us by an officer of the mill who showed us about, and they were confirmed in talks with the workers themselves. 13 hours a day, from 6 until 8, are long for labor in the open air and sunshine, but 13 hours in that roar of machinery, in that lint-laden air, in those poisonous dye rooms, how very long that must be. The terrible smell of the dye rooms nauseated me, and I had to hurry on. The dye rooms are suicide hole for the men who work there, for it's said that they survive on an average only at 12 months. Yet the company finds that plenty of them are willing to commit the suicide for the additional inducement of 7.5 cents a day over the regular wage. The Rio Blanco mill was established 16 years ago. 16 years, but in their history, the mill and the town have just 2 epochs, before the strike and after the strike. Wherever we went about Rio Blanco and Orizaba, the latter being the chief town in that political district, we heard echoes of the strike, although its bloody story had been written nearly 2 years before our visit. In Mexico, there are no labor laws in operation to protect the workers, no provision for factory inspection, no practical statutes against infant labor, no processes through which workmen may recover damages for injuries sustained or death met in the mine or at the machine. Wage workers literally have no rights that employers are bound to respect. Policy only determines the degree of exploitation, and in Mexico, that policy is such as might prevail in the driving of horses in a locality where horses are dirt cheap, where profits from their use are high, and where there exists no society for the prevention of cruelty to animals. Over against this absence of protection on the part of the governmental powers stands oppression on the part of the governmental powers, for the machinery of the Diaz state is wholly at the command of the employer to whip the worker into accepting his terms. The 6,000 laborers in Rio Blanco mill were not content with 13 hours daily in the company of that roaring machinery and in that choking atmosphere, especially since it brought to them only from 25 to 37.5 cents. Nor were they content with paying out of such a sum the $1 American a week that the company charged for the rental of the 2-room, dirt-floor hovels which they called their homes. Least of all were they content with the coin in which they were paid. This consisted of credit checks upon the company's store, which finished the exploitation, took back for the company the final centavo that the company had paid out in wages. A few miles away, at Orizaba, the same goods could be purchased for from 25 to 75% less, but the operatives were unable to buy the goods at these stores. The operatives were not content. The might of the company towered like a mountain above them, and behind and above the company towered the government. Behind the company stood Diaz himself, for Diaz was not only the government, he was also a heavy stockholder in the company. Yet the operatives prepared to fight. Secretly, they organized a union, El Círculo de Obreros, which means the circle of workers, holding their meetings not en masse, but in small groups in their homes in order that the authorities might not learn of their purposes. Immediately upon the company learning that the workers were discussing their troubles, it took action against them. Through the police authorities, it issued a general order forbidding any of the operatives from receiving any visitors whatsoever, even their own relatives being barred, the penalty for violation being the city jail. Persons who were suspected of having signed the roll of the union were put in prison at once, and a weekly newspaper, which was known to be friendly to the workers, was swooped down upon, suppressed, and the printing plant confiscated. At this juncture, a strike was called on the cotton mills in the city of Puebla, in an adjoining state. The mills of Puebla were owned by the same company as owned the Rio Blanco mills, and the operatives thereof were living under similar conditions to those at Rio Blanco. The Puebla workers went on strike, and the company, knowing that they had no resources behind them, decided, as one of its agents told me, to let nature take its course, that is, to starve out the workers, as they believed this process could be accomplished inside of a fortnight. The strikers turned for aid to those of their fellow craftsmen who were at work in other localities. The Rio Blanco workers themselves were already preparing to strike, but thereupon they decided to wait for a time longer, in order that they might collect from their meager earnings a fund to support their brothers in the city of Puebla. Thus were the ends of the company defeated for a moment, for, by living on half rations, both workers and strikers were able to eke out their existence. But no sooner had the company learned the source of strength of the Puebla strikers than the mills at Rio Blanco were shut down and the workers there locked out. Other mills in other localities were shut down and other means taken to prevent any help reaching the Puebla strikers. Locked out, the Rio Blanco workers promptly assumed the offensive, declared they were on strike, and formulated a series of demands calculated in some measure to alleviate the conditions of their lives. But the demands were unheard. The machinery of the mill roared no more. The mill slept in the sun. The waters of the Rio Blanco dashed unharnessed through the town. The manager of the company laughed in the faces of the striking men and women. The 6,000 starved. For 2 months they starved. They scoured the surrounding hills for berries, and when the berries were gone, they deceived their gnawing stomachs with indigestible roots and herbs gleaned from the mountain sides. In utter despair, they looked to the highest power they knew, Porfirio Diaz, and begged him to have mercy. They begged him to investigate their cause, and for their part, they promised to abide his decision. President Diaz pretended to investigate. He rendered a decision, but his decision was that the mills should reopen and the workers go back to their 13 hours of dust and machinery on the same terms as they had left them. True to their promise, the strikers at Rio Blanco prepared to comply, but they were weak for starvation. In order to work, they must have sustenance. Consequently, on the day of their surrender, they gathered in a body in front of the company's store opposite the big mill and asked that each of their number be given a certain quantity of corn and beans so that they might be able to live through the first week and until they should be paid their wages. The storekeeper jeered at the request. "To these dogs we will not even give water," is the answer he is credited with giving them. It was then that a woman, Margarita Martinez, exhorted the people to take by force the provisions that had been denied them. This they did. They looted the store, then set fire to it, and finally to the mill across the way. The people had not expected to riot, but the government had expected it. Unknown to the strikers, battalions of regular soldiers were waiting just outside the town under command of General Rosalia Martinez himself, Sub-Secretary of War. The strikers had no arms. They were not prepared for a revolution. They had intended no mischief, and their outburst was a spontaneous and doubtless a natural one, and one which an officer of the company afterwards confided to me could easily have taken care of by the local police force, which was strong. Nevertheless, the soldiers appeared, leaping upon the scene as if out of the ground. Volley after volley was discharged into the crowd at close range. There was no resistance whatsoever. The people were shot down in the streets with no regard for age or sex, many women and children being among the slain. They were pursued to their homes, dragged from their hiding places, and shot to death. Some fled to the hills, where they were hunted for days and shot on sight. A company of rural guards, which refused to fire on the crowd when the soldiers first arrived, were exterminated on the spot. There are no official figures of the number killed in the Rio Blanco massacre, and if there were any, of course, they would be false. Estimates run from 200 to 800. My information for the Rio Blanco strike was obtained from the numerous, widely different sources. From an officer of the company itself, from a friend of the government who rode with the Rurales as they chased the fleeing strikers through the hills, from a labor editor who escaped after being hotly pursued for days, from survivors of the strike, from others who had heard the story from eyewitnesses. I don't know how many were killed, the man who rode with the Rurales told me, but on the first night after the soldiers came, I saw 2 flat cars piled high with dead and mangled bodies, and there were a good many killed after the first night. Those flat cars, the same informant told me, were hauled away by a special train that night, hurried to Veracruz, where the bodies were dumped in the harbor as food for the sharks. Strikers who were not punished by death were punished in other ways scarcely less terrible. It seems that for the first few hours death was dealt out indiscriminately, but after that some of those who were caught were not killed. Fugitives who were captured after the first 2 or 3 days were rounded up in a bullpen, and some 500 of them were impressed into the army and sent to Quintana Roo. The vice president and the secretary of the Circular de Obreros were hanged, while the woman orator, Margarita Martinez, was among those sent to the prison of San Juan de Loa. Among the newspaper men who suffered as a result of the Rio Blanco strike are Hasenira, Justino Fernandez, Juan Olivares, and Paulino Martinez. Nera and Fernandez were imprisoned for long terms, the latter being tortured until he lost his reason. Olivares was pursued for many days but escaped capture and found his way to the United States. None of the three had any connection with the riot. The fourth, Paulino Martinez, committed no crime more heinous than to comment mildly in his newspaper in favor of the strikers. He published his paper at Mexico City, a day's ride on the train to Rio Blanco. Personally, he had been no nearer the scene of the trouble than that city, yet he was arrested, carried over the mountains to the mill town, imprisoned and held incommunicado for 5 months without even a charge being preferred against him. The government made every effort to conceal the facts of the Rio Blanco massacre. But murder will out, and when the newspapers did not speak, the news flew from mouth to mouth until the nation was shuddering at the story. It was a waste of blood, indeed, yet even from the viewpoint of the workers, it was not wholly in vain. For in the story, the company store held a prominent place, and so great a protest was raised against it that President Diaz decided to make one concession to the decimated band of operatives and to abolish the company store at Rio Blanco. Thus, where before the strike there was but one store in Rio Blanco, today there are many. The workers buy where they choose. Thus, it would seem that by their starvation and their blood, the strikers had won a slight victory. But it's a question whether it is so, since in some ways the screws have been put down harder than ever before. Provision has been made against a repetition of the strike. Provision that, for a country that claims to be a republic, is, to speak mildly, astounding. The provision consists first of 800 Mexican troops, 600 regular soldiers, and 200 rurales, who are encamped upon the company property. Second, of a jefe politico clothed with the powers of a cannibal chief. When we visited the barracks, Delara and I, the little captain who showed us about informed us that the quarters were furnished, ground, house, light and water by the company, and that in return the army was placed directly and unequivocally at the call of the company. As to the jefe politico, his name is Miguel Gomez, and he was promoted to Rio Blanco from Cordoba, where his readiness to kill is said to have provoked the admiration of the man who appointed him President Diaz. Regarding the powers of Miguel Gomez, I can hardly do better than to quote the words of an officer of the company, with whom Delara and I took dinner one day. Miguel Gomez has orders direct from President Diaz to censor the reading of the mill workers and to allow no radical newspapers or liberal literature to get into their hands. More than that, he has orders to kill anyone whom he suspects of having evil intentions. Yes, I said kill. It is carte blanche with Gomez, and no questions asked. He asks no one's advice, and no court sits on his action, either before or after. And he does kill. If he sees a man on the street and gets any whimsical suspicion of him, dislikes his dress or his face, it's enough. That man disappears. I remember a laborer in the dye mixing room who spoke some words friendly to liberalism. I remember a spool tender who mentioned strike. There have been others, many others, they have disappeared suddenly, have been swallowed up, and nothing heard of them but the whispers of their friends. Of course, it's impossible in the nature of things to verify this statement, but it's worth noting that it does not come from a revolutionist. The trade unionists of Mexico are, of course, by far the best paid workers in the country. Because of the opposition of both employers and government, as well as the deep degradation out of which it is necessary for the Mexican to climb before he is able to pluck the fruits of organization, unionism is still in its infancy in Mexico. It is still in its swaddling clothes, and under the circumstances as they exist today, its growth is slow and fraught with great hardship. So far, there is no Mexican Federation of Labor. The principal Mexican unions in 1908, as set forth to me by Felix Vera, president of the Grand League of Railroad Workers, and other organizers, were as follows. The Grand League of Railroad Workers, 10,000 members. The Mechanics Union, 500 members. Boilermakers Union, 800 members. Cigar Makers Union, 1,500 members. Carpenters Union, 1,500 members. The Shop Blacksmiths Union, with headquarters at Ciudad Porfirio Diaz, 800 members. Steel and Smelter Workers Union of Chihuahua, 500 members. These are the only permanent Mexican unions, and an addition of their membership shows that they total under 16,000. Other unions have sprung up, as at Rio Blanco, at Cananea, at Tizapán, and other places in response to a pressing need, but they have been crushed either by the employers or by the government, usually by both working in conjunction, the latter acting as the servant of the former. In the 2 years since 1908, there has been practically no advance in organization. Indeed, for a time the largest union, the railroad workers, having been beaten in a strike, all but went out of existence. But recently it has revived to almost its former strength. All the unions mentioned are Mexican unions exclusively. The only branch of American organization which extends to Mexico consists of railroad men who exclude Mexicans from membership. Hence, the Grand League itself is a purely Mexican union. As to pay, the Boilermakers received a minimum of 27.5 cents an hour in American money. The carpenters, who are organized only in the capital and have as yet no scale, from 75 cents to $1.75. The cigar makers from $1.75 to $2. The shop blacksmiths, 22.5 cents an hour, and the steel and smelter workers, 25 cents an hour. Among these trades, there have been several strikes. In 1905, the cigar makers enforced their own shop rules. A little later, the union mechanics in the railroad shops at Aguascalientes struck because they were being gradually replaced by Hungarian unorganized men at lower wages. The strikers not only won their point, but secured a 5-cent per day raise of wages besides, which so encouraged the Boilermakers that the latter craftsmen made a demand all over the country for a 5-cent raise and got it. Besides several short strikes of less importance still, this is the extent of the labor victories in Mexico. Victory has been the exception. Intervention by the government, with blood and prison for the strikers, has been the rule. The strike of the Grand League of Railroad Workers occurred in the spring of 1908. The league consists principally of brakemen who received $37.50 per month in American money, and shop mechanics who received 25 cents an hour. Early in 1908, the bosses at San Luis Potosi began discriminating against union men, both in the shops and on the trains. The unions protested to General Manager Clark, and the latter promised to make preparation with 2 months. At the end of 2 months, nothing had been done. The union then gave the manager 24 hours in which to act. At the end of 24 hours, still nothing had been done. So the entire membership on the road, consisting of 3,000 men, walked out. End of section 17. Section 18 of Barbarous Mexico. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Barbarous Mexico by John Kenneth Turner. Chapter 11. 4 Mexican Strikes. Part 2. The strike tied up every foot of the Mexican National Railway, consisting of nearly 1,000 miles of road running from Laredo, Texas to Mexico City. For 6 days, traffic was at a standstill. Recognition of the Union, which is the necessary prerequisite for successful peace in any struggle along Union lines, seemed assured. The great corporation seemed beaten, but the man had not reckoned with the government. No sooner did Manager Clark discover that he was beaten on the economic field of battle than he called to his aid the police power of Diaz. President Vera of the Grand League was waited upon by the governor of the state of San Luis Potosi and informed that if the men did not return to work forthwith, they would all be rounded up and thrown in jail and prosecuted for conspiracy against the government. He showed Vera a telegram from President Diaz, which in significant terms reminded Vera of the massacre at Rio Blanco, which had occurred but a year previously. Vera hurried to the national capital, where he interviewed Vice President Corral and attempted to secure an audience with Diaz. Corral confirmed the threats of the governor of San Luis Potosi. Vera pleaded that the strikers were keeping perfect order. He begged that they be fairly treated, but it was no use. He knew that the government was not bluffing, for in such matters the Mexican government does not bluff. After a conference with the executive board of the union, the strike was called off and the men went back to work. Of course, that demoralized the union, for what, pray, is the use of organization if you are not permitted to pluck the fruits of organization? The strikers were taken back to work as agreed, but they were discharged one after another at convenient times. The membership of the League fell off. Those remaining upon the roll, remaining only in the hope of a less tyrannical government, soon replacing the one that had foiled them. Vera resigned the presidency. His resignation was refused. He still remained the nominal head of the organization, but there was nothing that he could do. It was at this juncture that I met and talked with him about the railroad strike and the general outlook for Mexican unionism. The oppression of the government, said Vera, in his last few words to me, is terrible, terrible. There is no chance for bettering the condition of labor in Mexico until there is a change in the administration. Every free laborer in Mexico knows that. Vera organized the Grand League of Railway Workers of Mexico in 1904, and since that time he has passed many months in prison for no other reason than his union activities. Not until early in 1909 did he engage in anything that smacked of political agitation. The hardships imposed by the government upon union organization, however, inevitably drove him into opposition to it. He became a newspaper correspondent, and it was because he dared to criticize the despot that he again found his way into that awful pit, Belém. August 3, 1909, Vera was arrested at Guadalajara and carried to Mexico City. He was not taken before a judge, nor was any formal charge lodged against him. He was merely told that the federal government had decided that he must spend the next 2 years in prison, serving out a sentence which had 4 years previously been meted out to him for his union activities, but under which he had been pardoned after serving 1 year and 7 months. Though a permanent cripple, Vera is a brave and honest man and a fervent organizer. Mexican liberty will lose much by his imprisonment. Strikes in Mexico so far have usually been more the result of a spontaneous unwillingness on the part of the workers to go on with their miserable lives than of an organization of labor behind them or an appeal by agitators. Such a strike was that of Tizapán. I mention the strike of Tizapán because I happened to visit the spot while the strikers were starving. For a month, the strike had been going on, and though 600 cotton mill operatives were involved, and Tizapán was only a score of miles from the palace of Chapultepec, not a daily newspaper in the capital, as far as I have learned, mentioned the fact that there was a strike. I first heard of the Tizapán strike from Paulino Martinez, the editor who is now a political refugee in the United States. Martinez cautioned me against saying that he told me, since though he had not heard of the strike himself until after it had been called, he thought the telling might result in his arrest. The next day I took a run out to Tizapán, viewed the silent mill, visited the strikers in their squalid homes, and finally had a talk with the strike committee. Except for Valle Nacional, I never saw so many people, men, women, and children, with a mark of acute starvation on their faces, as at Tizapán. True, there was no fever among them. Their eyes were not glazing with complete exhaustion from overwork and insufficient sleep, but their cheeks were pale, they breathed feebly, and they walked unsteadily from lack of food. These people had been working 11 hours a day for wages running from 50 cents to $3 a week in our money. Doubtless they would have continued to work for it if they were really paid it, but the bosses were always devising new means to rob them of what little they were entitled to. Dirt spots on the calico means a loss of 1, 2, and sometimes even 3 pesos. Petty fines were innumerable. Finally, each worker was taxed 3 centavos per week to pay for the food of the dogs belonging to the factory. That was the last straw. The toilers refused to accept partial wages. The mill was closed and the period of starvation began. When I visited Tizapán, 3/4 of the men had gone away seeking work and food in other parts. Being wholly without means, it's quite likely that a large percentage of them fell into the hands of labor agents and were sold into slavery in the hot lands. A few men and women and children were staying and starving. The strike committee had begged the national government to redress their wrongs, but without avail. They had asked President Diaz to reserve for them a little land out of the millions of acres which he was constantly signing away to foreigners. but they had received from him no reply. When I asked them if they hoped to win the strike, they told me no, that they had no hope, but they didn't care. They preferred to die at once and in the open air than to go back to such miserable treatment as had been accorded them in the factory. Here is a translation of a pitiful appeal which these Tetsapan strikers sent out to mill centers in other sections of the country. Fellow countrymen, by this circular, we make known to all the workers of the Mexican Republic that none of the factories which exist in our unfortunate country have exhibited men so avaricious as the manufacturers of La Hormiga Tetsapan, since they are worse than highway robbers. Not only they are robbers, but they are tyrants and hangmen. Let us make it plain to you. Here are we robbed in weights and measures. Here are we exploited without mercy. Here are we fined 2 and 3 pesos and down to the very last of our wages, and we are dismissed from our work with kicks and blows. But what is the most disgusting, ridiculous, and vile part of it all is the discount that's made on the workers of 3 cents weekly for the maintenance of the lazy dogs of the factory. What a disgrace! Who can live such a sad and degraded life? Whereupon it does not appear that we live in a republic conquered by the blood of our forefathers, but rather that we inhabit a land of savage and brutal slave drivers. Who can subsist on wages of 3 and 4 pesos weekly, and discounted from that fines, house rent, and robbery in weights and measures? No, 1,000 times no. Because of such circumstances, we petition our dear country for a fragment of land to cultivate, so that we may not continue to enrich the foreigner, trader and exploiter, who piles up gold at the cost of the devoted toil of the poor and unfortunate worker. We protest against this order of things, and we will not work until we are guaranteed that the fines will be abolished and also the maintenance of dogs, for which we ought not to pay, and that we shall be treated as workers and not as the unhappy slaves of a foreigner. We hope that our fellow workers will aid us in this fight. The Committee, Tetsapan, March 7, 1909. The Tetsapan strike was lost. When it was ready to do so, the company reopened the mill without difficulty, for, as corporation prospectuses of the country say, there is labor aplenty in Mexico, and it's very, very cheap. The Cananea strike, occurring as it did, very close to the border line of the United States, is perhaps the one Mexican strike of which Americans generally have heard, not having been a witness, nor even having ever been upon the ground. I cannot speak with personal authority, and yet I have talked with so many persons who were in one way or another connected with the affair, several of whom were in the very thick of the flying bullets, that I cannot but believe that I have a fairly clear idea of what occurred. Cananea is a copper city of Sonora, situated several score of miles from the Arizona border. It was established by W.C. Greene, who secured several million acres along the border from the Mexican government at little or no cost, and who succeeded in forming such intimate relations with Ramon Corral and other high Mexican officials that the municipal government established upon his property was entirely under his control, while the government of the Mexican town close beside it was exceedingly friendly to him and practically under his orders. The American consul at Cananea, a man named Galbraith, was also an employee of Greene, so that both the Mexican and United States governments as far as Cananea and its vicinity was concerned were W.C. Green. Green, having since fallen into disrepute with the powers that be in Mexico, has lost most of his holdings, and the Green Cananea Copper Company is now the property of the Coleraine Mining Combination, one of the parties in the Morgan-Guggenheim copper merger. In the copper mines of Cananea were employed 6,000 Mexican miners and about 600 American miners. Green paid the Mexican miners just half as much as he paid the American miners, not because they performed only half as much labor, but because he was able to secure them for that price. The Mexicans were getting big pay, for Mexicans, 3 pesos a day, most of them, but naturally they were dissatisfied and formed an organization for the purpose of forcing a better bargain out of Green. As to what precipitated the strike, there is some dispute. Some say that it was due to an announcement by a mine boss that the company had decided to supersede the system of wage labor with a system of contract labor. Others say it was precipitated by Green's telegraphing to Diaz for troops following a demand of the miners for 5 pesos a day. But whatever the immediate cause, the walkout was started by a night shift May 31st, 1906. The strikers marched about the company's property, calling out the men in the different departments. They met with success at all points, and trouble began only at the last place of call, the company lumberyard, where the parade arrived early in the forenoon. Here the manager, a man named Metcalf, drenched the front ranks with water from a large hose. The strikers replied with stones, and Metcalf and his brother came back with rifles. Some strikers fell, and in the ensuing battle, the 2 Metcalfs were killed. During the parade, the head of the Green Detective Squad, a man named Rowan, handed out rifles and ammunition to the heads of departments of the company, and as soon as the fight started at the lumberyard, the company detective force embarked in automobiles and drove about town, shooting right and left. The miners, unarmed, dispersed, but they were shot as they ran. One of the leaders, applying to the chief of police for arms with which the miners might protect themselves, was terribly beaten by the latter, who put his entire force at the service of the company. During the first few hours after the trouble, some of the Green men were put in jail, but very soon they were released and hundreds of the miners were locked up. Finding that no justice was to be given them, the bulk of the miners retired to a point on the company's property, where they barricaded themselves and, with what weapons they could secure, defied the Green police. From Green's telegraph office were sent out reports that the Mexicans had started a race war and were massacring the Americans of Cananea, including the women and children. Consul Galbraith sent out such inflammatory stories to Washington that there was a flurry in our War Department. These stories were so misleading that Galbraith was removed as soon as the real facts became known. The agent of the Department of Fomento of Mexico, on the other hand, reported the facts as they were, and through the influence of the company, he was discharged at once. Colonel Green hurried away on his private car to Arizona, where he called for volunteers to go to Cananea and save the American women and children, offering $100 for each volunteer, whether he fought or not, which action was wholly without valid excuse, since the strikers not only never assumed the aggressive in the violent act of Cananea, But the affair was also in no sense an anti-foreign demonstration. It was a labor strike, pure and simple, a strike in which the one demand was for raise of wages to 5 pesos a day, while the false tales sent out from Greenstown were furnishing a sensation for the United States. Green's Pinkertons were sent about the streets for another shoot-up of the Mexicans. Americans had been warned to stay indoors in order that the assassins might take pot shots at anything in sight, which they did. The total list of killed by the Green Men, which was published at the time, was 27, among whom were several who were not minors at all. Among these, it is said, was a boy of 6 and an aged man over 90 who was tending a cow when the bullet struck him. By grossly misrepresenting the situation, Green succeeded in getting a force of 300 Americans, rangers, miners, stockmen, cowboys, and others, together in Bisbee, Douglas, and other towns. Governor Isabel of Sonora, playing directly into the hands of Green at every point, met this force of men at Naco and led them across the line. The crossing was disputed by the Mexican custom official, who swore that the invaders might pass only over his dead body. With leveled rifle, this man faced the governor of his state and the 300 foreigners, and refused to yield until Isabel showed an order signed by General Diaz permitting the invasion. Thus, 300 American citizens, some of them government employees, on June 2, 1906, violated the laws of the United States, the same laws that Magon and his friends are accused of merely conspiring to violate, and yet not one of them, not even Green, the man who knew the situation and was extremely culpable, was ever prosecuted. Moreover, Ranger Captain Reining, who accepted an appointment of Governor Isabel to command this force of Americans, instead of being deposed from his position, was afterwards promoted. At this writing, he holds the fat job of warden of the Territorial Penitentiary at Florence, Arizona. The rank and file of those 300 men were hardly to be blamed for their act, for Green completely fooled them. They thought they were invading Mexico to save some American women and children. When they arrived in Cananea on the evening of the second day, they discovered that they had been tricked, and the following day they returned without having taken part in the massacres of these early days of June. But with the Mexican soldiers and Rurale forces which poured into Cananea that same night, it was different. They were under the orders of Isabel, Green in corral, and they killed as they were told to do. There was a company of cavalry under Colonel Barron. There were 1,000 infantrymen under General Luis Torres, who hurried all the way from Yaquis River to serve the purposes of Green. There were some 200 Rurales. They were the Green private detectives. There was a company of the Acordada, and all of them took part in the killing. Miners were taken from the jail and hanged. Miners were taken to the cemetery, made to dig their own graves, and were shot. Several hundred of them were marched away to Hermosillo, where they were impressed into the Mexican army. Others were sent away to the penal colony on the islands of Tres Maria. Finally, others were sentenced to long terms in prison. When Torres' army arrived, the strikers who had barricaded themselves in the hills surrendered without any attempt at resistance. First, however, there was a parley in which the leaders were assured that they would not be shot, but in spite of the fact that they persuaded the strikers not to resist the authorities. Manuel M. Dieguez, Esteban E. Calderon, and Manuel Ibar, the members of the executive board of the union, were sentenced to 4 years in prison, where they remain to this day unless they are dead. Among those who were jailed and ordered shot was L. Gutierrez de Lara, who had committed no crime except to address a meeting of the miners. The order for the shooting of de Lara, as well as for the others, came direct from Mexico City on representations from Governor Isabel. De Lara had influential friends in Mexico, and these, getting word through the friendship of the telegraph operator and the postmaster of Cananea, succeeded in securing de Lara's reprieve. The end of the whole affair was that the strikers, literally hacked to pieces by the murderous violence of the government, were unable to rally their forces. The strike was broken, and in time the surviving miners went back to work on more unsatisfactory conditions than before. Such is the fate the Tsar of Mexico metes out to workmen who dare demand a larger share of the products of their labor in his country. One thing more remains to be said. Colonel Greene refused to grant the demand of the miners for more wages, and he claimed to have a good excuse for it. President Diaz, said Greene, has ordered me not to raise wages, and I dare not disobey him. It is an excuse that's being offered by employers of labor all over Mexico. Doubtless, President Diaz did issue some such an order, and employers of Mexican labor, Americans with the rest of them, are glad to take advantage of it. American capitalists support Diaz with a great deal more unanimity than they support Taft. American capitalists support Diaz because they are looking to Diaz to keep Mexican labor always cheap. And they are looking to Mexican cheap labor to help them break the back of organized labor in the United States, both by transferring a part of their capital to Mexico and by importing a part of Mexico's laborers into this country. End of section 18.